Again, staff, if you can go off video so that our board members can be seen when we open our agenda, I mean, our board meeting. Um, Still missing a couple of board members. Okay. Thank you for joining, Member Garcia. We're going to wait. We're waiting for Member Morowski. President Ryan, we are waiting for Member Morowski.
Okay. We'll go ahead and begin, just since we're running a little bit over, and I know she'll be joining us momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. And I want to, in calling back to order, take a moment to turn the mic over to Board Member Pritchett, who would like to, in memory of a wonderful lifetime educator in Sac City Unified that recently passed away after waging a courageous battle with cancer, Miss Anita Warmack. We would like to reconvene in her honor, and Board Member Pritchett will say a few words.
Thank you, President Ryan. Miss Anita Warmack has been a beacon of light in our district for almost 32 years. She was a teacher at many of our parent participation preschools. In her career, she's touched the hearts of hundreds and maybe even thousands of students, parents, and even grandparents. If you ever got to see her in action, there was never a dull moment where she would have the attention of several preschoolers while holding their hands or telling them one of her intriguing stories. She was a mentor and a friend of so many of ours. In fact, there's a saying amongst those of us who know her, WWAD, what would Anita do? I feel so blessed to have known her personally and to have been one of her students. I will also ask myself, WWAD, when I approach hard times or I just need an answer from her. Miss Anita fought so hard for so long, but her body just quit fighting on June 2nd, just days before her retirement. Until the bitter end, her focus was on her students solely and how they would handle the snooze. The parent participation preschool was her life, and she loved all of us equally. We will always remember her, and her legacy will live on. As we start our meeting tonight, I would just like to ask for a moment of silence for our dear Miss Anita. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. We want to send our love to Miss Anita's family and all of the students and community members whose lives she touched over the years. She was a truly remarkable human being who will be gravely missed. Item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance. This evening will be led by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent. 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read by Board Member Ingolson.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, June 22nd at noon and Tuesday, June 23rd at 6 o'clock p.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv.
Thank you, Board Member Olson. Item 4.3, our stellar student recognition. This evening, we are going to be doing this presentation a little bit differently, but I think very much in the spirit of the community activism and the student voice that is being lifted up across the state and across the country, and that we are feeling right in our own backyard. We wanted to not just recognize one student, but multiple student activists who are part of what we're seeing really now is a global movement to address social issues, environmental issues, and racial inequity issues head on. In a very painful time when communities are being torn apart, our student leaders having the courage to be on the front line demanding change is exactly why we as elected leaders and as institutional leaders are inspired by your call to action to change systems that for far too long have failed students just like you. This evening, I have the pleasure of recognizing the first student leader who has been instrumental in being a part of the Black Lives Matter movement and also within the recent student activism marches to push back against systemic and racial inequity and oppression and really demand justice for George Floyd and countless others. Deshaun McHolder is a student of American Legion. While at American Legion, individuals say that he was not only charismatic, but very involved. He was proud of being an active member of the basketball team and the volleyball team, but really he found his voice, his activism, and his inspiration to pursue justice and change at the Hawk Institute, one of our best partners, and I'm very proud to say right in our backyard in Oak Park. After completing his leadership with the Hawk Institute, Deshaun transitioned into the position of student mentor with Saturday Leadership Academies. So he's taking the lessons he learned and he is being a beacon of light for students just like him in our community. Deshaun continues to work tirelessly towards his academic goals and wants to pursue a college education. We know that he'll be successful. He has already inspired so many in our community. And Deshaun, we are proud to honor you as one of our 3 student activists demanding change.
Thank you.
Deshaun, would you like to say a few words?
Not really. I can't really talk like that. My mouth is like in pain right now.
Oh, I understand. Well, Deshaun, let me just tell you again, we are so proud of you, and I want to just honor you for your courage and your voice.
Thank you.
Our next student leader will be presented by Christina Pritchett, Jaquez Cosby at Rosemont High School.
President Ryan, I didn't receive anything.
Oh, you did not. And Member Morowski, did you receive? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, if you don't mind, since I have these descriptions and recognize our other 2 student leaders. So Jaquez Cosby, and Jaquez, am I pronouncing your name correctly? I don't want to butcher it.
Oh, it's Jaquez.
Jaquez, oh, that's beautiful, Jaquez.
Yes.
Jaquez is a graduating senior from Rosemont High School and has been involved in youth-led programs throughout his time at Sacramento City Unified School District. He is a proud member for 4 years of the Men's Leadership Academy, and I have to tell you, the Men's Leadership Academy is doing some of the most progressive, forward-looking work in the district. Thank you for your time and energy there. He also had an opportunity to attend events with the Men's Leadership Academy in Washington, D.C., in Atlanta, Georgia, and in Denver, Colorado. He's represented the Rosemont MLA on the Women and Men's Leadership Youth Council, and he's participated in UC Davis Sacramento Area Youth Speak, the SES program. He was featured as a spoken word artist with several other artists at events all over Sacramento and Davis. And he has been a vocal and tireless advocate in pursuit of social justice and peaceful protests around Sacramento. One of his MLA advisors said that he is a pillar in the creation and development of the Men and Women's Leadership Academy at Rosemont, a role model for the many underclassmen who have recently joined the program. He has continuously been a leader at the school and the community, and we are so excited to see what the future has in store for him. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I'm thankful to be here. Thankful to see everybody's gorgeous quarantine face. You guys look amazing. And like, yeah, we gotta keep fighting, gotta keep pushing. And that I've said all I needed to say. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you for your courage, and please continue to mentor other youth like you. You're an amazing beacon of light.
Thank you.
Our final student is Giovanna Gill from the Met. Is Giovanna with us? And am I pronouncing your name correctly? Okay, wonderful, Giovanna. Giovanna is part of the Met Sacramento High School class of 2020. Over the past 4 years, she has become a community-oriented woman committed to equity and social justice. Throughout her academic career at the Met, she's been a devoted member and co-chair of the Chicana X student movement. She's actively organized on and off campus within the Chicano Latino community, and most recently led solidarity efforts with the Black Lives Matter movement. Giovanna has contributed positively to the overall atmosphere of Hermandad in Mecha and at the Met campus through her gracious personal commitment and her tremendous leadership skills. I am told that you are a woman who will be leading this city one day. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words, Giovanna? You're on mute right now. Oh, okay. I don't think so. Okay. Well, once again, we honor you. We honor you all, and thank you so much for being courageous and being on the front line of this call for movement building and social justice. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, the board by 7-0 unanimous vote approved 2 special education settlement matters identified as OAH case number 2019-911-073 and 2020-040252. That concludes the actions announced out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Michael, can I please see a show of hands from everyone? All those in favor of adopting the agenda? None opposed, none abstained, the motion carries. Item 7.0, special presentations. 7.1, coronavirus response update.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability for Sacramento City Unified School District. Tonight, I'll be joined by several members of district staff to provide our ongoing updates regarding the COVID-19 response of the district staff. Go to the next slide. Tonight, we have several strategic topics to cover with you. We'll start with some framing around some of the data that we've been using, but more importantly, we'll actually be giving you a real sense of how we've been using the data as a call to action, and you'll hear several staff reports around these strategic items, and you'll actually get a chance to appreciate in terms of not just the notion of our response, but how we're using the data to actually inform new practices going forward, and actually these are directly supporting our reopening of schools in the fall. If we go to the next slide. So we've shared this slide now at least 4 times in board meetings, and this really covers the key items of the school closure dashboard. You'll notice, obviously, engagement remains mission critical, supporting our students. You'll hear an in-depth review of the social emotional indicators. And then also, obviously, there's many things that we do as an ongoing basis to support our students in terms of academic supports, and then supports for our employees with human resources, managing our human capital, and of course, the ongoing great efforts of our food service team. We go to the next slide. And so when we think about some of the dashboard outcomes that you'll be seeing tonight and hearing district staff reports on, each board meeting we've discussed this notion of unreachable students. And what's really encouraging is seeing the dramatic decline in that number. If you remember, when we first presented, that number was 1,600 plus on May 7th, and now we're at 280. Obviously, we know this is a higher risk student group, and that's why we highlight the notion of knowing as we look at the D's and F's of this group of students versus others, that is substantially higher at 81% versus 29%. But then as we think about, getting conditions of success for our students, we also know we have to be concerned about their infrastructure. And so you see a couple of indicators that allow us to intervene for students who need internet access, and then actually take advantage of the Sac City Connect program. And then, as I mentioned previously, you'll see other indicators speaking specifically to the social emotional wellness of our students and actions we're taking to support those who are identified as having a need. Next slide, please. And so when we think about our students overall, really engagement has been one of the key lessons learned or innovations of this time of the pandemic. Obviously, we know there are certain students that we have not been successfully able to engage with. And so what you'll hear tonight is, as we've thought about engagement beyond attendance, there's a new set of engagement measures that we're exploring and hope to implement for sure in the fall. And so you'll hear some of that exploratory work from staff. We go to the next slide, and we'll now get into the meat of the work.
Good evening, board. Mary Harden Young, Instructional Assistant Superintendent. Please join me in celebrating the 2020 graduates from our 14 high schools, including the graduates who are with us tonight. While the virtual ceremonies included many traditional elements of commencement, they really showcased and elevated the creativity of staff and students to make this year a special celebration. They ranged from students welcoming audience members in the 8 languages spoken on their campuses, to collaborative efforts to perform pomp and circumstance while social distancing, to special staff musical or theatrical send-offs for our seniors, to students linking together to produce songs and messages of hope and peace. Additionally, our high school sites conducted 32 very well-received drive-through distributions connected to graduation for caps and gowns and diplomas. We want to extend thank yous to our extraordinary 2020 graduates for their grit and resilience during this challenging time, to our incredible site staffs who rose to the occasion with special flair and celebratory fanfare, and a few members of our district team, specifically student board member Ang Olson, who grounded our work in the voice of students, to Linda Kingston, our virtual connection to the virtual platform, and to Catalina Martinez, our videographer extraordinaire, who supported us in creating Pure Magic. Next slide.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Tumua, and I'm also one of our instructional assistant superintendents. And I will be providing an update for the Sac City Kids Connect partnership this evening. Again, I want to thank you, President Ryan, and all of our members of the board for supporting our families with attaining this very valuable resource during this unprecedented time. As previously shared, Sac City Connect is our initiative in partnership with the City of Sacramento and Comcast that will provide eligible families with free internet access at home for 6 months. Eligibility, as previously shared, include participation in our National School Lunch Program, living in an area where Comcast internet service is available, and must not have been an existing Comcast customer prior to March 16th. To support our families, we've asked all of our school principals to serve as the primary leader in supporting our eligible families by calling them to offer them their unique code and by walking them through the application process. In addition, we know many of our families have found themselves in a very unfortunate position of an immediate loss of income, due to employment layoffs or reduction in hours. And for these very special circumstances, we have asked our principals to help our families to walk them through the LCFF application to determine their eligibility given this pandemic space, and thus enabling our families to participate in this valuable resource. And finally, of the 1,500 students, families who were referred by our staff or self-identify via our web form as needing internet, we've handed out approximately 228 codes, again through our principals and their designees. 296 families reported they already have internet, and 221 families have reported they are already Internet Essentials customers. Our schools will continue to provide outreach efforts to the 537 families who have been called, as well as will continue to connect with them about the special opportunities. In addition, we'll continue to reach out to the remaining 10% of families that we have not been able to reach successfully. As you know, our deadline to apply for Internet Essentials through our Sac City Kids Connect program is upon us on June 30th, and we aim to do everything in our power to connect with our referred families and eligible families the opportunity to participate in this valuable resource. And finally, for our families listening and watching our board meeting, if you are in need of internet service, please visit our website at www.scusd.edu. And with that, I'll turn this over to Ms. Jennifer Kretschmann.
Thank you, too. I'm here to let you know all the work we've been doing to find our unreachable students. Like Vincent talked about. At the end of April, the district identified 1,636 students as being unreachable. So either they had zero contact since school closures in March, or they had failed to engage in distance learning at all. The Be Here team worked collaboratively with school sites, student support services, the FACE department, and youth development, using our MTSS framework to provide Tier 2 extensive outreach through data mining and phone banking. As of Monday, we'd engaged 1,356 of those students, leaving only 280 on the list. 216 of those students are truly no contact, despite all of our efforts. So some may have disconnected phone numbers, or they just haven't responded to our messages, or some families may have been forced to move. The other 64 students we have heard from, but they have never engaged in distance learning, so they need additional follow-up and support. We have heard that other districts stop at 3 failed attempts, but we do not remove a student from our list until we ensure that they have everything they need to connect next year. On May 26th, the Be Here team began our Tier 3 efforts by conducting home visits to each of the families on the list. We started with the schools that had the highest percentage of unreachable students in the youngest grade level. As of today, we have completed 140 home visits, connecting with over 360 of our students. When we see families, we assess for needs like food or housing, provide resources, deliver devices, and even give technical assistance if we're able. Our plan is to visit all 280 households over the course of the next 2 months. Our outreach efforts will continue, and we will use our MOU with Department of Human Assistance to get the most recent addresses and phone numbers for anyone we absolutely cannot connect or locate, once we've exhausted all of our resources here. In addition to this work, families have been submitting updated contact information for over 1,200 students in response to our family contact information packet that were sent out by our partner in class today. We completed 2 rounds of mailings in all of our home languages to the unreachable and low engagement students. Each week, we send school sites their students' new contact information to update all of their records. I cannot emphasize enough how critical it is that we stay connected to all of our families through the summer, but especially these ones. These students are our most vulnerable. They are predominantly Black and brown from our poorest neighborhoods, and many were struggling even before this pandemic. It is our responsibility to make sure they are safe and able to re-engage with school, no matter what school or the world looks like when we return in the fall. Thank you. Next slide.
Good evening. As a reminder, the SEL check-in was a short 4-item survey intended to check in on students' social and emotional well-being and to gauge whether our students needed additional support. The survey was administered on the last week of May and sent via email to students. Follow-up reminders were also done via phone calls and social media to encourage participation. This resulted in a total of 4,168 students responding. Of those who responded, 86.7% responded that they were in the green or yellow zone. 71.88% responded that they were able to manage their emotions well or very well. 90.74% responded that they had at least one adult who they could go to for help or support. 77.42% responded that they had at least one peer or friend that they can go to for help or support. Next slide. Students reported emotions ranging from joy, happiness, and excitement to bored, sad, angry, frustrated, and depressed. A few students even commented that they appreciated the opportunity to just express their feelings and emotions. While the majority of respondents were navigating distance learning with their calming and neutral emotions in the green and yellow zones, some expressed difficulty with managing their emotions and indicated they were in the blue zone, which are low energy emotions associated with feelings of tiredness, boredom, or sadness, and the red zone, which are extreme high energy emotions such as anger, frustration, and feeling out of control. Student responses were flagged as high needs if they met any one of the following criteria: blue or red zones, disagree or strongly disagree to having a supportive adult, and or if they wrote a distressing comment or emotion in the other emotions category, such as I'm depressed or I feel alone. Depending on the urgency of the need, students were either immediately referred to the Connect Center for support or referred to their school sites, so a supportive adult who knows them and is familiar with them could follow up with a phone call to check in. Staff was asked to document each contact. A total of 716 students were identified as high needs. To date, a total of 770 follow-up calls or contacts have been documented. Literally, it took the whole village to provide support for all of these students, including the Student Support Services team, the SEL team, principals, teachers, counselors, office managers, and clerks. This was truly a collaborative effort to support our students' social and emotional well-being during this difficult time, and I am very appreciative of our team approach. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. We are pleased to announce that we are running an online credit recovery program for students in grades 9 through 12. This is a great opportunity for students who are behind in credits to catch up and to become on track for graduation and for A through G. This is particularly impactful for any senior students who need credits to graduate on time or to be A through G eligible for the fall. The program is being hosted virtually, with the large high schools acting as service hubs. The program starts on Monday, June the 22nd, and runs for 5 weeks through to July the 24th. I'll now hand over to Manpreet, who will address the next aspect of our expanded learning summer program.
Good evening, respected board members and dear superintendent. I'm Manpreet, coordinator, youth development. So we have turned in an application to City of Sacramento to run a summer program, a K-8 summer program. This program is going to be a 4-week program and will run July 27 through August 21st, 5 days a week. Number of schools and students will depend on staffing availability, academic, SEL, and enrichment. All these 3 focus areas will play an important part in our summer programming. We will be partnering with our community-based organizations to bring enrichment and to lower student to staff ratio. We will be hiring credentialed teachers to run summer programs side by side with our community-based organizations. And now I will turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer.
Good evening. I'm Christine Bieda. I'm our Chief Academic Officer. And I think one of the most exciting things about what Manpreet and Matt Turkey just shared is in our summer model that we're working to finalize and develop. If we could go to next slide, please. We are building a program that will help us to have some information to refine how we reopen schools. We've heard a lot this evening about some of the data around our distance learning. Really grateful to Maicy and her team for the information that we have regarding the social emotional needs of our students. And we're taking all of that information, and you can see this high level approach that we're taking to reopening our schools. We know that there's a lot of interest and anxiety around how will we open, when will we open, when will we see the plans? And here's what we need you to know. The first thing that we're doing is really doing a lot of research. We've done one set of surveys. We've heard from the community, and we know that in those surveys, our community said, you didn't ask everything that we want to share, and we know that. We're already planning. We have them ready. You'll see some coming out very soon. We're asking for more information. Right now, we're doing this research. We're getting information, our survey information, and collecting data. We've been engaged in the Sacramento County Office of Education's work in building their plan. We're studying what's happening with our State of California Department of Education's plan. And you might even have heard as recent as just a few hours ago, we had new recommendations coming out regarding masks. We're keeping up with all of that information as we're doing our research and planning to make sure that we have the most safe and best opening for our students. That's our first phase, and that's where we're at right now. We'll be eventually pulling together draft recommendations that we'll be sending out, and we're going to again be surveying, and we're going to need your feedback. We want to hear from all of our labor partners, all of our community. We want to hear from our students, our parents, our staff. We want you to see this plan that we're putting together, and we want to hear your feedback so that we can then move into our phase 3, which will be a final recommendation. I'm really excited also to share that Superintendent helped our team to come into the PELP process, which is a group from Harvard that includes 11 large urban districts from across the United States. And it was exciting to see that our planning and our reopening is very aligned to some of the same exact problem solving and work that's happening across the United States. So what we have is we have these 5 teams that you see here, all led by the experts in our district. We have on these teams, we include principals and other people from the district to help to give us information. And all of those teams are coming together and informing a steering committee that is helping to gel, coalesce, make sure everything's aligning with research, continuing to study. And then we're continuing to bring that information to our superintendent. And superintendent continues to ask us questions and takes us back to really looking at what's best for our students, ensuring that we're moving forward with an equitable approach to meet the needs of students based on data. If we could go to the next slide. Superintendent and I also participated this week with the California Collaborative for District Reform. And again, when we were there, we heard from some of the most incredible thought leaders from across the state, and it gave us another opportunity to share some of the ideas, hear additional research, and hear how other districts and other folks are problem solving this really difficult time, doing something we've never done before, but we know that we need to do really, really well. This distance learning framework comes from PACE, the Policy Analysis for Californian Education. And what I'd like us to focus on as you look at this and you think about the complexities of reopening, I want you to see what we're focusing on. We're looking at the content that we need to deliver for every one of our students, and we're looking at the pedagogical needs. How will we deliver this? What are the best modes of making sure that happens? We're studying researching, listening, learning about what we need regarding synchronicity. Synchronous learning is the learning that happens right in space where everybody's learning at the same time. And then there's asynchronous learning, the way that we launched the bulk of our distance learning model, where students are potentially not learning the lesson at the same time as their peers. We know that regarding technologies, we've been very excited to make sure that we've put out technology for our students. And you heard Ms. Mua share that we've also been working on ensuring that our families have the Wi-Fi that they need. But around the technologies, we know that there's professional learning and development and ways that we can improve the practices that we started working on through our distance learning. We're also analyzing, and we have one of our teams is studying how many students can we bring back in space. We know that we need 6 feet of social distancing. We know that we need to keep our staff and our students safe at all times. And what we're doing is an analysis of every single school, looking at the smallest classroom in every school, actually moving desks and taking pictures to determine how many students we can safely have in school, as well as looking at the entry into school, the exit from school, all of our hallways, to determine the best and most safe ways to be able to look at how we bring back students. And then one of the most important pieces that pull all this together around content is, what does this learning environment look like? We do know that one thing that we intend to be able to offer our families is a full distance learning model. We know that there are families that are sharing with us that they're very interested in that. But we also hear from families that families want time and space, and we know how important that is, that time with their gifted teachers. So we're looking at what types of learning models, what types of learning environments, based on the data and research that we're finding from our very classrooms, as well as research from across the United States and other countries, to determine how we can best serve our students with the proportion of students that we can offer in person. If we could move to the next slide, please. And all of this comes together with, we heard Mr. Harris talk about the notion of engagement and how we're really working to refine and build a more robust definition of engagement, along with the metrics to help us to determine if that learning framework, and if we pull all those pieces together that we saw on the previous slide, are we best serving our students? So now we're looking at a notion of engagement that incorporates both the behavioral pieces, so the physical actions that we know students commit to, teachers commit to, our principals commit to, we all at central office commit to for our students and our families. But from a cognitive perspective, our students thinking, how are they on task? If they're on task, are they able to really show us in ways that are meaningful for them, that they are learning and engaged? And then most importantly, connecting back to so much of what we've seen and what we heard and what we know is in our hearts. And a part of our concern for our students is that emotional engagement piece. That really should be flipped and in the front, because we know that if we do not successfully and safely care for our students in this area, that they will not be available for us for the kind of high level learning that we know that our students deserve. So your district team and site teams are working very hard to pull together a reopening plan that will be safe and will also offer our students the best opportunities for learning. Next slide.
Good evening. This is Victoria Flores from Student Support and Health Services. And Christine shared a little bit about PELP. This was really an intention to strengthen our planning and our thinking as we look to opening in 2021. We were invited to join for a third year, and it's Harvard PELP, and it's this collaboration between the School of Education and business schools. And so we were invited with 11 districts across the whole entire country to really work together and learn from each other across these 5 working groups. So as Christine shared, already started these working groups of content experts. So this was a really great bridge for us to further our thinking. And the thing that PELPS really got us working hard on is adopting an agile approach, really being able to be flexible. We're in the midst of a pandemic. None of us, have ever experienced this before. So we know we have to be able to quickly design and pivot and monitor and modify our plans. And I will just say the beauty of PELP, even in our first session that we did this week, was you get to see the strengths in other districts' plan. And so I had the pleasure of being there with Nathaniel, and we were like, wow, we really love their vision, but we had a really great, strong guiding principle. So we're really looking forward to learning more. And as we all know, things change incredibly quickly. We're now looking at wearing face coverings for everyone here in our state. And so we've got to remain flexible. And the last time we were here with the board, we knew that we were hoping we'd get some supplies, and this week we got an answer. So the California Office of Emergency Services is going to be providing protective equipment and supplies at no cost to the district. Supplies are supposed to last for at least 2 months, and they will be allocated to the county offices of education, who will then distribute it out to the districts. So we know we're going to get lots of different face masks, N95 specifically for those school-based medical providers, medical staff. And this will be helpful for when they do procedures, things like assisting with a feeding tube, where you might have aerosolized droplets. They're also going to be providing cloth face coverings, disposable face coverings, and face shields for teachers, and then thermometers for every single school, and lots of hand sanitizer. We're looking forward to more guidance on hoping to get more supplies, but we're really feel greatly reassured that these are coming. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm Doug Husher, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, and I'm here tonight to share a little bit about our developing athletics plan. So in the same way that Victoria and Christine talked about our need to be agile as we think about engaging our youth and reopening schools, we also have to be agile when we begin to reimagine athletics. So the district and the California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, believes that athletics are essential to physical, mental, and social well-being of our students. Our highest priority has been to continue to keep our students safe. CIF is developing, and they have developed actually, some guidelines for school districts as they begin to return to on-campus activities. These guidelines will not supersede state and county directives designed to ensure student health and safety. In anticipation of these guidelines, school districts across the county gathered on June 11th to begin looking at the considerations for safely resuming athletics at some level. Initial conversations included dialogue about pre-participation exams, facilities cleaning, entrance and exit strategies, pre-workout screenings, hygiene practices, use of facial cloths, which sports can and cannot allow for physical distancing. These were all things that were discussed. SCUSD and most of our surrounding districts are in the information gathering phase at this point. It is our aim to have our own information gathering completed by June 26th. District Athletic Director Greg Purcell, Site Athletic Directors, Student Support and Health Services Director Victoria Flores, myself, and others are working on that draft plan just now. Right now, the rough plan would have a phase one. The phase one would include things like students participating in conditioning. Equipment would not be used. Locker rooms would not be available. Athletes would have to check their temperatures before attending organized team activities. An SCUSD COVID-19 waiver would be on file. No spectators would be allowed. Again, the safety of our students is the absolute most important thing. Assuming all the prerequisites have been met, the district would aim to begin this in the month of July. Phase 2 and 3 then would be developed and will follow the lead of CIF, the Sacramento County Health Department, CDC, and orders from the state. Much work still needs to be done here before we can move forward with any plan. We'll be working with our own risk management coordinator, Keyshawn Marshall. We'll be looking at what kind of training we need to offer our coaches. Additionally, we'll be looking at appropriate PPEs that we will need to have secured for all phases. Many meetings will continue in the days ahead. Mr. Purcell will be connecting with CIF Commissioner Mike Garrison on June 20th to better understand CIF's assessment of the situation and recommended protocols. The district will also be anticipating CIF's July 20th announcement, which will include information about possible delays in fall sports scheduling. Again, we're in our early phases of development. We've also been working with Superintendent Chris Evans from Natomas. I was talking with him just today. All this speaks to how we are all in this together. We're trying to work collectively on behalf of our students to keep students safe, but also recognize there is a need for them, for their mental, social well-being, to participate in some form of athletics. And we're trying to do this in the most thoughtful ways. We want to be thoughtful about our protocols, knowing that anything from some gardening clubs to summer school to athletics, as we reintroduce kids to campuses, we have to be sure that our protocols are thoughtful and uniform across the district. On that note, I will turn it over to Mr. Browning, who will discuss civic permits.
Good evening. I'm Nathaniel Browning in the Facilities Department. The district is focused on thoroughly planning to open up the civic permit process in the coming weeks in order to best minimize the spread of COVID-19. We understand that civic permits allow for community groups and entities the ability to hold important events within the community, which is an important aspect of civic life, but we must be very thoughtful as we begin to open up this process. We plan to open up the civic permit process in phases, just like the athletics, that will initially focus on entities within the community that provide a social need for some of our most vulnerable communities. Such entities, for example, include organizations that help provide food security, health, wellness, and academic supports to students that generate supplemental and concentration funds. Additional phases will eventually open up that include athletic organizations and other entities. The civic permit process will work in lockstep with the district athletics that you just heard about, and rolling out programs such as extracurricular baseball and soccer programs and other. And those timelines are yet to be determined at this time. Additional measures and requirements will be put into place when the civic permit process opens. Those additional requirements will include an acknowledgement that users have read and understood the state, county, and district health guidelines, protocols, and procedures, an acknowledgement that the users will practice the appropriate social distancing protocols, conduct temperature self-checks, and also wear proper PPEs while on district premises. An acknowledgement that there will be an extra fee associated with the cost to clean and disinfect the facilities prior to and after use will also be included. Lastly, there will be an indemnity clause to hold the district harmless from those events. We are, like I said, we are working internally now and with our partners very closely with risk management and Keyshawn Marshall and others now to ensure that all the elements of the civic permit process are well thought out, and we look forward to providing additional updates to the board and the community in the near future. Thank you.
We're very pleased to share with you tonight a presentation of the Families Project. It's our 3 Waldorf schools distance learning plan. As they prepare and pull up the video, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce 3 of our Waldorf teachers who are with us tonight. Rhoda Cortez from AM-WIN K-8, Chandra Vanderclay from Alice Burney K-8, and Vicki Schroeder from George Washington Carver School of Arts and Sciences High School. We'll go ahead and share the presentation, and the 3 teachers will be with us at the end of our presentation to take in comments and to answer questions. Thank you.
It's an honor to be invited to speak about the Families Project, the distance learning curriculum designed by the Sacramento Public Waldorf Collaborative Community. My name is Sally Buck. I'm a kindergarten teacher at AM-WIN.
My name is Rhoda Cortez. I teach 2nd grade at AM-WIN.
My name is Amy Lincoln. I'm a rising 3rd grade teacher at Alice Burney.
The COVID-19 crisis made our teachers wonder, how can we meet our families' needs and address their fears? We're going to hear a voice from one of our families.
When my family first started the distance learning, I was really concerned that my daughter, who's in 2nd grade, and my preschooler, who's going to be going into kindergarten shortly, were going to miss out on the education for the rest of the school year. I was also concerned as a parent, I was going to be overwhelmed with trying to complete assignments for both kids.
Reaching our families and recreating a safe learning space in the home led us to embrace it as the new sphere of learning.
The foundation of the Families Project viewed the home environment as an asset, not an obstacle. And to design a distance learning model that advantages the homebound context, rather than trying to make home do what school did, learning was placed in and around the child in their home. The Families Project is embedded with expressive arts and social emotional learning, which reflect the pillars of Waldorf education. Because of their proven therapeutic value, SEL and the arts lend themselves to developing resilience in our students. If it were not for the district's offering a hybrid pathway for innovating in distance learning, the Families Project may never have been possible.
The Sacramento Public Waldorf Collaborative Community is a consortium of the three schools, Alice Burney, A.M. Wynn, and George Washington Carver, and it was born in mid-March of 2020, though in actuality has been evolving as an offering of alternative education in Sac City Unified for 25 years. The Stanford Scope study illustrates a bit of our history.
The first Waldorf school opened in 1919 for the children of factory workers. Intended to remedy social strife and inequity within a class-based society, Waldorf education has proven its resilience for over 100 years. Established in over 60 countries, Waldorf schools are now more relevant than ever. Today, Sac City Unified is the only school district in North America to offer a public Waldorf EK-12 experience. We are very fortunate to have had the district's support since 1994. With our teacher collaboration model flowing ideas between our three-school community, our feedback loop wouldn't be complete without our families' input. Let's listen to another of our families' voices.
Our experience with the family project, the first one was a little rough. Well, we were trying to do too many of the parts of the project, and my son, who's on an IEP, was overwhelmed and it was too much. But then with some advice of some of the teachers at our school, we took it back and scaled it down and did less of the parts of it. And since then, it's gone a lot better, it's gone a lot smoother, and it's been more of a enjoyable experience with our family.
The collective force of our three schools generated a rich landscape of thematic and interdisciplinary content using technological tools to collaborate. Much like a restaurant menu, parents can choose activities and teachers help guide them into selecting what meets their learning needs. Each menu opens with the basics, which guides the family through a progression of creation, celebration, reflection, and sharing. Beyond the basics lay a treasure trove of subject matter and thematic activities. Here's what you can find in our menus. A selectively curated trove of activities and resources were linked to each project menu, frequently up to 150 links per project theme, submitted by upwards of 50 teachers. These treasures have immense potential to take students to inspiring and authentic worlds of information, to overcome feelings of isolation and disconnectedness with the outside world. Links included many types of resources that required a process of vetting and filtering. There were activities, books, speeches, audio, video, read-alouds, PDF documents, web links, and most importantly, those read, recited, or even sung by their teachers. The beauty of having developmental strands and corresponding standards is that families can differentiate within the arc of learning goals and objectives for their children at any age. Each offering on the menu unpacks multiple standards, enriching a child's academic progress.
In order to promote inclusion and strengthen parent-teacher relationships, our menus had to be translated. In this household of 2 families with multiple siblings quarantining together, the pressure for adults to deliver multiple individual lessons was relieved by the children's enthusiasm and responsible decision-making to take the lead in the projects. In this project, Imagication, we were invited to join this family on their homebound journey to Hawaii. Together, they investigated the island's offerings, created travel brochures, painted a tropical backdrop, planned, prepped, and enjoyed a traditional island dinner.
The Families Project offers choice and autonomy with a range of sensory activities. Children and their families could engage in these activities that address specific developmental needs. Children were engaged in purposeful action by packing suitcases, setting up tourist stores, designing restaurant menus, pricing items, and inviting their parents to shop in their stores for their imaginary vacations to places like Sly Park, Costa Rica, Italy, a wonder cottage in the mountains, and even Constellation Land. Knowing that not every family would have access to traditional materials, the Families Project optimized relevance, value, and authenticity by encouraging the use of items found in the home. And beyond the use of found materials, the resources and experiences of the parents and other family members showed the community that the home is truly an asset. Though social emotional learning is embedded in every lesson, the project, Creating a Map of Your Heart, provided an opportunity for families to reflect upon each child's biography and create a sense of comfort through inward reflection, gratitude, and the celebration of diversity in the home.
By encouraging sharing and connecting, families' experiences do not need to remain isolated in the home. The school community will remain connected, even when physically apart.
Through our weekly translated Spanish menu and technology tools such as my class Dojo translator, I have been able to build a close relationship with a family whom I don't share a common language with as we journey through the Families Project together.
Para mí el proyecto de familia me ha parecido muy genial, muy creativo. Al principio imaginaba que sí me iba a ser muy difícil por el idioma, pero la maestra me dijo que iba también a estar en español. Me imagino que han trabajado muy duro para hacer posible este proyecto para todas las familias. Ha sido divertido hacer unas cosas con mis hijas del proyecto, siendo una experiencia maravillosa para mi hija, tanto para mi esposo también y todos acá en la casa.
Hola maestra, a mí me gustó el paseo porque habían flores y la palmera que está en mi casa, también vi unos insectos. A mí me gustó hacer el libro de agujas porque se me hizo fácil a mí de hacer y divertido.
Thank you. And let me ask the district staff, does that conclude our distance learning presentation? Okay, we want to thank the efforts, the extraordinary collaborative efforts of our Waldorf teachers. They actually also submitted a list of the 50+ teachers at all levels who were contributing to this, and we will post that alongside the other supplemental agenda items so that people have a chance to look at the many wonderful educators who are participating in this important work. I did want to say before we take public comment on this item that all of these items for special presentation 70.71, 72, 73, and 74 will not include board member discussion due to the length of the board meeting tonight and the more than 350 public comments that we have in an effort to hear the voices of our public I will just also share that we will be dedicating an entire board meeting in July to the reopening of schools. This has been a critical conversation that has emerged among community members, families, and teachers, and want to make sure that we have an opportunity in July to have that conversation. Traditionally, the school district takes a hiatus and does not have board meetings for a period of time. We will not be doing that this summer, given the extraordinary circumstances that we're encountering. So do we have any public comments on item 7.1?
Yes, we have 5 public comments.
Okay, and we're doing 1 minute per public comment this evening. We have the ability to limit public comments to 15 minutes in length for total subjects, but given the fact that we have received 350 public comments, we will only be lumping together comments where they are form applications and are in fact the same public comment. So we will be hearing 350 1-minute public comments, which will take us late into the evening, but we feel it's important that we allow our community to have their voices heard.
The first public comment is from Rochelle Reed and Michael Sweet, and it says, "Dear Superintendent Aguilar and members of the school board, in reference to matter number 7.1, we wanted to extend our sincere thanks for allowing our public Waldorf teachers to create a unique and flexible curriculum that truly worked for our family during this extended period of closure and uncertainty. The Families Project gave our forever family the ability to find success through the innovative way the projects allowed our sons' creativity to grow and their strengths to shine. Our family came together through adoption. Emotional scars due to early childhood trauma run deep, and at times navigating and supporting our children, ages 6 and 9, through their education can be quite challenging. If our children would have had to sit in front of a screen to try to absorb any sort of traditional lesson. The next comment is from Nancy Eek, and it says, it's on 7.1, but it says, "I have had enough of this racism since I've been in the school system. I have had this issue for years, and there needs to be legislation. I am not going to give up until there is justice." The next public comment is from Elizabeth Landsberg, and it says, "As the district develops its plan for school reopening and considers different ways of staggering physical distancing, I hope the district will consider alternating weeks and not just days or times, argued for a 4-10 plan with a 4-day work week / school week followed by 10 days of isolation." And she has a video link to this idea. And the next public and last public comment is from Liz Guillen. And it says, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, "I am commenting here because item 13.3 does not have a public comment spot. This item is more appropriate anyway to comment on the COVID-19 operations written report. Clearly, people in the district are working hard. Thank you. The report raises several questions. Why is the district having to use fewer staff than before school closures for its food insecurity work? The state, through SB 117, paid all districts, holding them harmless for ADA. Please explain. 25,000 Chromebooks sounds like a lot, but what is the actual number that are needed by students? Have those been provided? What is the number of students that are still lacking connectivity, either because of no device or Wi-Fi? How are students who are not foster youth being tracked? The school closure dashboard should include these numbers. Tracking foster youth students who do not show up on the 3rd day is too late. If action," and that's the last public comment.
Thank you. And I will say we have all of these comments in writing. So even though they are limited to 1 minute per comment, given the extraordinary nature of 350 comments being submitted, we will have them for board record. Okay, we have no more public comment on that item. Item 7.2, approve resolution number 3141 in recognition of LGBTQ plus Pride Month. I'm happy to have Board Member Morowski and Board Member Minnick presented on the heels of a historic Supreme Court victory this last week.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, President Ryan. I'll start us off and then I'll pass it over to my colleague, Member Morowski. Yes, absolutely. It's really exciting to recognize LGBTQ plus Pride Month in this historic week, as the Supreme Court just ruled to support protections against discrimination for LGBTQ plus people. And so this was a really cool moment for us to be able to do that. Just a couple quick comments. I don't think we're going to go through reading the entire resolution because it's long and we have a long meeting, but I do want to say, you know, before I was on the board, I sat on the LGBTQ plus task force for the district and had worked on the transgender and gender non-conforming students policy. And one of my early proud moments on the board was getting to vote for that policy shortly after coming on board. And so our district has I think a really good history of supporting our LGBTQ plus students. This is, you know, one of the things that's recognized in the resolution is the work of our Connect Center and all they do for supporting our students and staff. I feel like this is a good opportunity to welcome Daniel Cisneros, who's our mental health coordinator, who along with Daniel Buffington are working really diligently to make sure our students are receiving the support they need and that they have access to all the supports at the center and on their school campuses. So this is an acknowledgement of their work as much as it is an acknowledgement of Pride Month. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Member Morowski.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. It's such an honor to be able to co-present this resolution with you. The transgender policy that you discussed is a great legacy that you will leave this district. It was really groundbreaking, and I know for a fact that it's been life-changing for our students. So I appreciate that. It's not just policies, but it's, you know, the supports and services that we have put into place. So I don't want to take up too much time. It's just, again, it feels very good to be able to say that discrimination based on status as LGBTQ plus is against the law. It's long overdue. And I really appreciate the good news in a time of a lot of bad news. I won't echo you, or I won't repeat what you said about the Connect Center, but I also just echo that they've offer excellent trainings to our staff and our community and support our students in so many ways. Just finally want to recognize, as the resolution called out, you know, the amazing students who go above and beyond to help their fellow students accept themselves, lead GSAs, and so forth. But you know, all of our students who identify as LGBTQ plus can face continued struggle, bias, discrimination, and the policies that we put into place and those services can't change the deep cultural things that we all need to change. So let's just, you know, again, in recognition of Pride Month, take a moment to see how we can further this cause in the spaces we inhabit. And if you don't mind, President Ryan, I would appreciate the opportunity to adjourn in memory on behalf of the 15 plus transgender individuals who have been killed this year at the end of the board meeting.
Yes, Member Morowski, I'd be happy to do that. And we have another request to also adjourn in the memory of an individual lost far too soon. So we will certainly do that.
I appreciate that. And just respectfully ask for my colleagues' aye vote on the resolution.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
This board member preferential vote, student board member preferential vote.
Aye.
We are going to have a roll call vote, given we're doing this
Do
through
we
our
need to do
Zoom.
public comment on this?
Oh, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. We have 2 public comments.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
The first is from Liana Sanchez, and she says, hello, I co-facilitate Genders and Sexualities Alliance at California Middle School. Per your resolution, as we work to combat bullying and harassment based on sexual orientation and gender expression in order better promote and foster a safe and respectful culture within the district, I would like to bring to your attention 2 actionable steps to recommend to Board Policy 5145.31 titled Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Students by allocating funds for and/or encouraging each school site to prioritize having a full-time social worker to provide school site transition support. The district must continue to invest and build our Connect Center support roles and services, both fiscally and with their time. We have a LGBTQ+ task force. We want to see there. Staff and peers honoring names and pronouns of students, staff, and community members. Labeling gender-neutral single-stall restrooms that are accessible across campus and permanently unlocked when vacant at all school sites and facilities across the district. Providing gender-neutral locker rooms comparable to gender/gender segregated locker rooms so students do not have to change in the nurse's room across campus or buy a toilet in the gender-neutral restroom in the name of privacy and safety. Additionally, the gender-neutral locker room space should include actual lockers for students' belongings to be stored during PE. Updating challenging dress code policies. For example, a PE dress code policy that says PE clothes must touch the skin, absolutely no undershirts or T-shirts or leggings of any type may be worn under your PE uniform, does not provide discretion or protection for students that wear binders or other apparel to dress in accordance with their gender identity and or gender expression. Tracking and comparison of bullying and harassment incidents by school site to provide ongoing critical intervention. As we celebrate Pride, we must also commit to the actions necessary to address inequities in our district. And the second comment is from Stormy Bergen, and it says, I believe that the schools should have gender-neutral restrooms and locker rooms. The reason being some students may not feel safe or comfortable in the boys or girls restroom or locker room if they are non-binary. I also think it is the school's job to make sure the students are comfortable, safe, and happy. And that's the final public comment.
We can't hear you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Board Member Morawski. We had a motion, a second, and the student preferential vote was cast in favor. Can we please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Ryan.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Yes.
The motion carries. Item 7.3, recognition of students of the California State Seal of Biliteracy, which will be presented this evening by Christine Beta and Vanessa Gerard.
Hey team, we should have a video of this. I don't know, Vincent, if you have the video. Mr. Flores. Oh, good.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, and staff. My name is Vanessa Gerard, and I'm the Director of Multilingual Literacy through June 30th. I'm here to celebrate the Seal of Biliteracy recipients with you today. We have a wonderful group of students from Sacramento City Unified who have worked very, very hard. The California State Seal of Biliteracy is an award given to graduating seniors who must attain high levels of achievement in English language arts and in a world language. Students can demonstrate competency in a world language through testing in the AP, IB, or SAT-2 program, or through coursework taken with a high GPA. The Sacramento City Unified School District has continuously grown its Seal of Biliteracy program. In 2020, 312 students will receive 314 seals. Yes, that's right, 2 of our students earned 2 seals of biliteracy. This represents a slight increase in the number of seal recipients over last year, a remarkable accomplishment given our current circumstances. I'll say more about that in just a moment. The seal recipients hail from 10 different high schools and received the seal in 10 different languages. Approximately 2/3 of the seals were awarded in Spanish, followed by French, Japanese, German, and Hmong. 265 students pre-qualified in their target language by taking coursework or by passing AB, IB, or SAT-2 exams. 49 students qualified by taking the state-approved exam offered annually in our district to qualify students for the seal. But like everything this year, the seal testing was going to be different. Once Sac City received word from the Sacramento County Office of Education that we were allowed to test languages online at a distance, the Multilingual Literacy and Curriculum and Instruction offices jumped into gear. Soon, 10 training specialists and coordinators began contacting 30 of their own students from our master list. The plan was to shepherd these students, supporting them logistically, technically, and emotionally through all the steps of the SEAL exam process. After 3 weeks and more than 2,000 emails, 300 phone calls, 24 Zoom sessions, Sac City tested 68 seniors in 10 languages. 49 passed. The persistence and diligence shown by the students as they were shepherded through the multi-step process, which included completing affidavits and surveys, scheduling Zoom sessions for the oral and written exams, and by the adults who committed to tracking every single student during the process, was an uplifting example of what staff and students can accomplish together. I offer my heartfelt thanks to the ELA, ELD training specialists for their support, also supported by the GATE office. Enough for me. We wrangled a few students to send us videos of themselves sharing the importance of being bilingual. I will say in advance that our video results skewed female. I assure you that we do have male recipients of the Seal of Biliteracy. Here are the students.
Yo creo que ser bilingüe es importante porque te abre muchas puertas, ya sea en tu vida social o en el trabajo. Ser bilingüe te permite comunicar con más de un grupo de personas. Eso quiere decir que puedes traducir para una persona que no habla inglés. Ser bilingüe es algo de que estar orgulloso y necesitamos más gente bilingüe para mejor ayudar a la comunidad. I think being bilingual is important because it opens many doors, whether it be in your social life or in the work environment. Being bilingual allows you to communicate with more than one group of people. That means you can translate for a person that might not know English. Being bilingual is something to be proud of, and I think more people should be bilingual to better help the community.
Ang Amerika ay bayan ng madaming wika at mga kultura. So, ibig sabihin nun, madami rin mga tao na hindi gaano magaling sa English. At dahil madami ang mga language na alam mo, pwede mo silang tulungan para i-translate yung mga nakasulat o sinasabi na English. Dahil minsan hindi nila malalaman kung anong nakasabi dahil hindi sila gaano kagaling sa English kagaya mo. So, pwede mo silang tulungan at pwede mo silang i-lead para malaman nila kung anong nakasabi o anong nakasulat. I think knowing multiple languages is very beneficial. America itself is a very diverse country. We have multiple cultures and backgrounds in this country who know multiple languages. And the ability to know multiple languages means you can help translate those who aren't as strong with English as you are.
So if they ever need help to understand what's written in English or spoken in English, you can help translate it for them because you know the target language that they hold.
Hola, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Jessica Sánchez y ahora les voy a explicar la importancia de saber otro idioma. Es muy importante saber otro idioma porque te abrirá muchas puertas en tus objetivos profesionales y en tu educación futura. Te ayudará a beneficiar tu comunidad porque vas a poder interpretar para ellos y ayudar a tu comunidad a crecer en otro lenguaje. The importance of knowing another language is that it will benefit you in the long run. It will benefit you in your career objectives as well as your future education. It will help you benefit your community in multiple ways. You'll be able to increase the population of what languages in your community.
My name is Sophie, and 报名到好了呢，政府组织接触他们的决定，我报考虑不报结果的不英语，是等的结果。Transfer 了去考虑的决定，我去报了的一家人。I think it's important to learn multiple languages because you can broaden the horizon with who you can communicate with, as well as make new friends, and you can also help translate for those who don't know English as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide recognition to these exceptional scholars this evening. I hope that Sacramento City Unified maintains its emphasis on multilingualism and continues to grow the seal of biliteracy in the upcoming years. Good evening.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, no public comment.
We want to once again congratulate our incredible scholars. Your accomplishment, the bell rang, time's up. Your accomplishment is worthy and will take you far in life. Okay, item 7.4, approving resolution number 3150 to support the California Assembly Constitutional Amendment ACA 5 to put a ballot initiative to repeal Prop 209's ban on affirmative action. This will be presented tonight by Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Board President. So, just with the prior item, it just took me back to the early 90s when, as a young student at UC Davis, I witnessed a series of propositions that were passed by California voters that were very frightening at the time. In 1994, Proposition 187, 1996, Prop 209, and then 1998, Proposition 227. So I am excited to hopefully get the support of my colleagues to support ACA 5, this resolution, that it would essentially give voters the opportunity in November to repeal Proposition 209, which essentially explicitly prohibited the use of gender and race from being considered in public contracts, from being considered in public employment and public education. So 25 years later, I don't need to tell you that the consequences of that Proposition 209 have been detrimental, especially to African American and Latino students, whom saw their admissions tank by 12 to 60%, depending on the UC campus. So I think it's really important to support this resolution so that we can have the opportunity as voters in November to once again ask ourselves, what is it that we want? How do we want to address the systemic gender and racial discrimination that we have in our country and that we're seeing in our state and communities? It's palpable. And this is one opportunity to do that, colleagues, is to support this resolution to, again, to repeal Proposition 209 and end gender and racial discrimination in our system. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. We have one public comment. and it's from Brandon Garcia. And it says, I support ACA 5 and support the recommendation for SUSD to adopt this resolution. I appreciate the board moving in this direction, and as a former SUSD student of color, I am glad to finally see public support on this. However, I want this resolution to become more than just words on paper. The district needs to work proactively with the individual schools in SUSD to ensure that students of color aren't being left behind. My experience with SCUSD has shown me that much work needs to be done on this end. Schools that serve communities of color often have the least amount of resources and are not prioritized. When those schools do have resources, they are not directed towards students of color that desperately need them. My elementary school, Washington Elementary, was a Latinx serving school in the early 2000s that was under threat of shutdown at least twice while I was a student there. And that's the only public comment.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and call for a motion. I'm going to make the motion. In full disclosure, my organization, the Campaign for College Opportunity, is helping to lead much of the coalition work to ensure that this is successfully enacted. We think it will be a great step towards leveling the playing field, both in admissions at the university level, but also in hiring to ensure that our faculty and the teachers reflect the diversity of the communities they serve, which is a game changer. Do we have a second?
Second.
Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh, actually, sorry, we need a roll call vote since we're on Zoom. My
Yes.
apologies.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Ryan.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Yes.
We have a unanimous passage of a very important equity resolution. We're moving on to item 8.0, public comment. Now, I know due to the volume of public comments we have that some were not categorized. They're actually budget requests that we were going to be moving them based on category into the appropriate agenda item. Is that correct, Superintendent?
Yes, we have already categorized all public comment based on agenda items.
Okay. And how many do we have in the public comment item 8.0?
Ms. Moretti, can you provide that answer, please?
Yes, there's 320.
Okay. And the 320 will be heard in 8.0 versus 9.1 budget, even though many are a budget request.
Yes, we have them categorized under 8.0.
Can I please have guidance from Mr. Behrens?
Yes.
They are a budget request. They have come in under item 8.0, but they really are related to item 9.1.
Correct. They should be addressed under 9.1, any public comments regarding the budget.
Okay. So with that being said, Ms. Moretti, please, I want you to begin by taking all of the public comments on 8.0 non-agendized items, all of the public comments that are in fact related to 9.1, the public hearing on the budget. That would include any public comment on SROs to item 9.1 public comment. Does that make sense?
Do you mean all of the comments on SROs or just the ones that are SROs that refer to the budget?
If they're related to the budget, they should be under the public hearing 9.1.
Okay, it will take a little time to resort them because there are so many.
Do we have anyone who can help with that while Anne reads the non-agendized public comment items? And
yes,
You can go ahead and begin based on the non-agendized public comment items. I'm sorry to throw you for a loop. I recognize that this is a situation where, because we're online and not together, we don't necessarily have the ability to have extra hands on deck to be responsive to this. My understanding is the SRO related items are all with the specific request that we defund the SRO contract, which is why I was asking, should they be appropriately put into the budget presentation?
Mm-hmm. I see, but they're all worded a little differently.
Okay.
It depends on the comment.
Thank you, Anne. Mr. Behrens, will there be any potential challenges in keeping them in 8.0 public comment if they specifically reference budget?
If it's specifically referencing the budget, or even by inference objecting, they should all be under 9.1, the public hearing.
Okay. So Anne, what I'm going to suggest, once again, I'm going to suggest that we actually move all of those comments into 9.1. So all SRO related comments will be moved into item 9.1 after that budget presentation and public hearing. All other items related to non-agendized items will remain in 8.0 public comment. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, and if I can be just a bit more specific based on what I'm seeing, and so you would be moving all SRO related public comments, and it looks to me like the set of public comments related to the parent participation preschool program then as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll begin reading the others now then?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome. So the first comment is from Cornelius Burke, and it has to do with Aspire Charter School. And it says, I am emailing in support of the charter for the Aspire Charter School. Attached to this email is my letter of support. I urge and respectfully request that you support Aspire Public Schools Capitol Heights Academy. And the letter says, Dear Board of Trustees, I write in support of the material revision of the charter for Aspire Public Schools Capitol Heights Academy in Sacramento. As an organization that serves over 80% Black and Latinx students, the charter revision request represents a reaffirmation of Aspire's commitment to Sacramento's underserved students and a deepening of their investment into our community. I support the charter revision for a number of reasons. Sacramento needs an educated workforce with strong ties to our community. The exceptional academic performance of Capitol Heights Academy will help develop the next generation of our city's leaders. Aspire instills in its students the value of giving back by encouraging them to return home after college. And the next public comment is from Fabian Munoz, and it says, to whom this may concern, hello, my name is Fabian Munoz. I am an employee with Aspire Capitol Heights Academy here in Sacramento. I have been with Aspire going on 5 years now. This place is wonderful and a very warm place to be for the whole community. We have built long-lasting relationships with families and staff. These relationships are very important in the success of our future generations, relationship that needs to stay intact. I look forward to every school year to help our families and staff achieve the goals we have set for ourselves. The main goal we have set for ourselves is college for certain, which I'm sure we can all agree on, even if you are not part of our organization. At this point, we need to grow and grow together to spread this goal throughout our community so that the future is secure for these new generations. We all at Aspire Capitol Heights Academy are ready to go further with this goal to change the direction and future, not just locally, but nationwide. This is why I write this letter to you today, to let you know it is time for us to grow. Like our children need to grow, so does our school. Please let us grow. Thank you for your time and your support. And the next public comment is from Karen Hall Sandlund and is on district distance learning. As a parent and teacher in this district, I wanted to share the experiences and feelings of my own children my students and myself about distance learning. I appreciate all the efforts made by staff at varying levels to help students feel connected to their school communities. I think the overall sentiment from everyone I have spoken with since we left schools in March is that distance learning pales in comparison to learning at schools. While some families thrive during this time away from school, creating dynamic and interdisciplinary learning opportunities tailored especially for their children, most people I know have really struggled with the everyday living in this new situation, not to mention the added responsibility of helping to facilitate their child's education in some way. I watched the will to learn and stay engaged gradually slip away as the days and weeks wore on. It is clear to me that our will forces are tied to place. And the next comment is from Emily Mizokami. And it says, as a mother of 2 Sutter Middle School grads, I would like to formally begin the process of renaming Sutter Middle School. Sutter enslaved hundreds of California indigenous people and was a racist who laid the groundwork for the systemic racism we are continuing to endure. The statue was recently torn down in Sacramento, and it is time for his name to be removed from one of the top middle schools in the district and truly make this school the pride of the city. Thank you. And there's a second comment on this subject from Elizabeth Lindman, and it says, hello, I request that the school board research the elementary school name of Peter Burnett. According to my readings, Mr. Peter Burnett had a history of exclusionary practices in Oregon and California. Thank you. The next public comment is on child development layoffs, and says is from Gulale Shitab, and says, I am writing to you on behalf of all child development teachers. The issue of layoffs date back to February 2019. We were laid off wrongfully, and I emailed all of the board members, superintendents, and the HR director. I told you that it is against the education code to lay off any child development teachers out of order of seniority. Why did it take a judge to make you do the right thing? In addition, the child development grant was returned by the director of the program, who is supposed to be an advocate to expand this program, but she returned the grant to the grantor. Why is she not being questioned? Why did Ms. Bonini return the grant from Sacramento Child Development when it was created to serve the children? You all closed nearly half of the child development program. We are now serving the administration and managers during the summer rather than children. And that's the last public comment that is not SRO or parent participation preschool related.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Moving on to item 9.0, public hearing. 9.1, the public hearing on the proposed fiscal year budget 2020 to 2021. This will be a presentation for information only, with the next board meeting hosting our budget adoption. And if I can please request our board members who are no longer on camera to come back, especially to make sure that we're actually maintaining a quorum. Thank you. Okay, item 9.1.
Ms. Ramos, are you muted?
Sorry about that. I did. Yes, I just realized I was.
Thank you, Ms.
Apologies. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, superintendent, members of the public. Tonight, Cami Calais, our budget director, and myself, Rose Ramos, CBO, will be presenting the 2020-21 proposed budget. If you could please move over to the next slide. Thank you. Before we get started and diving into the numbers and looking at the projections for the coming year and the 2 out years, it's important that we provide a little bit of background on the assumptions that were used and the planning factors to build this budget. And the reason for that is because although when we're bringing the budget forward like we have in previous years, they're typically tentative budgets because they're based on the governor's May revise, and we know that there's changes that happen between May revise and when the state budget is finally enacted. But in this case, this year, the May revise looks very, very different than from what we were looking at when the governor proposed his January budget proposal. And mainly this is due to the economic decline in the economy and the impact that it's had on the state revenues, which have resulted in a significant budget deficit for the state. So the projections we were looking at in January did include a positive COLA, whereas now May revised includes a negative COLA, which is very drastic of 7.9% when you net it out, which is a very big departure from what we were anticipating. And of course, this applies to all districts in California. And so this budget is being considered right now like a worst case scenario budget, because we also know many of us have been hearing the information being released from the state about the Senate's version, the Assembly's version, and recently the legislature landing on a budget that differs from the governor's budget, which is far more in favor of funding for K-12, which doesn't have the drastic reductions, but yet the governor hasn't acted on that or enacted that budget. So we're kind of caught in between, you know, where is funding going to really look like for us? However, you know, as school districts, we are, you know, it's recommended that we follow May revise. We use that to build our budgets, and then we come back and present you with the revised budget. But in this case, we just wanted to make sure that we clarified that up front before we go into the numbers, because again, the May revise included very, you know, drastic reductions that we were not expecting prior to all the COVID-19. And so our numbers look terrible. I mean, when you start to dive into the numbers and the multi-year projections and the cash flow, they really accelerate our cash flow challenges and result in a negative ending fund balance for our budget year. But we know that that's probably where we're not going to end up. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone and just say that we are very aware of this, and we don't expect this to be the final budget, and we will be bringing back information as soon as it becomes more available. And we're staying tuned with what's happening down at the state, and we expect to receive some information in the coming weeks to show what really we can plan on for the coming year. So, and just to give you an example, in this next slide, please, these are the differences we're talking about, which make it very difficult for us to even model some scenarios to bring to you, okay, well, if this doesn't happen, this is what this is going to look like, and I'll go down this list. This is a slide that shows the difference between the governor's May revise, and it's not all of the details, obviously, it's just the major items that impact our K-12 funding specifically, and the recently approved legislative budget. So the trigger, starting with that one, there's a difference in how they treat the trigger, and the trigger I'm referring to the reductions. The May revise builds in the reductions from the get-go, assuming worst case scenario, there is no federal relief money. It assumes that, you know, this is the state's budget is having to fill this huge gap without assistance. And so that's applied from the get-go. Whereas the other version, the Senate and Assembly version, theirs is more of a trigger on. If the additional federal funds don't materialize, then they will trigger on the reductions. But those reductions will not be a Prop 98 reduction, meaning that we will not see that by way of a funding reduction. Instead, it will be applied to some kind of a deferral. It was projected last when we were looking at this at about $5.3 billion for K-14. So meaning they would just push out our money. That would still impact us, of course, because it would have an impact on cash flow, but we would still be getting the money at some point. And then the other is the treatment of the COLA for LCFF. Under May revise, there's that effective reduction of 7.92%, whereas under the legislation version, they do not apply a reduction to the COLA. Instead, they fund the COLA at 2.31%, which is, you know, quite positive for us. And then for the categorical programs under the governor's May revise, they do experience a funding reduction, whereas under the other version, there is no funding reduction, are instead funded at the 1920 level. So again, in our favor. And then this is the big one that makes it very tricky for us to try to model some scenarios, because there are just not enough details under either of these scenarios. Under the governors may revise that learning loss mitigation one-time federal funding that's available of $4.4 billion may revise, proposes to allocate this based on special ed population, which is, that's the same as the legislative budget. But where they depart is that the governors may revise proposes to allocate this to LEAs that qualify for concentration funds only. Under the other version, it will be based on LEAs that receive LCFF funding. So that can change drastically, right? Under the may revise, there's less in the pot, so meaning there's more money for less districts, and the other you spread that money over more districts. And so this is what all of us are grappling with in the state, right? How do we come up with, okay, so what is an alternative calculation that we can give you? And we cannot. It's just, there could be so many variations that we could spend quite a bit of time doing this. So at this point, we're just making sure that we're informing everyone that this is a tentative budget that we're bringing before you, knowing that there's going to be some significant changes in the few weeks to come, and hopefully sooner than that we'll know. The other thing that we know with the state, and you all know this as well, is that the tax receipts that they were delayed to July 15th, the state is still waiting to see what that assessment is going to look like. What kind of impact is that going to really have on the state budget, so that they can have a better idea of what kind of revenue they have in this coming year. So there's just some big unknowns out there that we're tied to, that we're waiting on in order to finalize our budget. But yet we have to bring the budget forward to you in order to meet our required deadline. So, and then of course I can open up this questions at the end of our slide presentation. So having said that, our next slide is the agenda for this evening. We're going to start off with the current year's projected estimated actuals, just to show you how we're doing this year in terms of almost getting to the end of the year, and how we're looking different from what you last saw when we presented third interim. And then we'll go into the proposed 2020-21 budget. And then follow up with the multi-year projections, and we'll summarize the information and then open it up to the hearing. So the next slide. Here are the estimated actuals for 1920. When you last saw the information, it was presented to you as of third interim, and there's not been much of a change since third interim, just a slight decrease in the unrestricted general fund ending balance, and this is due to some increased costs, not due to revenue reductions. And you'll see, a little bit more information on what these increased costs were. It's a net increased cost of $600,000, but there was some positive savings, mostly in supplies. And then we had a little bit of an uptick in our salaries and benefits, and this is just due to benefit changes. And then we had some service expenses go up of about $700,000. Of course, our capital outlay had a little bit of an increase, and then the indirect follows with any expense increase. And on the services, I can spend just a little bit of time just to explain what those changes were there. Those were mainly services that were provided to students in the areas of online credit recovery, or PSAT, SAT testing, the Saturday attendance recovery programs, our tutoring and homework assistance for foster youth. So we did see some of those additional expenses that come in to assist students in this last quarter. And so in our next slide, we go into our enrollment trend, because of course our ADA does drive our funding, our LCFF funding, and just wanted to show you how we've been looking for the last 10 years and how we're looking now, and what we're projecting for the next couple of years out. And as we've been sharing with you, what we are noticing as far as our enrollment pattern is that the decline is starting to taper off a bit, and we're starting to now stabilize just a little bit. Although we are still projecting a slight decline for next year of about 200 students, which is a lot less than what we had seen in the last 5-6 years. And for the next 2 years, somewhere in that same neighborhood. And of course, as we've shared before, our enrollment projections are not stagnant. We do make adjustments throughout the year as we start to see changes, whether it's a decline from projected or an increase from what we projected. And so right now at this point in time, we are gathering all of our data from our open enrollment period that we just completed, and then additional information that's coming in from the school sites as far as students enrolling in the district or disenrolling in the district. And we combine all that data and apply it to our projections to see where we are at this point in time. And so we'll be sharing more information with you on our revised numbers as soon as we have that information available. But again, that is not, that's not a stagnant number. And then our next slide goes into our proposed budget for 2021. And again, just reiterating that this is a tentative budget based on the May revise, which has the drastic reductions. And so as you'll see, for this coming year, we are projecting a ending fund balance of negative 5.2 million, which is a very big change from what you saw at third interim. And this is before the 2% required reserve. And I'm sure you've been hearing other districts as they're presenting their budgets also, revealing some very major changes as far as their projections are concerned, and trying to implement whatever reductions they can into their budgets in order to maintain fiscal solvency. You are going to see, if nothing changes as far as May revise, which we know it will, you will see districts that are having to change their status from positive to qualified, and in some cases maybe even negative. But there are some districts who still have an opportunity to make reductions, whereas our district, we've made significant reductions in the last few years, over $30 million and ongoing. Any others will be just one-time savings, which help in the current year. Of course, they shore up our ending fund balance a little bit, but they're not sustaining ongoing reductions. So this budget does not include any ongoing reductions because there are very few left, unless of course the board decides to take action on any other reductions that that it chooses to, and we will then adjust the budget accordingly. But just wanted to make sure that was clarified, that this assumes that we are maintaining our level of services this year, and that this is using the May revise assumption for this budget, or this tentative budget. And so now I'm going to turn it over, next slide, to Cami, and she's going to go into some of the details of the 2021 tentative budget.
Thank you. Good evening, Board and Superintendent. So I was going to start with the proposed LCFF revenue. We are anticipating receiving $379 million based on the governor's May revise, which is a reduction of $32 million from our current levels. And this again is assumes the suspension of the 2.31% COLA and applies a 10% reduction, which results in that 7.92 deficit factor, which is applied. And then based off of that, this breaks out the reductions for the base grant, supplemental, and so forth. And so we would, in our current year, we are receiving $411 million and then projecting currently to receive $379 for LCFF funds. Then moving on to the next slide. This slide goes over the funding factors, breaks out our base grant per ADA, and then the grade span amounts for our base grant as well as our supplemental and concentration. And then next slide, please. And so for our 2021 budget, our Education Protection Act, which covers both Prop 30 as well as Prop 55. So Prop 30 was a temporary tax increase, sales tax increase from 2013 to 2016, personal income tax increase from 2012 to 2018. And with Prop 55, it extended the personal income tax increase through to 2030. The tax revenues received are placed into an Education Protection Act account. And then with Prop 30 and Prop 55, it includes several accountability measures, which includes discussing the spending plan at a governing board public meeting. Funds cannot be used on administrative costs. We are required to publish the information on our website, which includes both revenue received as well as expenditures. And the information is also included in our annual financial audit. For 2021, our projected revenue is anticipated at $48,794,201, and we are expecting to use these funds for teacher and salary benefit costs. And then for our other funds, we are projecting contributions to other funds. For adult ed, we're expecting 596,000 contribution. For child development, we're anticipating a 438,000 contribution. And to our charter schools, we are anticipating a contribution of 824,000. This again is based on the governor's May revise, in which all programs face a significant revenue reduction, as well as an increase in our health and benefits in the double digits for classified of 14% and 8.88 for certificated staff, which has resulted in some of these contributions. And then another is for other fund, for Fund 21, I know in our financials it currently shows a negative ending fund balance, but it's due to a drawdown. So we have several projects that have come to a halt, and so we're kind of going through those and changing some of the completion dates or getting rearranged. So we are not anticipating an actual negative ending fund balance, and we also are going to be using some of our CARS funds that we will be receiving next year to replenish the account. So right now we have only been drawing down from the account as we're actually expending the funds, and we're leaving the majority of those funds at Treasury, so then we can maximize the interest that is earned while they're being held at Treasury. The next slide, please. And then for our multi-year assumptions, from our second interim comparing to our proposed budget for 21-22, there's a difference of $48.7 million. And for 22-23, we're expecting a loss of $60.7 million. And then for federal revenue, we also are going to be reducing in 21-22 for our CARS funds, which are one-time, and then as well as SIG, which we will be losing in fiscal year 21-22. So there's a reduction of about $30 million in our federal revenue. Next slide, please. And then this covers our assumptions that were used. So the multi-year includes an increase for contributions for STRS and PERS, and netted against the May revised proposed rates, this is still an increase of $5.32 million. There's an increase in health benefits, 8.88% for certificated and 14% for classified for future years, which would cost the district $6.7 million. There's an increase in special ed of $13 million, $7 million in 21-22, and $6 million in 22-23. And then also with our multi-year for supplies, our supplies includes one-time expenditures of $5 million for textbooks, another one-time textbook adoption, and some IT equipment, which would total about $4.5 million. And then with the remainder of the other supplies, the increase from third interim to adopted budget is restoring some of these accounts back to the initial allocations. So we allocate funds to school sites based on enrollment. For elementary sites, for instance, we allocate $51 per student, for middle school 56, and then for high school at 86 per student. And so that's the increase that you see for textbooks is mostly, and then the remainder of it's also in CARS funds. So we use some of the CARS funds or as a placeholder account. We do anticipate replenishing the Fund 21 for the Chromebooks that were purchased this year. So we have about $5.5 million sitting in the supplies line, $3.3 million in services and contracts, and about $200,000 for any OT or other salary related costs. And again, we just use these accounts as placeholder accounts until additional information is known. And some of this was based off of how we're spending some of our state relief funds in our current year. And then next slide, please. And then this shows the multi-year projection. So in our fiscal year 2021, we have an anticipated net decrease of $69 million, which would leave the district with an ending fund balance of negative $5.1 million. And then projection year 21-22, which includes that $30 million revenue reduction, which 15 is for CARS funds and about the other 15 is from losing SIG, which would result in a net decrease of $96 million, which would result in a negative ending fund balance of $101 million. And then in projection year 21-23, 22-23. Our projected net decrease is 108 million, which would again leave the ending fund balance at 210 million. And as Rose has stated, we do anticipate bringing back and providing an updated budget once additional information is known, and with the updated state budget. And this is again just based on the governor's May revise. Next slide.
So this is and so basically that's the tentative budget in a nutshell. A lot of information in a few slides. We realize that it's a huge budget, but again, I can't reinforce enough that these are very preliminary numbers, and we do anticipate some changes. So just based on the May revise, of course, as Cami shared that multi-year projection slide, it looks really drastic and just very negative compared to what you've seen in the past. And so just based on that, that would assume that our cash challenges, of course, they get accelerated and they start as early as February. And so that we will revise that as soon as we have more information and we can give you a better indication of where we're really going to land when it comes to our cash challenges and our ending fund balance. Now, as far as opportunities are concerned, what we can hope for or plan for, the federal relief money, we do know we're going to get some of that federal relief money. We just don't know how it's going to come to us in terms of an allocation. We know one pot will be reserved for special ed. We just don't know if the other pot's going to be for everyone statewide. When I say everyone, I mean all districts or just those of us to get concentration funds. And then the additional LCFF funding, should the governor agree to the Senate's version, the legislature's version of the budget, and go ahead and fund the COLA at the 2.29%, that will certainly then change completely our projections and our cash flow timing issues. And then, of course, if the economy starts to turn around a lot quicker, that's going to alleviate, this burden on the state, which in turn then trickles down to programs that the state funds, including K-12 districts. But the risks for us, and this is the big one, this is the one that does concern us a little bit, because we just have, it's very difficult right now to assess what the impact is going to be on additional or continuing COVID-19 costs. Right now we do have enough with our state relief funds and with the current CARES allocation that we got of $15.8 million to support the current costs that we've experienced, including that the $5 million that was spent on Chromebooks that we will be reimbursing the bond account for. However, what we don't know is that what are those costs going to look like as we start to open up our school sites, as we start to bring back all of our workforces in terms of accommodating and providing a safe environment for all of our populations. We're listening into as many webinars that are out there as possible, and all districts, actually the entire country, is grappling with it. What is that going to look like? What are the models going to look like? And what are they going to cost out as? So we're trying to cost out things as quickly as we can so that we can get a handle on that. But the risk there is that, if those costs exceed these funds that we're receiving to offset some of these expenses, then that just, makes our situation worse than it already is. And then, of course, the other, Cami touched on that a bit, is the future healthcare costs for our employees. We've been having conversations with our broker, Keenan, and they have shared with us that we should plan for roughly about a 12 to 15% healthcare increase for our classified group effective January of 2021. This is what they're projecting at this point in time. And so based on some of the COVID-19 experiences that are out there and the trends that they're seeing. So we'll have to share more information with you on that as they continue to analyze that and to try to assess that and then project out the impact on future healthcare costs on that. And so that pretty much sums up this tentative budget. And again, we will be bringing back information as it becomes available. And so at this point, we can, I can't recall if we turn it over immediately to the public hearing or we open it up for questions. I'll let our.
So what we're going to do before we go to questions from board members is have public comment at this time. 1 minute per public comment, grouped by topic. Thank you, Rose.
Okay, we have 20 public comments that were submitted specifically on 9.1. So start with those. And the first one is from Richard Wake. And it says, we don't need police officers on campuses. What we do need is a plan for reduced class sizes by hiring more teachers, school nurses, counselors, psychologists, and classified staff. Just wondering, where's the pay cut for the superintendent that makes more than the president? The next comment is from Tony Newman. It says, cancel contract with the SAC PD, invest in social workers, enrichment, extracurricular mental health support. Treat the communities that have the PD on site as if they were your children. Children need support and guidance, not policing. The next comment is from Elizabeth Boyd and says, don't keep in contract with police services. Spend money on counselors and social workers to support the students and teachers. The next comment is from Kate Lennox and says, I urge the board to let the contract with the Sacramento Police Department expire. The $900,000 spent on policing our students would be better spent on educating them. Our students need counselors, nurses, and campus monitors, not cops. Make your slogan a reality. Repurpose the money, put children first by investing in the lives of these students. The district should develop an alternative safety plan with the input of teachers, students, parents, and the community that does not include the police department. I believe that all electeds, including the school board, should, as a goodwill gesture, pledge to accept campaign contributions from the Sacramento Police Officers Association or the Sacramento County Department Sheriff's Association. Any contributions already received should be donated to Black community organizations. The next comment is from Benjamin Ritchie and says, as a SUSD parent, I demand that the district cancel all contracts with the Sacramento Police Department and repurpose this funding for social workers, counselors, special education programs, and programs to provide food security for students. We need to find solutions to the problem our students face, not criminalize them. The next comment is from Christina Gallardi and says, cops have no place in school. Social workers, behavioral therapists, and nurses, as well as education specialists, are underfunded positions in our community and many others. There is clear evidence that these student services help reduce incidents in schools. Please stand with the school boards of major cities across the country, Minneapolis, Portland, Oregon, Denver, Seattle, and Oakland, and end your contract with the Sacramento Police Department. I urge you to take the following actions. Make a public pledge to put an end to contracts with the Sacramento PD and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, their families, teachers, and community for the 2020-2021 school years. 2, reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student support. 3, make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions. The next comment is from Sarah Oshura and says, I believe the SCUSD should cut ties with the SAC PD. Next comment is from Alice Mercer and says, I am joining with Sacramento area congregations together to demand that SUSD stop funding policing of students with SROs and direct that money to the social services our students so desperately need. We demand that the SUSD Board of Education make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2020 to 2021. Reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student support. Make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. And the next comment is from Matthew Ampersand and says, at this critical time in history, I implore you to end the school district's contract with the police. I could cite a long list of statistics about how policing in schools has not caused any increase in safety, but instead I simply ask for you to think of ways this money can be better spent. It is obvious that public education needs all the financial help it can get. Here is one way to secure more resources, make your community feel heard and seen, and make better choices for our future generations. Next comment is from Owen Howlett and says, I'm concerned about SUSD potentially having police officers on campus. This seems like a poor use of public funds, given how little crime occurs on campus and how ineffective officers have been in preventing school shootings. Also, further criminalizing the behavior of children isn't something I want to see in our community. All SUSD schools are in urban locations where police and fire response times are very low. So as a parent, I'm not concerned that removing officers from schools would somehow endanger our children, especially given the potential for an SRO's gun to be found and used by a student, as has happened elsewhere. The next comment is from Stacy Hayashi and says, I would like the district to take concrete steps toward eliminating institutional racism in our educational system. The absolute best way to support students right now is to not renew any contracts with law enforcement. I understand the existing contract ends June 30th. You have a huge opportunity here to support students of color in the district. Please take it. You can reallocate the funds for an quote, alternate safety plan, unquote, that has input from students, teachers, parents, and the community. You can put that funding toward therapists, social workers, bilingual staff, and programs that support students. And I would appreciate you pledging not to take any money from police unions as a way to show that you are taking a stand against institutional racism. Thank you for your time and consideration. And the same exact message was submitted by Elizabeth Campbell. The next message is from Melissa Lee and says, I would like the district, oh, this one is the same also, looks like. Yes, Melissa Lee is the same as the one I just read. And now I have, the next one is from Danielle Prince and says, as the board considers the budget for the upcoming academic year in the context of a multi-pronged fiscal emergency, e.g. the district's ongoing fiscal struggles paired with major cross-section economic cuts due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it is more critical than ever that the board use dollars wisely and efficiently. One important way to do this is to use the right tools to achieve school safety on campuses. The well-researched ACLU report entitled Cops and No Counselors provides the following summary of the practices that create school safety in a section subtitled Best Practices for Creating Safe and Successful Schools. A brief extract of the detailed summary includes 1, fully integrate learning support, e.g. behavioral, mental health, and social services, instruction and school management. The next comment is from Imani Wawiru and says, no school resource officers in the SUSD or in any schools for that matter. I ask that the SUSD 1 ends, doesn't accept contracts with the Sacramento Police Department, 2, use alternative safety measures, i.e. counselors in schools instead, 3, doesn't accept any funding / money from the Sacramento Police Department. And the next comment is from Michael Alonji and says, please do not renew the contract with the police department. Having police on campus does nothing positive. Use that money to fund things like the assets program at CKM that is helping students develop skills that will help them in life. The next comment is from Ava Somera and says, please take the time to realize that students are the key to the future. What you're choosing to do and not doing greatly affects how we will turn out to be. Police presence on campus is not necessary and should be defunded. It instills fear of the police in the student body instead of encouraging the student body to learn and grow understandings of their peers. So much more funding could go to the actual educational needs that many schools need, such as supplies, staff, and resources for students. And the next comment is from Nikki Malevsky and says, a quick review of the district's proposed budget for 2020 to 2021 and the next 2 school years reflects a budget totally divorced from reality and one that further demonstrates the district continuing to depict a budget in crisis for political purposes. On May 21, 2020, 1 week after the governor submitted his May revised budget, the district projected a $37.4 million budget deficit in 2020 to 21. Today, even after both chambers of the state legislature rejected the governor's May revise and pushed back against severe cuts to K-12 education, the district projects a $75.3 million deficit for 2020-21, a doubling of the deficit in fewer than 4 weeks. Given the district's abysmal record of budget projections since the implementation of LCFF, the one thing our community can bank on is that SUSD will underestimate the district's revenues. And the next comment is from Junior Goris and says, Superintendent Aguilar and esteemed board, as a parent with a child at MLK Junior K through 8, I am extremely troubled by the cuts forecasted to the children at my site's middle school. While I do understand that the district is burdened by financial restraints and the pandemic changed the world as we know it. However, our children at MLK, in particular the 6th grade, suffered heavily because of the slow response of the district in hiring a retiring teacher. This class went through 12 substitutes and finally got a permanent teacher at the end of January. This particular class had only been exposed to traditional instruction for 5 weeks. Now the district is going to repeat this sense of irresponsibility to our children by cutting our middle school program and expose more kids to educational disruption. Is this the best solution available? In addition, are cuts to our middle school program also being applied equally to our neighboring schools? And the last comment in this section is from Allison French Tubo and says, I look forward to the board addressing questions such as reviewing what answers in the school district certification will put this budget in the red category and context such as how many years since our budget received a green rating. It is a source of great frustration and sorrow that all of us stakeholders except our district operating at a structural deficit in the yellow category for many years, but we can't turn back and clock and claim savings that were never taken. Please listen to FICMAT, SCOE, and the state auditor as they are expert and well equipped to offer guidance on what changes can be made to bring SUSD spending in line with that of other districts which are not in structural deficit. We do not want to follow the path of Oakland USD, which was in receivership from 2003 to 2009, remains today under a financial trustee and still has years left to repay the funds borrowed from the state. And the next grouping is on the parent participation preschool. And the first comment is from Rebecca Gross and says, last week, parent participation preschool parents and teachers were told that we had less than 2 weeks to fill all of the class rosters amid the coronavirus crisis and without any real information about what school will look like in the fall in order to keep the program in SUSD. The teachers are working hard to make this happen, and we are still hopeful. I am writing to you today to tell you again that we are still here. We are still a group of parents who show up to every school board meeting. We are still empowered, involved, and concerned. I also want to make sure that the board is aware that in today's social climate, one in which there is a strong contingent calling for defunding the police and moving from punitive to preventative measures, ending a preschool program that allows funds and energy to be directed toward young children and their families is a very bad look. Is that the legacy that you want to leave behind when the state takes over this district? The next comment is from Lisa Shermer and says, I want to highlight some of the many benefits of the parent participation preschool and hopefully illustrate not only why it is important for students and families, but also for your schools. The research backing the value, importance, and long-term effectiveness of a high-quality preschool programs is well established. So the value for students of a high-quality program like ours is pretty clear. We also know it's more effective and less expensive to address knowledge and skill gaps early rather than down the road. So not only is a program like this good for students, but also for schools. who will have to spend less resources playing catch up trying to fill in potential gaps. But the real unique and special quality of this program is that it gets parents involved at the earliest stages of their child's education and gives them the knowledge and skills to support their students and their schools for years to come. Next comment is from Julian Mack and says, we are excited for our kids' preschool next year at Edward Kelly. Please, please, please continue to support these programs for next year. We are working hard on promoting the preschools, and we have a great parent community for outreach or if we are given time. And the next comment is from Kara Sinhorst and says 2 items. First, I support the Black Parallel School Board's recommendation to remove SROs and end the contract with SPD. Second, the parent participation preschool is an important program that fills a gap between families who qualify for free preschool and those who can afford to pay for private preschool. If we are to work towards having all students being kindergarten ready upon entering school, we need to protect this program. Perhaps it's time instead to end the transitional and early kinder programs, which were meant to be temporary and now serve little purpose. And the next comment is from Nanette Podesta and says, please rescind your vote to close the parent participation preschool. We are willing to pay the higher fees. We will have enough kids enrolled to self-sustain by the start of the school year. As it stands, there is a surplus, which gives the program a little wiggle room to get enrollment up. Please, please rescind the vote. It's such an important program for both kids and parents. My child entering kindergarten is so prepared for success. My 3-year-old and countless number of children need this program, and parents need this program too because it generates over-prepared volunteering parents for all future grades these children are in. Now we are at the SRO comments, and there are 2 in support of SROs, so I'll read those next. And the first is from Mike Sullivan and says, I understand that the district is considering making further reductions to or eliminating the contract for SRO services with SAC PD. I would encourage the district to not be swayed by misunderstandings of the duties of an SRO or police officer or many of the uninformed narratives that have taken hold recently. SROs provide a valuable service to the schools and the surrounding communities. While I don't support police handling disciplinary and other school-related issues, I do support trained SROs being available to keep our campuses safe from violence and criminal behavior from outside sources that often find their way onto school properties. Much of the SRO duties involve dealing with trespassers and traffic issues that must be dealt with for the safety of my child. Additionally, these specially trained officers are so vital to handling mandated reporting issues, especially child abuse. And the next comment is from Emily Kapik and says, Dear School Board, it has come to my attention that you will be voting on whether or not to continue your contract with the Sacramento Police Department. While current events have highlighted that reform is needed within the police department, my hope would be that SCUSD pauses to really evaluate this issue and not jump on the bandwagon while emotions are running high. Investing more money in mental health and social services would no doubt be beneficial and make a difference long term, but let's not fool ourselves with the current reality of what takes place on campus. Our schools are not in a position to keep themselves safe. Just because we discontinue the contract with the police doesn't mean that gang activity will cease or fights will stop. With no police presence, who will handle these matters on campus? Are you willing to let nefarious activity just happen because we are trying to punish the institution of the police department? And then the next message is from Carolyn Timmer and says, I'm a resident of Sacramento in your school district. I demand that SUSD end the contract with the SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. I am calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students. Get police out of Sacramento public schools. And there are a few others that had the same message, and that was from Kate Barrett, Victoria Lisa, and Alexandra Lamarandi. And the next public comment is from Claudia Kirkpatrick, and says, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our students that are negatively impacted by police interactions in their school campus and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education system. We demand that the SUSD Board of Education, 1, make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2020 to 2021. 2, reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Make a public pledge not to take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. And there are 42 other people that submitted the same message. So I'll read their names. Saraf Ahmed, Taniera Vinis, Rebecca Turnbach, Alma Lopez, Johara Vinis, Laura Lopez, Yoli Huani Quetzali, Chloe Campos, Elizabeth Griswold, Corey Ring, Teresa Flores, Nassim Arfai, Christine Bailey, Maja Beatty, Jennifer Umberg, Diana Patterson, Shannon Tartar, Lily Allen, David Kessler, Mohammed Kashmiri, Pedro Alarun, Serene Irby, Elise Doyle Martinez, Angelica Hernandez, Lizette Tafoya, Jillian Jackson, Viviana Quintana, Alice Mercer, Jose Diaz, Marco, Leanna Sanchez, Sarah Nichols, Bill McGavern, Matt Smith, Alice Louie, Jason Wiener, Eric Betancourt, Natalie Sanchez, Naomi Patterson, Valerie Karanen, Jessica Chavarin. And I'll continue on with the next, the final group. And there's 269 in this group. The first is from Jacob Dean and says SUSD should not renew its contract with the Sacramento Police Department, and all members of the school board should immediately pledge not to accept campaign money from police unions. Having police in schools does not make students any safer, and the money spent to put them there could be much better used on badly needed nurses and counselors. As a student at McClatchy High School, my only significant experience with the police there was participating in a walkout after it was revealed that the school's officer had responded to a student telling him that she had been raped by asking if she was a virgin and failing to investigate the incident. Our schools should be places of safety and community, and zoning them with armed individuals from an organization that merely in the past few weeks has shot and gassed peaceful protesters is antithetical to those values. The next comment is from Sam Grusky Millen and says, as a Sacramento resident who cares deeply about my community, I believe it is imperative that we remove police officers from schools. Although police officers were originally introduced to school environments to prevent school shootings, to date, no officer has prevented a shooting. Rather, they have arrested and traumatized students, disproportionately Black and brown, for nonviolent behavior. Please end your contract with SAC PD and reinvest in our students. Next comment is from Lakeisha Beckham and says, I believe Sacramento City Unified School Board should permanently end its contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. Our students need support services, not cops. Our students need people who care and who are willing to help address the traumas they've faced, not cops. Having cops at the schools sends a direct message to our students that their lives do not matter and that the problems they face are less important than zero tolerance measures. They are children who often have and show better patience and behavior than adults, but they get scolded, cuffed, sent to juvenile hall instead of being given the opportunity to change. That's got to stop. No more cops in school ever. The next comment is from Allison Slack and says, I am a citizen of Sacramento County and a mother of 2 children attending the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm writing to you today to demand that the district end its contract with the SAC PD and reinvest those safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. In other words, put the money towards actually helping our children rather than intimidating them with armed authority figures. Despite the fact that my children go to schools with very diverse populations, Sequoia Elementary, Einstein Middle School, and Rosemont High School, as a white mother with white children, statistically, I am much less likely to be directly affected by the practice of having police in school. However, I cannot stand idly by while Black and brown children and their families are continuously negatively impacted and literally traumatized by police. The next comment is from April Lonero and says, I respectfully request the SUSD board to end its contract with city police and reinvest the funding into school counselors, school social workers, and mental health personnel. To end the school to prison pipeline, we need to stop police intervention in school matters that can and should be handled by mental health professionals. The next comment is from Meryl Starr and says, I am Meryl Starr, 84-year-old grandparent, white, and community member with Sacramento ACT. If I were a student of color today in SUSD with feelings and experiences having to do with police intrusion into my life, perhaps a traffic stop of my parent while driving, a view of violence from the recent protests with police uniforms and batons evident, seeing police at my school would make me feel worried and unable to focus on the studies at hand. SUSD board members shift monies used for such in-school policing into the alternative safety plan. Reinvest funds for academic and mental health counselors. Stop taking money from police unions. And the next comment is from, I'm sorry, hold on, my timer's not working for some reason. The next comment is from Sylvia Nola and says, hello, board members. I am writing this to show my support in bringing an end to such SRO contracts. I believe these funds could be better utilized. For example, when it comes to the books, laptops, nurses, counselors, mentors, social workers we lack, it is clear there is no room to be spending our money on unnecessary / helpful resources. I ask that you make a public pledge to put an end to future contracts with law enforcement. that you institute an alternative safety plan built with students, parents, teachers, and other school facility for the 2020 to 2021 school year. How can we make our children feel safe and decide on what's best for them if all inputs are not heard and thought about? Just because police are supposed to protect our communities, it does not mean they actually do. The fact these same police officers could be the ones going out committing all these brutalities occurring today to our Black and brown communities is frightening and not okay. We as well ask that you make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. We must protect our children, be the backbone, and please do what's right. The next comment is from Jeff Pollard and says, as a teacher in the Sacramento region, I highly urge you to end your contract with city police and put those funds into mental health resources for students. Our students need counselors and nurses, not law enforcement on campus. Thank you. The next comment is from Catherine Link Overstar and says, I request that you permanently end SUSD's contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. The presence of police prohibit many students and staff from feeling fully safe, in part due to the history of racism policing in the country. They have no place in our public schools. Studies show that students of color and students with disabilities are more likely to be punished by police in schools. Our schools need more mental health services, guidance counselors, and overall more access to social services that get at the root of the social challenges that we often, to our detriment, try to address through policing. Divest from the police and invest in Sacramento students. The next comment is from Allison Saritz and says, end contracts with the police department. The next comment is from Summer Hunt and says, the presence of police in schools is detrimental to the students. I call on SUSD to end their partnership with the police department, to remove cops from schools, and to instead redirect those funds towards counselors and other student services that would better equip and address the needs of students. The next comment is from Hannah Shanzer and says, I am a community member of Sacramento, District 4. I am writing to demand that the SUSD end its contract with SAC PD. In the wake of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis Police Department's Derek Chauvin, the public school board in Minneapolis voted unanimously to terminate its contract with the city's police department in response to Floyd's death. During the meeting, school board member Kimberly Caprini said, I firmly believe that it is completely unnatural to have police in schools. Additionally, the superintendent of Portland Public Schools said that he was discontinuing the presence of SROs and would increase spending on counselors and social workers. Just yesterday, Denver Public Schools Board unanimously voted to end its relationship with the Denver Police Department. I urge SUSD to follow in their lead. Next public comment is from Megan Thompson and says, please end the contract with the Sacramento Police Department. Police should not be in schools. These are children. Invest in them. Invest in the children by putting more money towards counseling and other community services in the school. No money to police. Next comment is from Katie Hymans and says, hello, I am a parent in Lisa Morawski's school board district. I am writing because I am ashamed when I hear that in 2019, Black students made up 15% of SUSD students, but made up around 32% of the SRO arrests. We have been seeing a nationwide movement to address our legacy of slavery and a culture of white supremacy, but we must do our part to end institutional racism in our own backyard. As recommended by the African American Task Force, we need to sever the expensive contract with the SAC PD and spend all of those resources in adding additional student supports and implementing the alternative safety plans sent to you by the Black Parallel School Board. Dear board members, we will be watching your actions more than your words. Continue on the work you've done and end this contract now. Send a message to the entire community that you are willing to not just listen, but to lead. The next comment is from Ashley Fatigue and says, I'm a lifelong Sacramento resident concerned about the use of SAC PD in our public schools. I believe the funds would be much better used if they were allocated to resources to actually help students like counselors, support staff, etc. I'm concerned that money is going to police in our schools, and yet many teachers have to pay out of pocket for basic supplies. I'd like to see students provided with programs like art, music, and yoga to give them the opportunity to explore parts of themselves they don't often get to inside a classroom. I'm not a parent yet, but the thought of having police inside my child's school provides no comfort, only fear and shame that this is what we deem acceptable in our city. The next comment is from Josie Powell and says, I want to voice support for the board members, Mai Vang and Leticia Garcia, who have called for an end to SUSD's contract with the Sacramento Police Department. In the article published in the Sacramento Bee on June 30th, Bang and Garcia pointed out that antiquated ideas of school safety are furthering the school to prison pipeline in Sacramento and across America. SUSD has taken great steps towards the goal of working against the school to prison pipeline by eliminating SROs stationed on campuses this past school year. But that is not enough. In the 13 years I spent at SUSD schools, I never once felt safer seeing police officers on campus, even in the multiple emergency situations that occurred when I was a student at McClatchy. Yet in my time as an SUSD student, I watched some of the most supportive faculty members The next comment is from Cara Jones and says, permanently end the contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health counselors. And the next comment is from Laura Brownell and says, as a community member and parent of small children, I demand that the contract with Sacramento Police Department be terminated. It is unsafe and inappropriate to have police inside of schools with children. Instead, please reinvest the funds used for policing into counseling and other programs to help support the children and their families. And the next comment is from Erica Kular. It says, please consider ending the contract with police enforcement in schools. Using funds to support teachers, special education, counseling, and mental health services would be much better allocated. Police in schools does not promote safety. It's terrorizing, traumatizing, and ineffective. Sophia White says the school board should end their contract with the police. Police do not make schools safer. At best, they make an uncomfortable learning environment, and at worst, create an actual threat of harm to students, particularly those of more vulnerable communities, students of color, disabled students, and LGBT plus students. Any funds spent on police should be better spent on services that actually help students, lunch services, counseling services, and after-school programs. It's Ursula Yisrael says, end the police contracts and put some action behind kids first by reallocating those funds to much needed school counselors, nurses, and school psychologists. Youth are experiencing pressure and stress beyond what they have ever had to experience. SUSD, make sure you are able to meet scholars where they are when they return to school with the mental health and restorative practices professionals that have always been needed and are now crucial. Police cannot provide these services. Next comment is from Dr. Corinne McIntosh Seiko and says, I demand that the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. Nicole Restmeyer says, please revisit the contracts with SAC PD for school resource officers and remove police from schools. Their presence makes Black and brown children unsafe, puts them at risk of assault and arrest, and upholds the school to prison pipeline. The money should be redirected to hire counselors, school social workers, and psychologists to support student mental health. Marion Bryson says, just say no to the school to prison pipeline, end the SRO contract now. Cops, not counselors. Reinvest in our students. Melanie Sayek says, counselors, not cops. I am writing to demand we get cops out of schools. They terrorize students, particularly students who are Black, brown, or rape victims. Counselors will actually help students. Cops only create the school to prison pipeline. I know this from experience. When I was a child in school, the police threatened me when a classmate was raping and abusing me every day. The police never went after my rapist, and I did nothing wrong. Police in schools only create an atmosphere of terror and distrust and violence. They do not benefit students in any real way, only trauma. They do not keep students safe. Invest in counselors for students to help them to succeed and be safe, not cops. The next comment is from Trina Whitney and says, it is past time for the Sacramento City Unified School Board to permanently end its contract with the city police. Instead of paying for law enforcement, we need to promptly reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. I personally observed the negative consequences to the educations of my nephew, niece, and stepdaughter within SUSD when the district fails to give children adequate positive support, such as counselors. Stop funding the negative and harmful sustained presence of police on SUSD campuses. That money can be so much better spent, and I believe each member of the board knows this to be true. It's time to be brave, bold, and to truly show up for our children. Reinvest police dollars directly into the lives and well-being of our city's kids. Next comment is from Maja Gray and says, I am a community member and would like SUSD to end its contract with Sacramento Police Department and reinvest those funds in programs to support students. Next comment is from Gabriella Den and says, I join SUSD students in demanding that the SUSD Board of Education put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the 2020 to 21 school year. I call on the board to reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Finally, I call on the board members to take a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for your political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. We cannot prioritize unnecessary spending on law enforcement over protecting supportive staff positions. And this one is from Nancy Eek and says, I am tired of seeing my people be killed for their skin color. Enough is enough. I want to see legislation banning chokeholds too. Mandeep Hathai says, please permanently end your contract with the Sacramento Police Department. Police departments as an institution are a danger to the most vulnerable members of our community, and since their widespread implementation at school campuses since the Virginia Tech shooting, they have not stopped a single case of gun violence. They in fact only increase the chance of innocent students being harmed or killed at school by virtue of being there. SACPD in particular has proven themselves irresponsible with the senseless murder of Stephon Clark, in which neither officer involved was charged and both in fact remain active duty officers to this day. School districts across the nation are divesting from their local police departments, and we should be doing the same. My niece will be entering the school system in just a few years, and I do not want armed gunmen from the Sacramento Police Department roaming the halls while she is trying to get an education. Please end your contracts with the SACPD permanently. The next comment is from Jenna Cezanne and says, police do not belong in schools. All they do is scare and punish the children and have not ever stopped a single school shooting. They do not make the children feel safer at all. End the contract and instead invest in programs to actually support the health and well-being of our children. Anna Paratoni says Sacramento must end its contract with the SACPD. The money should be reinvested in resources for students, including counselors, social workers, support staff for students who are disabled or who are ESL. Police officers have no business in our schools. If you continue the contract with SACPD, you are reinforcing the school to prison pipeline and fundamentally failing the children of Sacramento. Julie Tarman says, invest money in our school counselors and social emotional learning not armed campus monitors from the police department. Shar Cezanne says, please end your contract with SAC PD and reinvest in student support services, including police in schools, upholds institutional racism, and is a key component of the school to prison pipeline. I urge you to please choose to invest in the future of the children of our community by redirecting security funds to hire staff who are qualified to deal with the many challenges and behavioral issues that students can face without criminalizing them. Please invest in mental health counselors, social workers, and bilingual staff. Randeep Pata says, I would like to ask that you end your contract with the SAC PD. I don't think schools are the place for armed individuals, whether those are police or anyone else. The public faith in police has been shaken due to recent events. It is not fair to some students to be fearful for their lives with the police presence due to the color of their skin. The students' only focus should be to get an education. As an educator, I can understand how detrimental this can be to students in their learning environment. My young child will be heading to school soon, and I do not want that kind of experience for her. Nur Kassar says, as a member of the community and a parent of an infant who will be a future student, I respectfully request that the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. Thank you. Estela Cortez says, I would like to address the permanent end of the contract between Sacramento City Unified School District with the city police. I was a social work intern with the district from 2018 to 19. I had the wonderful opportunity of doing my field work in one of the student support centers. During my time there, I firsthand saw the need for additional funding in the SSCs. I worked one-on-one with the students and got to hear a lot of their experiences of trauma and difficulty. I also saw the number of students that were suspended and sent out of school. As I am sure you are familiar, trauma shows up in different ways for students, whether it be in the classroom or at home. As a school district that states it is trauma informed, you should make every effort to provide more mental health services for students. You may already be familiar with the school to prison pipeline, and you are further contributing to it by extending your contract with the city police. Next comment is from Gina Marie Pitti and says, I urge you to permanently end SUSD's contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. I'm the parent of 3 school-age students in the district, and so naturally I am concerned about their safety and well-being and that of their classmates and teachers. There is no substantive evidence that having police in schools makes schools safer. The dangers of implicit bias and the school to prison pipeline, however, are enormous. The evidence is indisputable that Black and Latinx students are disproportionately affected by the presence of police officers looking for criminal behavior. And all students suffer in a militarized atmosphere, emphasizing compliance over healthy development. If we care about our youth as students, scholars, and members of our community, we need to invest in resources that support them as such. Jessica Gotch says, I demand that the school district end their contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff members, and student supports instead of our already overfunded and inadequate cops. Thank you. Andrea Swanson says, I'm a concerned community member demanding that the Sacramento City Unified School Board permanently end its contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. The police don't belong in our schools. Their presence is detrimental to the success and well-being of students. Michael Friedman says, I urge you to not renew your contract with the city police and to instead spend that money on hiring more school counselors and student mental health resources. Megan Brown says, I demand the Sacramento City School District end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. I call on SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our city's students. Rebecca Sherrod says, it is time to respond to our students' needs and stop reacting ineffectively. Today is the day to permanently end SUSD contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. Cam Roach says, I demand that the Sacramento City Unified School District ends its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reinvest those safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, school nurses, and student support. No more cops in schools, period. Thank you. Natalie Pritchard says the Sacramento City Unified School District needs to permanently end their contract with the city police and reinvest those funds into mental health and school counselors. Anna Tacolo says, the Sacramento Youth Alliance supports investing in youth, especially youth from the most disadvantaged areas. We are asking that the Board of Education defunds police on school grounds and rather reinvest those funds into student services. It has been proven that the presence of police on school grounds has a negative effect on young people, especially young men of color. We believe young people deserve the right to more positive opportunities and support on school grounds because although youth are only 40% of the population today, we are 100% of the future. Investing in our young people in the schools would help increase cultural competencies, leadership growth, and encourage self-motivation. Megan McAvoy says, please end contracts with the police. It puts our students more at risk of violence than it protects them. We should be instead focusing that money on our students. Education funding has been cut over the years, and our schools need to realize what is actually best for its students. Black students across the country have been attacked by these racist cops. No student should be afraid of coming to school. It's supposed to be a safe place to learn. Giovanni Martinez says, as a community member and resident of Sacramento, I strongly urge the district to please end its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reinvest back in the school's already crumbling infrastructure to provide the tools necessary for the success of students, staff, and faculty. SAC PD has proven themselves ineffective and serve no real purpose at the district. Sophia Carrillo says, students need more support systems at school, not a reminder of force. These students have organized and shared their stories. Trust their wisdom and reinvest in the services they need. Guy Morton says, SROs need to be removed from schools. It has been proven that they have made no change in protecting students in schools. If anything, they make students uncomfortable. Elise Van Drich says, I support the coalition of advocates calling for the SAC school board to end its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and redirect those funds towards programs that help render students more safe, academic and mental health counseling, social workers, bilingual staff, and other student support, not armed police officers. I am a mother of a future SUSD student, and I know the fear that many parents feel with school shootings. It can seem natural to want a presence on campus that ostensibly makes a school more safe, but I am no longer convinced that having armed police officers are the answer to the safety we all wish for our children at school. Safety training and programs and supports for students are such a better use of funds than paying police officers to guard our campuses. Please consider redirecting these funds to people actually working with students and teachers to improve safety and well-being on a daily basis. Alexandra Wright says, please remove police officers from Sacramento school campuses. Investing those funds in school counselors and mental health resources will do much more to keep our students safe than police will. Marlena Bigger says, we do not need cops around minors in schools. There is nothing that makes kids feel more unsafe. We need real counselors and systems to help kids with problems. Stephanie Ketchum says students need to feel safe at school. Having cops with barely any police training, also no implicit bias training. This will lead to unnecessary action inflicted on young people of color, especially Black and brown students. This needs action, training, and education upon. Lead the movement by starting now. Alondra Chavez says, I would rather have a licensed psychologist or nurse on my school campus than a cop. The cops are there to scare, not arrest. The student need to feel safe in the place they study. Why do you think there are rallies against guns? If we are saying no to guns, we are saying no to SROs. Samuel Greenlee says, it is time for SUSD to join the lead of other school districts across the nation and cancel the district contract with the police department. Last August, students spoke before the school board, making it clear that they do not feel safe with officers present in their schools. We know that the pressure of police officers in schools increases the rate at which routine disciplinary issues end up resulting in students entering the criminal justice system. We also know that the district is struggling financially, and it is poor stewardship to continue to allocate such limited funds toward a police contract. The next comment is from Lorraine Pryor and says, I am going to recenter Black children in this space. According to the report, the capital of suspensions, SUSD Black students are the most targeted group with disproportionate discipline. Being that SUSD is number one, we must not gloss over the face that teachers and admin are the initiators of police contact. I would like for it to be noted that specific demographics use the police as personal concierge services. Nothing happens if we remove police, if your admin or teachers continue to call them. A safety is in order, and I would like to see more than just suggestions. Black children are suffering, and no one is going to speak for Black children specifically, and that has to change. Next comment is from Janine Milne and says, my name is Janine and I am a junior at CK McClatchy High School. I ask the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead provide schools with a separate safety plan that incorporates ideas from students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole. I also ask to divert these funds away from hiring police officers and instead direct them to hiring counselors and other people or things that can benefit high school students. I also ask to have schools not associate with police unions or campaigns in any way. Standing up against institutional racism starts with students as they make up the future. By not hiring police officers, we can stand up against the racist system. The next comment is from Boy Van Nguyen and says, I recently graduated from West Campus High School. I ask that the school board reject any future contracts signed with law enforcement and reinvest in other plans to make school a safe and educational environment for students. The next comment is from Itzel Ontiveros and says, I am a sophomore at West Campus High School. I ask the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead provide schools with a separate safety plan that incorporates ideas from students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole. I also ask to divert these funds away from hiring police officers and instead direct them to hiring counselors, other people or things that can benefit high school students. I also ask to have schools not associate with police unions or campaigns in any way. Standing up against institutional racism starts with students as they make up the future. By not hiring police officers, we can stand up against the racist system. And the next comment is from Sylvan Quaddy, and she submits the same message. And also the next one from Jackson Cohagen. Those are the same message. And the next comment is from Stephanie McLaughlin and says, as a community member and resident of Sacramento, I'm demanding that the district end its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and instead invest those funds into academic and mental health counselors, social workers, and other student support staff. Students need to feel safe and supported in order to learn. Cops create an atmosphere of fear and distrust. I'm calling on SUSD board to prioritize students and stand up to institutional racism. Then the next comment is from Heather Downey and says, as a district parent, I ask you to adopt a new path forward and end your contract with SAC PD at our schools. It's time to reinvest those funds in a network of professionals that can address the root of problems our students face and alleviate the systemic pain police presence has on populations of students. The next comment is from Lily Allen and says, I am a member of the community living very close to William Land Elementary School. I'm writing because I'm urging you to end all contracts with the Sacramento Police Department at your meeting tomorrow. Police have shown themselves to be a far cry from public safety and do not belong anywhere near our students. Their district is wonderfully diverse, and we should work extra hard to maintain that by making the most vulnerable students, often Black students, feel safe. Police do not do this. Please reinvest this money in student support services for the most underdeserved students. Please take a public pledge to never take any money from police unions or their affiliates in the future. The time is right for bold action. Please use your power to lead SUSD away from the harmful and deadly Sacramento Police Department tomorrow. Next comment is from Chelsea Tibbs and says, I am an attorney and mother of an incoming kindergartner in SCOSD Trustee Area 2. I am speaking as a concerned parent and community member. I believe this is a critical moment in our country's history. This is a time when communities throughout Sacramento are calling for an end to police brutality. Moreover, students have been isolated at home due to the pandemic and are facing a loss of learning and severe trauma. Studies from the CDE and local LEAs have recognized that students will need increased mental health support in the upcoming school year to address these issues. I believe ending the SRO contract and redirecting the funding is a critical step towards achieving the district's goal of greater racial and educational equity. Please end the contract with SAC PD and redirect those resources to counseling, social workers, bilingual staff, and direct student support. Next comment is from Sierra Gemhart and says, please make the right choice and pledge to not renew any contracts with the Sacramento Police Department. Our schools and students need resources, not police. They deserve to have counselors, social workers, student supports, and policies that work towards racial equity in our schools. Please put our students first. They deserve to be nurtured, not policed. The next comment is from Angela Ashk and says, please divest in police. Please divest in police in our SUSD schools. We need to reinvest in basic needs, resources for all our children, nurses, counselors, teachers, aides, etc. Resources that help our children learn, grow, and thrive. Once we meet their basic needs, we can add resources like technology, art, music, physical activity, teachers for all grades at all schools. Imagine that. What a lovely way to look at meeting the needs of our students and reducing the need for policing. Our children do not need to be policed, especially Black and brown children. It is trauma-inducing, who are disproportionately targeted and experience bias and profiling every day. Our children need love, attention, and resources to thrive. Please use our taxpayer-funded money wisely. We are all watching and listening. The next comment is from Nicole Okamiki and says, I'm a parent of 5 in the district and a community member associated with Sacramento Act. I am writing to let you know that I oppose police presence in any school in the district. The contract between SUSD and the police must not be renewed. I stand shoulder to shoulder with our students who are negatively impacted by police interactions in their school campus and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education. In this time of increased monumentum for Black lives, it would be a powerful choice to show respect and care for the African American students, families, teachers, and staff by doing your part. As a constituent, this is what I want you to do to represent me. The next comment is from Elise Carroll and says, lead with courage and set an example like Portland, Denver, and Minneapolis already have by ending your contract with local law enforcement. Take the millions paid to the Sacramento PD and reinvest those dollars in special education, mental health, academic counseling, and other needed services. The district cannot afford the financial and emotional toll that the PD requires. I put financial first because we all know how the state audit went. Additionally, there is no evidence to show that expanding law enforcement by adding SROs actually results in safer schools, says Mark Schindler, head of the Justice Policy Institute. In fact, the data really shows otherwise, that this is largely a failed approach in devoting a significant amount of resources but not getting the outcome in school safety that we are all looking for. While there are conflicting studies about the effectiveness of police in schools. Next message is from Alan Sanders and says, I'm the co-chair of the Racial Justice Committee of CBI, a member of Sacramento ACT. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our students that are negatively impacted by police interactions in their school campus and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education system. We demand that the SUSD Board of Education make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2020 to 21. Reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. Next comment is from Ruby Paleo and says, as a former social work intern with SUSD, I stand with students and ask that the SUSD Board of Education take the following actions to address inequities in the educational system. 1, I ask the SUSD Board of Education to end their contract with Sacramento PD and stop future contracts with Sacramento PD. 2, I ask that funds allocated to Sacramento PD be redirected to hire social workers, mental health staff, and increase student support services with the intent to improve the academic and mental health of students. In addition, I ask that funds be allocated and reinvested in the community to further support the families of SUSD students. 3, I ask that SUSD pledge to not receive any monies from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. The next comment is from Achives Robles and says, as an educator, I stand alongside the students that are leading the effort to denounce and actively work in eliminating institutional racism in our educational system. I demand that the SUSD Board of Education, 1, make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan that prioritizes restorative justice practices. 2, reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support. 3, make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. The presence of law enforcement on school campuses, along with zero tolerance policies, is disproportionately affecting Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and differently abled students. The next comment is from Taylor Ansell and says, I am a student at C.K. McClatchy High School. I ask the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead provide schools with a separate safety plan that incorporates ideas from students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole. I also ask to divert these funds away from hiring police officers and instead direct them to hiring counselors and other people or things that can benefit high school students. I also ask to have schools not associate with police unions or campaigns in any way. Standing up against institutional racism starts with students as they make up the future. By not hiring police officers, we can stand up against the racist system. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from John Carroll and says, lead with courage and set an example like Portland, Denver, and Minneapolis already have by ending your contract with local law enforcement. Take the millions paid to the Sacramento PD and reinvest those dollars in special education, mental health, academic counseling, and other needed services. The district cannot afford the financial and emotional toll that the PD requires. I put financial first because we all know how the state audit went. Additionally, there is no evidence to show that expanding law enforcement by adding SROs actually results in safer schools, says Mark Schindler, head of the Justice Policy Institute. In fact, the data really shows otherwise, that this is largely a failed approach in devoting a significant amount of resources but not getting the outcome in school safety that we are all looking for. While there are conflicting studies about the effectiveness of police in schools.
And you're doing an outstanding job. That was a repeat of another comment that we received. Same
Yes,
person.
It didn't get matched with the other one. The next comment is from Noemi Gregorio and says, we should all stand with our students leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education system. The students of this district are our future. We demand that the SUSD Board of Education, 1, to make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan. Law enforcement doesn't guarantee safety. Please put a stop to the school to prison pipeline. 2, reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support programs. Offer students extracurricular activities. Offer more clubs for students' enjoyment. 3, make a public pledge to not take any money from public unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. Need money, grant support from parents, or support from the community. The next comment is from Jessica Bolanos Wood and says, tonight you have a major decision in your hands that will help determine the type of schooling experience many students in SUSD will have. I stand with our students in SUSD demanding for a more just education system, one free of police on school campuses. They lead the effort to denounce institutional racism in our educational system. Please make a pledge to finally end the contracts with police once and for all. Work with students, staff, and community to create an alternative safety plan that works for everyone. Those funds can then be reinvested to academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. We will be watching you closely tonight and hope you will stand with your students and take a stand against institutional racism in our educational system. The next comment is from Brandon Louie and says, I am an Area 2 resident with 2 children who will be attending SUSD schools in the near future. I also graduated from SUSD myself, and my mother is a retired SUSD teacher. I am respectfully calling on you to prioritize our students and confront the issue of institutional racism at SUSD by ending the district's contract with SAC-PD. I worked with SUSD students last year in the Student Advisory Council, who conducted a youth-led research project and revealed a consensus among their peers regarding concerns over racial discrimination in their schools and a need for greater investment in academic and mental health counselors. I'm attaching their final report here to remind the board of these critical student perspectives from the district and to reawaken the enthusiasm for action and change. The next comment is from Catherine Link Oberstar and says, I request that you permanently end SUSD's contract with city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. The presence of police prohibits many students and staff from feeling fully safe due to the history of racist policing in this country and in our community. The police have no place in our public schools. Studies show that students of color and students with disabilities are more likely to be punished by police in schools. Our schools need more mental health services, guidance counselors, and overall more access to social services that get at the root of racial inequality and disparate opportunities. Divest from the police and invest in Sacramento students. And the next comment is from Nick Pineda and says, I'm writing to demand an end to institutional racism in our educational system. I was born and raised in Sacramento County, and I attended a SUSD public school, CP Huntington Elementary, from kindergarten through 4th grade. I left the public school system after SUSD inflicted this institutional racism and violence against my older sister. After that, my parents sacrificed everything to send me to private schools, specifically to avoid the institutional racism that's so prevalent in the bad schools that serve my community of South Sacramento. I've been out of your public school system for a long while now, but the song remains the same. Your schools are chronically underfunded, teachers are underpaid, and your students are absolutely underserved. Your textbooks are outdated and falling apart. Your facilities and support systems are entirely lacking. The next comment is from Hannah Shanzer and says, I am a community member of Sacramento District 4. I am writing to demand that the SUSD end its contract with SACPD. In the wake of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis Police Department's Derek Chauvin, the public school board in Minneapolis voted unanimously to terminate its contract with the city's police department in response to Floyd's death. During the meeting, school board member Kimberly Caprini said, I firmly believe that it is completely unnatural to have police in schools. Additionally, the superintendent of Portland Public Schools said he was discontinuing the presence of SROs and would increase spending on counselors and social workers. Just yesterday, Denver Public Schools boards unanimously voted to end its relationship with the Denver Police Department. I urge SUSD to follow in their lead. The next comment is from Najim Benor and says, my name is Najib Benor. I am a resident of Sacramento in your school district. I demand that SUSD end the contract with the SACPD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. I am calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students, get police out of Sacramento public schools. And the next comment is from Corinne Seiko and says, I am a licensed psychologist and I live in SUSD Area 6. I demand that the district end the contract with SACPD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. I am calling on the SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students. The next comment is from Max Cartagena and says, I'm a resident of Sacramento in your school district. I demand that SUSD end the contract with the SACPD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student systems, not police officers. I'm calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students, get police out of Sacramento public schools. The next comment is from Kathleen Lindahl and says, I am writing today to say that I believe it is wrong. It is the wrong decision to spend education funds on contracts with police to be on campus here in Sacramento. I would rather see those funds spent on counselors, campus monitors, bilingual aides, and other ways of helping students who are having difficulties academically, struggling with mental health issues, or dealing with difficult family situations. A kinder, gentler, and racially unbiased atmosphere will go a long way in helping students, keeping them in school, and graduating good citizens. The answer to problems is not always law enforcement, and in many cases not appropriate at all. There were never police on campus when I was in school, and I know that kids aren't really different now. I raised 2 and nurtured 3 grandkids and their friends. Please consider making needed and racially sensitive changes to improve our schools. The next comment is from Rihanna Gordon and says, I am a resident of Sacramento in your school district with 2 young Black children. The rates of suspensions and discipline against Black students coupled with the low rates of graduation is devastating. You need to do better. Our children deserve better. I demand that SUSD end the contract with with the SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. I am calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students, get police out of Sacramento public schools. The next comment is from Kelsey Kittle and says, I am a resident of Sacramento in your school district. I demand that SUSD end the contract with the SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. I am calling on you and the entire SUS Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students, get police out of Sacramento public schools. Cops in schools don't keep kids safer, and they foster fear and distrust of adults. I remember being in high school and fearing our school resource officer in the 90s, and he was harder on the boys than the girls. It was a pointless appointment, and it didn't help anything. Get them out. The next comment is from Jess Scotch and says, I am a resident of Sacramento in your school district. I demand that SUSD end the contract with the SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. I'm calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students, get the police out of Sacramento public schools. And the next comment is from Alejandra Del Agua and says, let's see, I am a second year Master's of Social Work student at San Jose State University. As I have learned during my master's program that the achievement gap is increasing because law enforcement is on school campuses. I understand how people may believe having SROs on campus will create a safer and unified community, but many studies have shown how having SROs on campus will only decrease classroom engagement, hurt school attendance, and create an unsafe environment within the brown and black students due to their negative experiences with law enforcement. Keeping law enforcement on campus will only contribute to the institutional racism that is prevalent today. I urge the board to, one, make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and the community for the school year of 2020 to 21. Reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health, counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support centers. The next comment is from Katie Gibbons. It says, I am an educator and a Sacramento resident, and I strongly urge SUSD to terminate their contract with SAC PD and reinvest those funds in hiring mental health experts, bilingual staff, social workers, and other student and family support services. Our children need to be supported and empowered, not criminalized and threatened. Thank you in advance for positive action taken in regards to this important issue. And the next comment is from Sierra Ramirez and says, I am a citizen of Sacramento and am writing to demand that SUSD end its contract with SAC PD and reinvest that money in programs and professionals that would help students like counselors, social workers, bilingual support, etc. The United States is a racist nation, and the police systematically uphold and enforce racism. School districts funded by property taxes is a racist policy that disproportionately affects Black and POC students. Keeping cops at these poor schools is racist, and it sends very clear messages to students that they do not matter, that they are bad, they are criminal. The SUSD is notoriously corrupt. This is your chance to start doing something right. Invest in the youth. End the contract with SAC PD. Show the people what side of history you're on. The next comment is from Christine Richards and says, I'm a Sacramento resident and I think SUSD should follow the lead of several school districts across the country and end their contract with the police. And Kyle Lowen says, we need the Sac City School District to end your contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. And the next comment is from Emmy Achivas Mitchell and says, please find Legal Services of Northern California's public comment attached to this email. And it says, Legal Services of Northern California is a nonprofit civil legal aid organization providing legal assistance to low-income individuals and families throughout Sacramento County since 1956. LSNC's mission is to provide quality legal services to empower the poor to identify and defeat the causes and effects of poverty within our community. The Sacramento Police Department recently provided data on all arrests on Sacramento City Unified School District campuses from 2014 to 2019 in response to a Public Records Act request. LSNC submits these comments to ensure the board is aware of the stark racial overrepresentation of Black student arrests in the 2019 data. Black students made up around 14.8% of SCUSD's population, but made up approximately 32% of SCUSD's arrests. In Luther Burbank, Black students were 22.1% of the population, but made up 62.5% of the arrests. The next comment is from Mandeep Hati and says, I am a resident of Sacramento County. I'm emailing to ask that you please end your contract with Sacramento Police Department permanently. Police departments as an institution are a danger to the most vulnerable members of our community. And since their widespread implementation at school campuses since the Virginia Tech shooting, they have not stopped a single case of gun violence. And they, in fact, only increase the chance of innocent students being harmed or killed at school by virtue of being there. SAC PD in particular has proven themselves irresponsible with the senseless murder of Stephon Clark, in which neither officer involved was charged, and both in fact remain active duty officers to this day. School districts across the nation are divesting from their local police departments, and we should be doing the same. My niece will be entering the school system in just a few years. The next comment. This one was already read. Next one is from Hassan McWarcher and says, I am a government teacher at the Met. I'm also a second vice president of SCTA and was a member of the African American Achievement Task Force. Today, on behalf of SCTA, I am proud to stand with the Black Parallel School Board, Brown Issues, Sacramento Act, Hmong Innovative Politics, public advocates, and other community organizations in support of Counselors Not Cops, and terminating the contract with the Sacramento Police Department and using those resources to hire additional support staff like counselors, psychologists, and social workers. It's time for this board's actions to match its rhetoric. Put students first. Next comment is from Shia Hazarian and says, as a 5-year Sacramento resident and as someone with the honor of working with students and young people, I have seen the harmful effects of police in our schools. I am demanding that the SUSD board, number one, makes a public pledge to end all future contracts with law enforcement, including but not limited to Sacramento Police and Sacramento County Sheriff, and institute an alternative safety plan that identifies non-law enforcement solutions to crisis. 2, reinvest the funds given to these contracts into academic and psychological counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support services. 3, make a public pledge to refuse any and all money from police unions for any reason, including political campaigns, as a commitment to address your own role in institutional racism. Thank you for your time, and power to the young people. The next comment is from Cecile Nunley and says, tonight I want to make just the one comment in keeping with the headlines of the moment. That is the issue of school resource officer, or SROs, and their use in our schools. As many of you are aware, I personally am opposed to the use of police in our schools, as research and data have shown that the practice enhances the likelihood of young African American males and females having their first contact with the criminal justice system through this process. The first contact then leads entry into the school to prison pipeline. To disrupt this process, a key component to eliminate SROs on our campus. This board made a first and bold step in that direction with reducing the number of SROs and not letting them be stationed at our schools. Along with the nation, I feel it is time for the next phase and make another bold step and eliminate all SROs in our schools. This step, I do understand, must be thoughtful and careful in its implementation and must be replaced with appropriate supports for our most vulnerable students. The next comment is from Gina Diaz and says, my one child enrolled in the Sacramento City Unified School District is in elementary school. I am a longtime educator and researcher of equity in education, and I am addressing you as a community member, parent, and colleague in advocacy for children and education. Thank you for your continued support of children's nutritional and educational needs throughout school closures and into the summer. Our local families similarly need assistance to achieve their goals and thrive at school. These children are the future of our city, and they deserve to have all expertise, funds, and other resources, everything available to them so that they may strive beyond expectation. This is why I'm suggesting you remove law enforcement from our schools and instead find ways to increase support services to youth and their families, ranging from social workers and counselors to adequate instructional support and reviving school leadership preparedness. And the next comment is from Natalie Perez and says, I am a recent recently graduated student of Sacramento State University. As a resident of Sacramento for 3 years and a concerned citizen of this community, I would like to express my support for the SCUSD students leading the efforts to eradicate institutional racism in our education system. It is appalling to me that in the same year Stephon Clark's murderer was allowed to walk free by our city's DA, that this school board thought it was okay to continue holding a contract with the Sacramento Police Department. Please hear the voices of the community and most importantly of the students you are entrusted with serving when we ask for the following changes. 1, make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan. 2, reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. The next comment is from Jay Franco and says, I am an advocate with the SAC Kids First Coalition and currently serve as a board member for Youth Forward, an organization aimed to stop the criminalization of youth and the disinvestment in schools and youth services for vulnerable communities. First off, I'd like to thank the board members that have expressed their support in our efforts as we try to divest from systems that hurt our community to invest in solutions and ideas that build a stronger community. With that being said, police on campus has become a tool of terror and criminalization of our youth. It's no secret that with more police presence, there is more youth conviction, thus funneling the misguided children into the school to prison pipeline. In fact, the ACLU has a report that shows schools with police reported 3.5 times as many arrests as schools without police. And the next comment is from Sarah Barnes and says, my name is Sarah Barnes and my stepson attends a school in SUSD. I'm also a science educator and work closely with several SUSD schools, and my husband is a teacher at Luther Burbank High School. I want to express my strong support for removing cops from school campuses and reinvesting the funds into increasing health and mental health support staff in schools. I have been shocked by the lack of counselors and nurses on the school campuses I have worked with, as well as the prevalence of unsupportive and problematic discipline strategies that target children of color. Cops are not trained or equipped to support student behavior and student mental health, and further, the understandable distrust in police that exists in Black and brown communities means that their role cannot be effective. Next comment is from Lisa Spagnolo and says, I am writing in support of the district's not renewing the contract with the Sacramento Police Department for Sac City schools. I fully support augmented funding for counselors and other professionals who will enhance the well-being of Sac City Unified students and by extension their families. I am the parent of a graduating senior and have continued interest in the vitality of our community schools. And the next comment is from Emmy Mitchell and says, actually, this is the same, this one was already read. It was from the Legal Services of Northern California letter. It's the same. The next comment is from Monica Mares and says, I was born and raised in South Sacramento, a byproduct of SUSD public schools, H.W. Harkness, Rosa Parks, Luther Burbank. Never in my 24 years of life have I ever felt safe around the police officers. Never in my 24 years of life have I thought of police officers as supportive, healing, comforting, problem-solving individuals. Never did I think to talk to police when I was going through issues at home and needed an adult to confide in, or if I felt unsafe. Organizations such as Brown Issues are empowering our young people to raise their voice and say enough is enough. I want to uplift those efforts, because for too long, you, the school board, have been making decisions that are not in the best interests of young people, and you have never even attempted to genuinely consider our asks. Public comment is not direct community engagement, and if you really cared about youth of color, you would find a way to engage us and not just pay lip service, but follow through on your commitment to support policies that help us feel safe in our schools. I demand the district end the contract with Sac PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors. The next comment is from Jesse Jackson and says, please fund program for mental health and school counselors and end contracts or funding for police in schools. And the next is from Somir Lowry and says, end the contract with Sac PD in schools. Our kids need mental health professionals in schools, not law enforcement. I work in a public school and am a single mom of a 12-year-old. And Jennifer Crawford says, I strongly urge you to remove police presence from schools and instead direct those funds toward much needed counseling, music, and arts programs. Help kids learn better ways to handle their problems than with force. And Jessica Gray says, SUSD, please end the contract with Sacramento Police Department. Instead, please invest in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, and student support. Please send students the message that we trust and value them. And Zoe Dennis says, I am a former student of SUSD, and I would like for the district to end its contract with Sac PD and reinvest that money into more resources for the students. And Eddie Franco says, as a resident of Sacramento, I demand that the Sac City Unified Board of Directors immediately dissolve the SRO contract with the violent Sacramento Police Department and instead reinvest in education and services for our youth. And Elise Robbins says, I demand the district end the contract with Sac PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. Alexandra Cole Weiss says, hello, I live in Hollywood Park and I'm concerned about the use of police on our school campuses. Please end the contract with the Sacramento Police Department ASAP. That safety fund money needs to be reinvested in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support, not in cops. Thank you. And the next comment is from Edward Hashima and says, I call upon the Sacramento City Unified School District Administration and Board of Trustees to end immediately and permanently the contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reallocate those funds to more counselors, mental health professionals, social workers, and affiliated support personnel who will actually promote learning, success, and healthy development of all students in the Sacramento City Unified School District, but especially students of color who have been historically and disproportionately affected by systemic and institutionalized racism. Years of turning schools into sites where students of color are objects of police scrutiny has not made our communities nor our most vulnerable children any safer. Indeed, it has done the opposite in nearly all instances. You have an opportunity to make a transformative decision by ending the over-policing of students of color in the Sacramento City Unified School District. And Kelly Edson says, I oppose funding for cops in schools and want funds to be reallocated to counselors and mental health services instead. Anastasia Tron says, I would like to see the funding for school police be redirected to funding for mental health counselors and education planning counselors. With mental health being appropriately evaluated and treated, our children and classmates will be more secure from any acting out or misinterpreted bad behavior. Our children are not criminals, but are treated as so with the influx of school police in their hallways. Students should not feel like they are in a jail or prison with correctional officers. They need help beyond the police training. With a well-trained mental health counselor, our children can stop getting a record before even seeing their first school dance or promotion. Funding for school police can also be redirected to teachers for better training on how to properly teach and understand children from various backgrounds. This can help teachers have the resources to better care for and promote success with their students. And the next comment is from Imani Richards, and it says, I demand the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, LCSWs, bilingual staff, student supports, and enrichment activities, not cops. At a time when SUSD is facing enormous budget cuts that will profoundly impact our students' education, we cannot prioritize law enforcement over protecting these support staff positions. I stand shoulder to shoulder with our students that are negatively affected by police interactions in their school campus and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education system. Growing national research shows that negative encounters with law enforcement guide to adverse mental health outcomes, including symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Molly Roy says, I am a future parent of a student of Sac City Unified. I have a young child and live in 95822. I demand the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. Trevor LeMay says, I join SCUSD students in demanding that the SCUSD Board of Education put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the 2020 to 2021 school year. I call on the board to reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports, and to take a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for your political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. Bridget Cho says, I think it is disgraceful that many school children do not have easy access to school counselors and psychologists due to insufficient funding, yet there is enough funding to keep police in schools. As someone who is completing a PhD in child psychology this summer and who works primarily with children exposed to trauma, I know that it is extremely important that children see school as a safe, supportive place rather than a place where they are treated as criminals. Divert funding from putting police in schools to provide better school-based mental health treatment. Susanna Peoples says the district must end its contract with SAC PD and reinvest this money into school services, academic and mental health, counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. As a teacher myself, I know that the students who succeed are those who make lasting, trusted relationships with staff members. The cops on campus are more fear-based than relationship builders. Please fix this and reinvest this money into our students, not the school to prison pipeline. Marcy Murtha says, please end contact and funding for police and schools. Money is urgently needed for other programs that have a positive impact on children like school counselors and mental health services. Corey Rhoda says, I am asking that the Sacramento School District end its contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, school workers, or social workers, and bilingual student support. Courtney King says, end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest these safety funds in counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and programs to uplift our students. Jenna Cezanne says, police do not belong in schools. All they do is scare and punish the children and have not ever stopped a single school shooting. They do not make the children feel safer at all. End the contract and instead invest in programs to actually support the health and well-being of our children. Sarah Forestieri says, my name is Sarah and I live in Sacramento County. Today I am standing in solidarity with students who have endured negative police interactions. Our community needs to end the school to prison to deportation pipeline. I demand you end the district's contract with Sacramento PD and reinvest in vital youth services such as academic and mental health counseling. It's time to prioritize students' education. Thank you. Danielle Wogelis says, I work with Sacramento County foster youth. Given that youth of color are disproportionately represented in foster care, are particularly vulnerable to over-policing and being swept into the school to prison pipeline, and usually lack the educational support that they need. I don't believe that police presence in schools is conducive to their success. I want the district to end the SRO contract with the Sacramento Police Department and to reinvest in vital services for youth, e.g. school counselors, mental health support, bilingual staff, etc. Thank you. Liz Guillen says, Public Advocates joins our Sacramento community partners in asking that you stop using funds for law enforcement. As you consider more effective ways to spend the district's inadequate resources, spend it on effective strategies that provide students with school-based health and mental health resources, restorative practices to create connected, inclusive school climate, and effective alternatives to punitive discipline that close opportunity and discipline gaps for high-need students. In March 2020, before Mr. Floyd's murder and COVID-19, Public Advocates joined with a community organization in Pomona, California, Gente Organizada, and the ACLU of California to release a report that was titled School Districts Are Cheating High-Need Students by Funding Law Enforcement. The report looked at spending by all 136 school districts in Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties, and found that more than 40% of the districts were illegally spending funds meant for high-need students, foster youth, English learners, and low-income students, high-need students on law enforcement or other school hardening measures. Ellen Jordan says, we demand that the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support, not cops. We need your support to call on the SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to institutional racism, and prioritize our students. Do better. One of the reasons I love Sacramento so much is because of the diversity. Just look at our demographics. By keeping cops in schools as opposed to investing in social well-being funds for students, you are perpetuating systemic racism. By allowing this to continue, you sit up there preaching like you care for the well-being of California students. Reality check, you clearly do not. Do better. Michelle Sprague says, support Brown Issues, Black Parallel School Board, Blacks Making a Difference, Hmong Innovating Politics, Sacramento Area Congregations Together, Self-Awareness and Recovery, the Village Advocates, Public Advocates, Sacramento City Teachers Association, and the Cooper Woodson Enhancement to push the SAC City Unified Board of Directors to end the SRO contract with the Sacramento Police Department and to reinvest in vital services for youth. Julie Del Agua says, I'm a parent and teacher in SUSD. I'm speaking tonight to show my support in eliminating the contract between SUSD and the police department. We know that students are negatively impacted by police interactions on campus, and in our school district, especially our brown and black students. Please choose to end all contracts with law enforcement and create an alternative safety plan that benefits all students, families, and community members. In addition, invest funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, campus monitors, and student supports. And invest the money to require all staff and SUSD employees to participate in anti-bias training, cultural competency training, and culturally responsive best practices. Thank you. Cha Vang says, good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. As always, I am proud to be a product of SUSD and continue to support my family members currently in the district. For the last few years, the students, parents, and community members have asked the district to reimagine our schools without cops. As the contract with Sacramento PD comes closer to the end date, we demand the district end your contract and reinvest the funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support. We should be creating an environment where all students feel safe to learn and be their best self. We can't allow the continued criminalization of our young people in our schools. In light of recent murders and ongoing police violence against Black bodies, we have seen what true leadership looks like in Minnesota at the local level with the ending of their police contracts. It is my greatest hope that SUSD will also follow in the same direction. The next comment is from Jamie Hoon and says Sacramento County schools must reinvest the money they currently spend on SAC PD towards academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support. As a child of an immigrant family, I had to translate all legal documents for my parents, including school documents. This responsibility should not be on a 10-year-old child. Please consider reinvesting money in the school system, not the police departments. Cole Silkman says, as a parent and a teacher, I urge you to not renew the contract with SAC PD. Our students need resources like counselors, nurses, and social workers. Police officers can't fill these roles. When police are in schools, too many teachers and administrators use them to deal with challenging behavior instead of the teacher admin handling it. This leads to more students entering the incarceration system. Students' misbehavior needs to be handled by the school, not police. Also, many of our students have been traumatized by police, and having officers in schools aggravates that trauma. One of my former students shared how one SAC PD officer would harass, heckle, and follow him anytime the officer saw him on the street. I can only imagine how awful that would have been had that officer been on campus. Additionally, police are expensive. I know the district is having financial difficulties right now, and they are about to get worse as the state is slashing the budget. Not continuing the contract with SAC PD is one way to free up lots of money. And then Kyle Lowen says, I demand the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. Trevor Jones says, take police out of our schools, end the contract with SAC PD, and use that money to invest in counselors for kids, food for kids, supplies for teachers, programs to keep kids safe and off the street, to invest in non-lethal responders to non-lethal circumstances. And Ben Hadley says, end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support, not cops. Blake Towell says, cops have no place on campuses. Get the cops and the military recruiters that prey on students' property out of our schools. Be on the right side of history. I hope you won't act cowardly when given the opportunity to make the world a better place. Jennifer Cox says, I join many parents in our district requesting that you end immediately the school district's relationship with the Sacramento Police Department. We need counselors, not cops. SUSD, take cops out of schools. Susanna Naramore says, please get cops out of schools. Use that money to invest in counselors and nurses in schools. Thank you. And Amanda Bartel says, as the parent of a Black child entering middle school in SUSD this upcoming school year, I demand the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the funds into more resources for our students. For several years now, our family has struggled with teachers suggesting that our child has ADHD. The doctors disagree. We have spent a lot of time trying to help tutor him, but have trouble teaching him some of these subjects as well. And although we are considered a middle-class family, we can't afford expensive tutoring from professionals that we feel should be present at our schools for additional help for our students right now. If these issues were looked into, you might find that class sizes are too large or teachers aren't afforded enough one-on-one time to help those who struggle. So as a result, he continues to struggle academically, sometimes more than others, and he hasn't even hit the hard part yet. Next year, he's going to be switching multiple classes. Zoe Kipping says, I oppose having cops on contract. Should emergencies come up, we should be triaged according to standards of community safety. The second most common complaint lodged against officers following brutality is sexual violence. Officers in Oakland engaged in the sexual exploitation of a minor, to name a recent high-profile example, and she gives a link. The presence of police is not neutral. Undocumented students, homeless students, students dealing with substance abuse or coping with mental health difficulties are at higher risk for harm or death by increased presence of police. It is not a false dilemma between cops and counselors. The budget only has so much to give, and we choose to give money to cops who are already being paid by the city, usually on overtime. Last year, city police budget exceeded projects by over 300%. At my high school, I recall 3 fights and 1 lockdown due to a rabid skunk. Sarah Rambo says, please stay on the right side of history and get the police out of schools. We are all aware this is a contributor to the school to prison pipeline and does not benefit our students, but instead normalizes them to police presence and surveillance. What we need are counselors trained in de-escalation. Please use your money for this. Maria Rios says, as an employee of SUSD, I see how underfunded our schools are already. There's not enough support for English learner students and for struggling students. Instead of funding police to be on campuses, please funnel money to school sites, strong enrichment after-school programs, bilingual tutoring programs, social emotional health programs, restorative justice programs. That is what our young ones need. We need to build strong school-family partnerships by continually working to provide parent engagement activities for all school sites. Please channel the funds directly to students, and you all will see how our young ones will bloom and succeed. We need more counselors, not police. More counselors, both academic and mental health. Do your part. Do it for our youth. Please, no more contracts with police. And Janine Ozair says, as a student at C.K. McClatchy High School, I have been very aware of the police presence on our campus. The type of message this presence sends is one of intimidation, not one of support. Of course, some officers may be friendly, but we should not hire armed officers to patrol our campuses, but rather invest these dollars into fostering a better educational environment. Students of color are reprimanded on a far greater scale than their white peers. I don't believe I have ever seen a white student in climate. It is disgraceful to see these dollars being poured into the police department when half of general education classrooms are taught by teachers who would rather not be there. Wouldn't CKM's environment improve on a greater scale if kids actually felt their education mattered? The answer seems obvious to me. I have seen great potential in the students of SUSD. Lucy Crest says, we are asking for no contracts with the Sacramento Police Department, an alternative safety plan other than cops on campus, and a pledge from the school board to not accept money from the police department. Leah Karen says, SROs on campuses are not what we as students need. The Sacramento Police Department is already overly funded, and SUSD schools need all the funding we can get. Instead of threatening resource officers, we need trained mental health specialists who are equipped with education, not weapons. Gabriel Mayo says, I stand with Alejandro Fisher and the rest of my peers on the topic that there shouldn't be cops on campuses. We are not here to raise criminals. We are raising the next generation, so we should treat them as such. Counselors have a job for a reason. Emily Rodriguez says, this district needs to ensure that the following will happen. 1, no contracts with SAC PD. 2, alternative safety plan designed by the community, students, and local organizations. 3, pledge from school board members not to take money from police unions. Mirhana Kneproth says, this district needs to ensure that the following will happen. 1, no contracts with SAC PD. 2, alternative safety plan designed by the community, students, and local organizations. 3, pledge from school board members not to take money from police unions. Jimena Loza Naveja says, as a former student that attended an SUSD high school, I am demanding the end to SROs and hope that the district takes action. Mary White says, I am a senior at West Campus High School. I am asking for the SUSD school board to abolish the presence of law enforcement at schools and rather make a plan for school safety with students, teachers, parents, and the community. With this safety plan, we can divert from the past institutionalized racist ways by not supporting a system such as law enforcement who benefits greatly from racist systems. With this change, it can lead to demolishing systemic racism as a whole. Please consider. And Mariah Visa says, counselors, not cops. I am an incoming sophomore at West Campus High School. I am here to ask the board to terminate any future contracts signed with the law enforcement and alternatively provide our schools with a separate safety plan that includes the ideas of students, parents, and overall our community. The police system is overly funded, so I also ask that we divert these funds away from hiring police officers and instead direct them to hiring counselors and other people and/or things that will be more beneficial to high school students. I ask that schools do not associate with police unions or campaigns in any way. We do not stand with the corrupted police system. Standing up against institutional racism starts with us, the students, as we want to make the present and the future better. By not hiring police officers, we can stand up against the racist and corrupted system. Next comment is from Jordan Baker. It says, I will be a senior at West Campus High School. Systemic racism is a national issue and our district is no exception. There will always be room for improvement. I am asking that our district cut ties with the police department, school resource officers, and offer a more hands-on approach to student safety with ideas from students, staff, and parents. Our district is severely underfunded, and allocating the budget used for resource officers to a more beneficial cause would positively impact SUSD students. Safety can still be a priority without resource officers, and our district needs to be willing to put in the work to find a better solution.
And I'm going to have you pause there for 1 second. I have heard from legal counsel that I need to have a motion and a second to extend the board meeting. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second to extend the board meeting to midnight. We'll probably go till 2 a.m., but we'll do the motion to midnight for now.
I'll move to extend the board meeting to 12 a.m.
And we have second from Daryl. All those in favor? Student preferential vote as well. Thank you. I apologize, Board Member Ang Olson, but fortunately you don't have school tomorrow. Okay, go ahead, Ann, and thank you. I know you probably need both a sip of water and a bathroom break at this point. This has been a marathon, but I'm very appreciative that you're continuing to read the public's comments.
Okay. The next one is a name was not submitted. It just said student. So it says students need access to more funding directly from the Sacramento, California Property Tax Fund. Also, max 1 police officer on campus at any given time. The next comment is from Madeline Cole and says, in light of the recent Black Lives Matter protests and the killing of George Floyd, as well as thousands of other innocent Black men, women, and children, we, the students, are demanding cops or SROs are removed from school districts wide to make students of color, specifically Black students, feel safe on their campus. The campus can be protected in ways that do not involve the corrupt police department. We also demand that the district does not take money from police unions. Police unions are what has kept police reform from happening, and police unions have protected police that have murdered innocent citizens, letting police literally get away with murder and in many cases murders, plural. Shelby Fisher says SUSD should not have contracts with the police to have police officers in schools. Spend that money on counselors instead so that the students can actually be helped and not just get funneled into the prison system. Maddie W says, as a student, and says SROs are not needed on campus. We need trained, educated professionals that can help students by finding the root cause of the problems schools and students face. SROs and on-campus police can stop fights all they want, but we need to truly help students, not give them detention for a week, hoping that will solve all problems. Also, the Sacramento police, as well as many others, are overly funded to begin with and do not need to be paid in schools. Alejandro Fisher says, we will not allow our elected officials to pay lip service to the people they're supposed to represent and serve. Work with us, your constituents, in creating a more healthy and safe environment and future by stopping all contracts with the Sacramento Police Department, creating an alternative safety plan with students, teachers, and community organizations, and to not accept any campaign money from police unions, or we will find better leadership. Aurora Woodson says, abolish systemic racism. And Nancy Lai says, please, no cops on campus and bring more funding into things that will benefit students. Thank you. Maria Moreno says, counselors, not cops. At the SUSD, we must focus on the core of this issue that does not commence in high school or middle school, but in elementary. Students like myself have felt disregarded and uncared for our district, and it was noticed at an early age. Continue programs like City Year in middle schools, but also hire counselors and invest in the school community instead of falling back on the system to help you do better. Sacramento City Unified School District. William Ton says, it has been demonstrated time and time again that the police have too much power. It is clear that cops on campus would only add fear and danger to what should be a safe learning environment. I urge the district to not sign any contracts with the already overly funded SPD, to work to find an alternative safety solution developed by the community, students, and local organizations, and for the school board members to pledge to not accept any money from police unions. Schools must be comfortable and safe for all students. SROs are not the answer. Jaden Greenfield says, I would like money spent on contracts with SAC PD to place cops in our schools to be spent on helpful counteractive protective resources. We never had a nurse all of my 4 years and no social workers on campus. I feel like those would be more helpful and easier to talk to as a student. It would be more productive. Natalie Nielsen says, I want to see student resource officers out of my high school as well as other schools across the district. Research and practice have shown that SROs harm our students and the campus community more than they help them. I saw this with my own eyes last school year when 2 students had gotten into a physical altercation and the SRO stood by on his phone. When someone tapped him to let him know what was going on, he said, okay, and continued to stand by as the situation got worse. This is not benefiting our students. Rather than cops on campus, we need trained counselors to resolve problems before they escalate into these physical altercations. I would like to see SUSD stop creating contracts and get rid of existing ones with the Sacramento PD. I would like to see the resources and safety supposedly provided by SROs replaced with a safety plan created by the community and more funding for on-site counselors. This one is from a student. He just put his first name, Jack, and says, I just want to say that I do believe that there should be cops on campus and such. However, I believe we're looking at how to handle bad behavior the wrong way. When someone gets in trouble, we instantly go to punish them in ways to make them suffer and never want to do it again. This is failing us because I guarantee that most of the people that get in trouble at CKM always do it again. I believe that we should instill counselors to help students who need guidance and direction. Everyone can be saved from being a bad influence or from becoming a bad person. I just talked to my mom about this and she said there should be private security instead of police that are counselors as well. Instead of trying to use brute force, they use de-escalation tactics and try to solve problems. I know this may cost money and SUSD doesn't have a lot of that for some reason, but we still need to find some solution to relying on cops. And then Jack Slavin says, on the subject of posting police officers to schools, it is an escalation of violence. The problem with gun threats at schools is not that a student brings a gun to school, it is that they want to use it. This is not saying guns should be allowed on campus, rather that the root causes of student gun violence needs to be addressed. Professionals that can spot students who are neglected or be available for psychological counseling could increase the unity and cohesiveness of schools, making schools a more loving and productive place. Posted police officers have the opposite effect. Kaylin Karila says, I am an incoming sophomore at West Campus High School. I asked the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead provide schools with a separate safety plan developed by our students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole. I also asked to divert these funds away from hiring police officers, SROs, and instead direct them to hiring counselors and other people or things that can benefit high school students. I also asked to have schools not associated with police unions or campaigns in any way. Standing up against institutional racism starts with students, as they are the future. Lauren Willard says, I am a senior at West Campus High School. I asked the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead provide schools with a separate safety plan that incorporates ideas from students, parents, teachers, and the community as a whole. I also asked to divert these funds away from hiring police officers and instead direct them to hiring counselors and other people or things that can benefit high school students. I also asked to have students not associate with police unions or campaigns in any way. Standing up against institutional racism starts with students, as they make up the future. By not hiring police officers, we can stand up against the racist system. Caroline Lucas says, with limited resources, SUSD must prioritize funding to help children succeed in the school and the classroom, teachers, aides, counselors, art, music, field trips, over police presence. Please revisit the SAC police contract. Yoli Huani Quetzali says, I am an incoming junior at West Campus High School here in the Sacramento City Unified School District. I asked the board to terminate any future contracts signed with law enforcement and instead use that money to fund helpful programs and resources that students and staff can benefit from. Having police in low-income schools can negatively affect the environment at these schools, especially when the majority of the school's population are minorities that are easily targeted because of their skin. Instead of having these police on campus, we should invest money into programs for the staff at these schools to connect with students and better the relationships between students and teachers. The future is with us students, and we should be able to have the resources to change the world. We need to stand up against systemic racism that is not only a problem with law enforcement, but a major problem in our schools. Sky 2C says, suggestion to remove SROs from SUSD campuses and instead formulate an alternative safety plan with students, community members, and local organizations. Additionally, to avoid the formation of contracts between the Sacramento Police Department and SUSD schools. Layla Schultz says, I personally think that what our district needs is not SROs, but counselors and mental health experts. Our schools are always in need of funds, and it would be absurd to give money to the already overfunded police system when it could go other places like arts programs, sports, and learning resources where it would be much more beneficial to students. These officers would not make students feel safer. Instead, they would feel like a threat. Vivian White says, I am a senior at C.K. McClatchy High School and have seen friend after friend search for mental health help on campus only to find that the only people they have to turn to are other teenagers dealing with the same problems. The money being poured into having SROs on campus needs to be redistributed to provide support to the students in need of support. Even in situations where SROs may seem necessary, they have yet to provide any comfort or protection for our campus. My freshman year at McClatchy, there was a shooting threat, and I watched as SROs allowed students to walk on and off campus freely throughout the day, despite this possibly endangering students on campus. We were also told by the SROs that the problem had been resolved before we came to school, but we later on found out that they were still questioning students about the situation because they didn't know the full story or how to handle the situation. My 5th period teacher locked all the doors and pulled out a crowbar. The next comment is from Lydia Murray and says, I stand with the SUSD students in eliminating law enforcement at our schools. It is unnecessary and puts certain people in danger. The police officers don't do anything and make kids feel uneasy. Sam Mellon says, get police out of our schools. The youth need counselors, bilingual staff, care, and not cops. Be on the right side of history and reinvest into our youth as a direct action against institutionalized racism. And Alexander Curtis says, no police in schools. Xavier Munoz says, as a student in the SUSD school system, I believe the funds for the SRO contract can be reallocated into more resources for students. Instead of SROs on campus, we can possibly have social workers and more bilingual staff within schools to help the wide variety of students we have in the SUSD school system. I also believe the funds can add more counselors to schools like CK McClatchy. I also believe the current school board members and future ones should pledge to not take money from police unions or departments. Hopefully this all happens it can better the student body. When you look at this situation, please remember that a large portion of SUSD students are of color and low income. Make the decision on the student body, not what a few moms think. Key on Nguyen Lee says, I am a student at Rosemont High School. I implore you to listen to the voices of the students of Sacramento and remove school resource officers from our campuses. I am specifically concerned with the role they play in the school to prison pipeline and with the way funds are directed to law enforcement rather than campus counselors and social workers. There is no evidence SROs increase school safety, and I believe school should be a place where all students of all races feel comfortable. Thank you for giving students a chance to share our voice.
Hey, Anne, how are you doing? I'm just wondering if there's a staff at CERNA that can help you read, just so that you can take a bathroom break. I don't know if there's another staff at CERNA. Just wanted to make sure I check in on you because
thank you. There was, but they just stepped out. But when they come back, I'll ask.
Okay. Okay.
The next comment is from Nka Iab Yang and says, I write to you to urge you to courageously stand against institutional racism and prioritizing our students by investing in academic and social support services and ending all contracts with Sacramento Police Department and any other body of law enforcement. We must do better to serve all of our SUSD students. Nicodemus Ford says, defund the police department. I request an immediate removal of all police officers from Sac City Unified Schools and reallocate the funding to hire restorative justice counselors and mental and human wellness workers. Get the police out of our schools. Joanna Gallagher says, as a teacher in SUSD, I urge you to end SUSD's contract with Sacramento Police Department. We need counselors, nurses, and smaller class sizes, not cops in our schools. And Ann Cookson says, no more armed officers posted on school campuses. Stephanie McLaughlin says, I'm demanding that the district end its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and instead invest those funds into academic and mental health counselors, social workers, and other student support staff. Students need to feel safe and supported in order to learn. Cops create an atmosphere of fear and distrust. Caitlin Murray says there is no place for police in schools. There is an immediate urgent need to end contracts with law enforcement for the 2020 to 21 school year, reallocate that funding in the services that students need most, counselors, social workers, advocates, and not accept police union funding. Thank you. Haley Veith says we demand the district end their contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. These students deserve the safety of a campus free of police officers, where they instead have the resources and support that high school kids need to flourish as they become adults. Jacob Simon says, we need SUSD to end the contract with SAC-PD and reinvest in our communities. We should be funding help for our kids, not plugging them into the school to prison pipeline. I work in the foster care system, and the last thing we need is to involve kids with cops. Can you switch? Daniel was asking if there's someone else that can like take over for a little bit. Okay. Kathleen McLaughlin says, we demand that Sacramento dismiss institutionalized racism, prioritize the safety of all students, and ban police presence in schools. Kevin Mace says students need to have access to quality supports that recognize their strengths and help them work on their challenges. This should not include having police in our schools. Please make a public pledge to end controls with law enforcement in schools. Create an alternative safety plan designed for the safety of all students. Reinvest in academic and mental health counselors, school workers, bilingual staff, and other student supports. Mal Almeida says, I'm commenting to encourage a movement to end the county school district's contract with SAC-PD and no longer have police in Sacramento's county schools. Students and faculty should be prioritized and not criminalized by having police present in their education environments. There should be a move forward to reinvest in counseling and other resources that allow students to be able to thrive. Lukiha Plazaba says, we demand that public schools end their relationship with the SAC-PD and instead invest in bilingual staff, counselors, and other programs that ensure student safety without police. Mariam Afa says, I'd like to see SUSD end its contract with SAC-PD and instead reinvest those funds into providing more mental health resources and creative outlets for our young people. It's high time we began doing this, and our tax dollars should not be going in to fund a police department that is not held accountable to the harm it does to our community. Cheyenne Harris says, remove police officers from schools and replace with stellar nurses, guidance counselors, and teachers. Rebecca Wiegand says, as a parent to 3 children in Sacramento City Unified Public Schools and a board member on our school site council and PTA, I have seen the dramatic inequities between different resources at school sites. Some schools are well equipped with staff, counselors, and specialists. Others are lacking sufficient teachers and instead of police officers present. I would encourage SUSD board members to prioritize more funds for social workers, counselors, and interventionalists before continuing to fund our existing contract for 4 police officers, 1 sergeant, and 3 SROs with Sacramento Police Department. Funneling children into the criminal justice system should be the very last option, and having armed police officers on campuses increases the systemic racial inequalities that are pervasive in all police departments and criminal justice systems in our country. Maya Dosh says, I strongly urge you to follow the lead of the Sacramento young people who are calling for counselors, not cops, and sever your contract with the Sacramento Police Department. Instead, these funds should go into community safety plans, social workers, mental health counselors, and bilingual staff. This will ensure that Sacramento students are not criminalized and subject to violence in their places of learning and community. School needs to be a safe place, and we have seen over and over again that aggressive police tactics do not help to de-escalate or teach conflict resolution. Instead, they can be fatal. End our district's contract with the police. This is just their initials, KS. We demand the district end the contract with SAC-PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. Angela Ash says, no police in any of our SUSD schools. We need counselors, nurses, reading specialists, speech and language therapists for all grades for our schools. So many other resources for children that are not currently available to meet their basic needs. And once we have met their needs, Naslov, we can add technology, art, music, and physical activity teachers for all grades at all schools. We are doing so little to help all children thrive, especially Black and brown children. Please do better. Craig Segal says cops don't belong in schools, and they especially don't deserve limited district resources to police and potentially brutalize our students. Please follow the example of leading districts across the country and drop or decline to renew all police contracts. Tanya Taiwo says, I am a university professor. I am deeply concerned about our students, primarily Black and brown, who are negatively impacted by police interactions in their school campus. I stand with these students, protesters, and Sacramento Act to demand that the SCUSD Board of Education make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2021, and that SUSD reinvests the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, school workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student support. Thank you for your attention to my comments. Katrina Dang says, I stand with students across SUSD in eliminating law enforcement officers from SUSD campuses. I want my fellow students to feel safe on my campus, which cannot be done while SROs are on them. Law enforcement policing students in their educational facilities is inherently a racist policy that I want to see terminated in favor of social services for our students that increase safety and racial equity. I stand with Brown Issues, the Sacramento Teachers Association, and others in support of ending district contracts with law enforcement, instituting an alternative safety plan, reinvesting funds into social workers and student support, and a public pledge of the members of the Board of Education to not take money from police unions for their political campaign. Mitch Thing says, we don't need police officers on schools. I'm tired of seeing young teachers with dreams and aspirations get laid off because the district is putting money on things we don't need. Ellen Pimentel says, Sacramento Police Department officers have no place in a public school. Remove the cops, provide more counselors. Thank you. Dana O'Donnell says, I would like to request that SUSD end its relationship with law enforcement. Please reinvest those funds into services for students, mental health counselors, nurses, social workers, and other student services. I would also demand that board members pledge not to take money from law enforcement unions for campaigns. This is a serious issue and unprecedented times. Divest from law enforcement now for the sake of students and the community. The next comment is from Virginia Diaz and says, thank you for your continued support of children's nutritional and educational needs throughout school closures and into the summer. Our local families similarly need assistance to achieve their goals and thrive at school. These children are the future of our city, and they deserve to have all expertise, funds, and other resources, everything available to them so that they may strive beyond expectation. This is why I'm suggesting you remove law enforcement from our schools and instead find ways to increase support services to youth and their families, ranging from school workers and counselors to adequate institutional support and reviving school leadership preparedness. We know that our schools are one of the few places where some of our local students and families get meals, bilingual services, emotional support, and referrals to significant housing. The next comment is from Danielle Martin and says, please end your contract with SAC PD and reinvest that money into academic and mental health counselors. This reinvestment would be more beneficial for all the students you serve. Megan LC says, stop school contracts with police. And Michelle Sweezy says, students deserve a supported, not patrolled education. Good educators know that creating a safe space means all students feel safe, and they also know that putting the time and energy into preventive and supportive structures means students are less likely to need corrective action. Put school dollars where they're truly needed. Reverend Jeffrey Richards Please defund our public schools' direct connection with police. We do not need an overbearing and inappropriate presence to take away from our children's education. Fatima Malik says, I stand with the community and our students and urge you to take real leadership by stopping the disproportionate negative impact that police interactions have with youth of color. I urge you to denounce institutional racism in our education system. I demand that of the SUSD Board of Education, please commit to the following. 1, make a public pledge to put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2020 to 21. 2, reinvest the safety funds into academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. And 3, make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions for their political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. Emily Lovell says, I stand with the students and their efforts to denounce institutional racism in our education system. I urge the board to meet the demands of their student leaders in asking for an end to school contracts with law enforcement. I urge the board to reinvest in their students through funding health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support. Additionally, make the pledge to refuse monies from police unions. Support your students as they prepare for college or pursuing their dreams, not prison. Dana O'Donnell says, I would like to request that SUSD end its relationship with law enforcement. Please reinvest those funds into services for students, mental health counselors, nurses, social workers, and other student services. I would also demand that board members pledge not to take money from law enforcement unions for campaigns. This is a serious issue in unprecedented times. Diverse from law enforcement now for the sake of students and the community. Kate McDermott says, end the contract with SAC PD. We need staff that support students, bilingual staff, academic and mental health counselors, social workers. Please do what is right. Prioritize Sacramento students. Kayla Courier says, I feel that based on evidence showing no correlation between SRO and school campuses and prevention of school shooting and multiple cases where children under 10 have been arrested due to lack of educating officers to work specifically in school settings, SROs should no longer be deployed to schools in the SUSD district. Robin Ayres says, as a social worker and community member, I am asking that you cancel the contract with SAC PD and use the funds to invest in the well-being of your students. Social workers, counselors, bilingual staff, and other student supports would go a long way to the success, health, and well-being of your students. I have worked with youth impacted by the constant influence of police and the criminal injustice system, and I can say that supporting student growth will do much more for our community than policing our youth will. Please vote to end the contract now. Kayla Reeser says remove police presence in all schools. Instead, students would benefit from counselors, social workers, and mentorship programs. Nancy Zhang says, Dear Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and members of the Sacramento City Unified School Board, on behalf of Hmong Innovating Politics, we are writing to urge Sacramento City Unified School District to not renew the contract with the Sacramento Police Department for student resource officers when it expires on June 30th, 2020. A year ago, students, community organizations, and teachers urged the board to allow the contract with Sacramento PD to elapse and instead prioritize counselors and programs that support student wellness. The choice to eliminate SROs from Sacramento City Unified was the right thing to do then, and it is even more urgent to do now. Those are the rest for this. Okay. 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 Recognizing, you want to take a few more? Recognizing this critical moment in our country's history at a time when communities throughout Sacramento are calling for an end to police brutality. And then Lauren Walkov says, my name is Lauren Walkov and I am a member of Sacramento ACT. My professional experience includes serving as a social worker with youth in the inner city. I also have approximately 13 years of experience in the field of education. I support the positions of Sacramento ACT that it has submitted to the SUSD Board of Education regarding school safety. It is imperative that the school board pledge not to renew SUSD's contracts with law enforcement and to establish an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, administrators, and the community effective for the 2020-21 school year. Terminating this contract will help to stop the school to prison pipeline. Safety funds from eliminating the current law enforcement contract must be reinvested in mental health counselors, social workers, student supports, academic counselors, campus monitors, and bilingual staff. Our community, along with our nation, needs to re-envision effective, compassionate, and just ways to provide social, emotional, behavioral, and academic resources and to ensure for the safety, well-being, and success of our students. Students are encountering additional and severe traumas due to COVID-19 and the institutionalized racism in our country. It is our duty and responsibility to provide our students with resources and reforms that address these traumas and eliminate racism. Thank you for this opportunity to present my views to you. And the next comment is from Naricia Aquino and says, our beloved children are the future of our community, country, and the world. No child deserves to be treated like a subhuman, like a criminal. Schools should be a refuge of safety and acceptance for all students, especially those who may not otherwise have a reliable place of safety. As such, I unequivocally urge the school district to end its contracts with SACPD and reinvest the funding in expanding student services that will actually solve the root causes of violence and threats to school safety. Students who exhibit problem behavior are crying out for help, and we, the responsible adults, have failed them time and again. We now know that scared straight doesn't work. Turning our public schools into high security prisons doesn't work. Stricter, harsher punishments don't work. We need to focus on solving the root issues students are facing and preventing crises well before law enforcement is necessary. And then the next comment is from Grace Clark. Says it is imperative that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education immediately move to end their contract with the Sacramento City Police Department. The presence of law enforcement in schools directly contributes to the school to prison pipeline, disproportionately affecting students of color. The Black Organizing Project has published a report entitled The People's Plan for Police-Free Schools that states growing national research shows that negative encounters with law enforcement lead to adverse mental health outcomes, including symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Among youth, exposure to violence from school-based law enforcement officers has been linked to denial of educational and social growth, both key determinants of health, and ethnographic research indicates that current policing practices alter key developmental processes among Black male adolescents. And I think Concy was going to take the last of this group. Thank you, Concy.
Concy, do you know how many more comments we have? Just because I know a few people need to use the restroom. And Anne, thank you. I know this is a marathon. Get a bathroom break, get something to drink.
There are maybe 30 or 40.
Okay.
In the pile.
Thanks, Concy, for stepping in.
Okay. The first one is from Grace Amico. I stand with Sacramento Youth in asking SUSD to permanently end its contract with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan for the 2021 school year. Having police officers on campus only terrorizes students and furthers the school to prison pipeline. These funds should instead be reinvested into academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Youth who feel supported and uplifted are more likely to succeed and in return strengthen their communities. Please listen to their voices now by removing police officers from campuses. Jennifer Raymond, police officers, SROs as you call them, should never have been in schools to begin with, and they have been shown to perpetuate systematic racism by targeting students of color and funneling them into school to prison pipeline. Now is the time more than ever to reallocate this SRO funding to support students in obtaining critical resources like mental health services, better classroom materials, bilingual services, youth programs, and food assistance. Be the change your community desperately needs, and be on the right side of history. This one is from Petra Lee. Hello, I'm writing to encourage you to end the police contract. My niece goes to Theodore Judah, and I'd much rather our money go to counselors and supportive staff than cops. I don't even understand why cops are in schools. They're for crime. They're wholly inadequate for working in schools. Please end the contract now. Don't put my tax dollars towards harming more students. William Wang. Getting the police out of Sacramento schools is essential for the emotional well-being of our students, especially for students of color. The presence of police is a reminder that their skin tone is not appreciated in our society, and they can be arrested on site for anything deemed dangerous or inappropriate. It symbolizes how our society views people of color as threats and needs to be kept under watch. I've seen my high school's police officer handcuff a student for getting into a civil disagreement with an officer. It's humiliating and deplorable and entirely unnecessary. The student was not threatening violence, but was practicing his First Amendment right to express his thoughts. This public display at school does not help students feel safe or help them learn. What it does is remind the students of the inequity in our society and the stereotypes that threaten their lives. Defund school policing. Thank you. Glenn Newport. There's no good reason for police to be in our schools. Get them out of here ASAP. And by that, I don't mean take a year to conduct a feasibly and impact study about the potential complications of get them out. There's no reason for agents of violence to be circulating in the population of our community's children trying to get an education. Nalaya L. Amin Johnson. Now, perhaps more than ever before, it is crystal clear that we need to end all school contracts with police. We need to invest that money into counselors and social workers and other support professionals. We need school environments that cultivate a nurturing, supportive environment, and law enforcement does not contribute to that. On the contrary, law enforcement is a symbol of oppression and terror for many students. Their presence in the schools not only takes away money for valuable resources that all children who benefit from, but some children are in desperate need of. Prioritize the well-being of students by ending all contracts with the police and using that funding to increase social and mental health support. Margaret Brown. I believe we need to discontinue the SRO contract and not have any in the future. It is far more critical that students have counselors and social workers that would be on the ground working with students and their problems. In the past, there have been a few SROs who did that kind of thing, but it was because of who they were as people, not because they were police. At this time, the district is in a critical budget situation and money must carefully be prioritized. But regardless of the district's financial position, the money we have needs to be spent on social workers and counselors rather than a police contract. For years, we've been disinvested in student support services, and we need to build them back up. That would reduce the pupil to social worker and counselor ratios so they could be more effective. The current caseloads of counselors forces them to be schedulers and academic counselors without time to help other student issues. Carl Pinkston. There comes a time that we must ask ourselves, where do we stand in great challenges? From Minneapolis Unified School District to Oakland Unified School District, the challenge before these boards is the question of policing in schools. Since 2016, I've raised this issue in one form or another that we need to end the school to prison pipeline by ending the contract with the Sacramento Police Department. After many years of struggles and killings of Stephon Clark and George Floyd, we are calling the question tonight. The Black Parallel School Board demands that the SCUSD Board of Education make a public pledge to put a final end of future contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and the community for the school year 2021. Now's the time. Let's make it happen. Andrea Kernodle, end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and not cops. Sherry Patrick, I demand the district end the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports, not cops. At the time when SCUSD is facing enormous budget cuts and will deeply impact our children's education, we cannot prioritize law enforcement over protecting these supportive staff positions. I stand shoulder to shoulder with our students that are negatively impacted by police interactions in their school campus and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our education system. Growing national research shows that negative encounters with law enforcement lead to adverse mental health outcomes, including symptoms of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Among youth, exposure to violence from school-based law enforcement officers has been linked to a denial of education and social growth, both key determinants of health. And ethnographic research indicates that current policing practices alter key development. Amy Ithbrun, SUSD board and admin. As a community member and former public school teacher, I'm demanding that you stand up to systemic and institutional racism in Sacramento schools. I'm asking you to prioritize students' education and wellness. With this, I'm demanding that SUSD end all and any contracts with law enforcement, notably the Sacramento Police Department. Reinvest these safety funds and resources in academics, mental health counselors, bilingual staff, physical health resources, and other student supports. Alicia Edmonds. I'm a resident in Natomas, and I feel we should stand with students in our schools who are negatively impacted by police presence on our school campus. Time has shown us that they have failed to make our children safer and have only served to disproportionately prosecute children of color. It is time to denounce institutional racism in our education system. Please make a public pledge to end contracts with law enforcement in favor of an alternate safety plan. I also ask to reinvest education safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Finally, please do not accept money from police unions for their campaigns. Stevie Cook. The ask is really pretty simple. Defund the public school officer law enforcement contracts and reinvest the monies in school programs which actually support, instead of oppress, Black, Indigenous students of color. This board and district professes to care about equity and likes to talk numbers, so back it up. Expand the services needed to truly grow healthy kids, academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, campus monitors, and student supports. Let's see the numbers in those services grow. Stay true to the cause of equity. Don't buckle under the pressure to take money from police unions. Here is a simple lesson. In my classroom, I take action by centering the lives of Black, Indigenous students of color in how I select content and design curriculum. Now's the time for you to do the same. Show us your actions and that students' lives truly matter here in Sacramento City Unified School District. Kate Tully. SAC PD is the most bloated, overfunded, and irresponsible department in Sacramento. They're directly responsible for the deaths of Stephon Clark, Joseph Mann, and so many other innocent Black and brown people. It is appalling that SUSD, a district that prides itself on equal opportunities for students, safe spaces, and its appreciation for diversity, has let cops into inner city campuses to police vulnerable student populations. The district's perpetual just-in-case justification are rooted in racist and incorrect stereotypes that students at your Title I campuses need to be policed, washed, and punished in order to have a functional school environment. This is not only proven wrong, by years of scientific study and data collection reports, but by policies is also anti-ethical to the mission of SUSD. I also seem to remember there being $400,000 lawsuit against the district for one of the McClatchy SROs asked a rape victim inappropriate questions and mishandled the entire investigation. Elizabeth Landsberg. I'm a parent with 2 children in SCUSD high schools, urging you to end all contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community. We are at a critical juncture and our nation's history as we grapple with the reality of systemic racism, white supremacy, and the violence inflicted by police. Police are not well suited to avoid conflict. Rather, we have seen too many examples of them escalating conflict at disastrous results. My offspring, who attend McClatchy, reports to have little interaction with a school resource officer, but is aware of how horribly he handled the case of McClatchy student who was sexually assaulted in 2016. The survivor was made to leave school and there were no consequences for the rapist. My son, who attends Kennedy High School, reports he has not observed the SROs playing any constructive role, and yet we're paying much needed resources for uniformed police presence. Okay, thank you. David Mandel. More than 20 years ago, my stepson dropped out of high school in the district because he was sick and tired of being harassed by security contractors who roamed the hallways and didn't like the way he dressed. Fortunately, he was able to take classes at City College, eventually got a BA from Sac State, and now manages a local business. I don't think there were actual police in the school back then, but I'm appalled to hear that they are now and can imagine how much worse it is for the non-conforming students. Please listen to today's students who report on all negative interactions with cops on their campuses and who are leading the effort to denounce institutional racism in our educational system. We demand the SUSD Board of Education put a final end to contracts with law enforcement and institute an alternative safety plan designed with students, parents, teachers, and community for the school year 2021. Invest safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and support for students who work together to keep schools safe. Lemia Coleman. Safety for all of our members of our district community is vital. Today and likely for the next year or two, safety includes first and foremost safety from the threat of COVID-19. However, safety also includes space where students, staff, and parents all feel not only not threatened physically and emotionally, but rather supported, cared about by each other, seen and valued. People who feel this embrace and expect, and expectations are much less likely to have it in ways that harm others. Many things contribute to creating this environment. In the United States, due to our history, culture, and unseen biases and assumptions, racism and classism are major factors harming our communities. We must actively undermine anything that facilitates those of us with privilege blindly living into racism embedded in all of us for harsh impacts on people of color, especially Black and Indigenous people and low wealth people. We must also actively create structures. Okay. Kristen Gorinpour. There is no role for law enforcement in SUSD. As a former teacher within the district, I can speak and attest to the fact that there are no instances occurring on campuses that required a law enforcement officer to be present the entire school day. Police response time is sufficient to address any incident that may require police intervention. Student issues should be handled by school administrators that are highly trained and educated in dealing with our youth. Removing police from schools will allow for funding to be spent on necessary resources and decrease the number of our youth in school to prison pipeline. Dominique Williams. End the contract with SAC PD and reinvest the funds in counseling and restorative/transformative justice training. Nicholas Ford. Use the money you would fund the police to provide fair and equal pay to teachers. Defund the police now. Denise Cellini. I am a Sacramento County resident and hopeful parent. I was born and raised in Sacramento, so I carry a strong sense of community and hope to raise and educate my children here. The overwhelming police presence in our schools is abhorrent and also has proven to further criminalize students for petty infractions rather than keeping them safe. It's another unfortunate example of the Sacramento Police Department being unnecessarily overstaffed, penalizing our youth in order to make quota, all to make up for being overstaffed. What cynical, stupid waste of our money. Invest in more staff members that will help your current and future students flourish and realize their potential. End your contract with SAC PD. Tim Brandt. Please consider using uniformed law enforcement officers in Sacramento public schools. The money could be better spent on counselors to address issues that arise in schools. Caitlin Sacho. No SROs in or near campuses and divest the funds to programs that benefit students. Carolyn Abrams. As a longtime resident of Sacramento and a member of this community, I'm calling on SCUSD Board of Education to end their contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student support services. We do not need law enforcement in our schools, and it's an egregious misuse of public funds. Please prioritize our students by removing police from schools. Thank you. Rita Baker. As a parent of an SUSD high school student, I feel it's imperative to invest money in school programs and resources that build children up and give them the best chance at a successful future. School resource officers play only a reactive role for these kids when most need attention and intervention by adults trained to provide it. School resource officers are often retired city or county law enforcement officers looking to make some easy money, and they are burned out and not invested in our kids. Spend the school district's money, be proactive. Trina Allen. I believe in supporting students and teaching them to be better human beings. As a teacher, I'm able to best connect and educate when I have time to build rapport with my students and learn about them. We need more counselors, mental health workers, restorative justice social workers, and more time to build those relationships. This is prevention. It should be our focus. As a parent, I don't call the police on my children. Why would I do that for my students? Please end these expensive contracts with law enforcement and invest in our children directly. They will undoubtedly make mistakes, but it's our literal job as educators to teach them better. Sac City Unified needs to stop passing the buck to police. Tristan Church. No more SROs in or near campuses and divest the funds. Officers have never made Sac City schools safer, only target and arrest students. The money should be going to students and the community. Andrew Hun. I stand with Sacramentans demanding the district end its contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reinvest the funds in student support. Caitlin Powers. I'm writing as a community member to support the removal of law enforcement from SUSD. Youth in the community are negatively impacted by interactions with the police. SUSD needs to support students and move towards racial equity by making a public pledge to end contracts with law enforcement and reinvest funds in counselors, social workers, multilingual services, and other student supports. Peter X. I'd like to add my voice to those requesting that SUSD divest from the Sacramento Police Department and remove officers from our campuses. Beyond the litany of instances of SROs using extreme force on Black children, even in the presence of officers on school campus, is cause for distress for Black youth. It criminalizes our students and introduces the fear of violence and death into our educational institutions. There's insufficient evidence to show that SROs effectively deter school shootings or the instances that offset the harmful effects of SROs on campuses. Students should feel safe and valued, and for significant portions of the populations, the presence of officers on campuses ensures that they can't and won't feel that way. I urge you to seriously consider this change. Anthea Riley. It's past time for the board to divest from the SAC PD and remove SROs from all schools throughout the district. The school to prison pipeline is fueled by implicit bias and systemic racism. The criminalization of Black students starts in kindergarten. SUSD has still failed to effectively deal with the high suspension rates for Black students. This is a travesty. In my humble opinion, the Black community will no longer accept these apologies and promises, especially when it comes to our children's lives. The board has been given an opportunity to do what Black community in solidarity with NBPOC communities have been demanding for years now. Take this opportunity now, meet these demands. Renee Suselman. As a native Sacramentan living in Natomas, I am asking the Sacramento City Unified School Board to permanently end its contract with the city police and reinvest those funds into school counselors and mental health. Missy Torres, please cut SUSD ties with Sacramento PD. SROs are not needed on campuses or anywhere near them. Please divest the funds toward the actual school sites and students. Megan Takunga, please end the district's contract with the Sacramento Police Department and reinvest the funding in schools, including academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and student supports. Bringing students into the criminal justice system will not reduce crime and in the long term or produce positive outcomes for our community. Brandon Garcia. My name is Brandon Garcia. I'm a resident of Sacramento and a former SUSD student. I demand that SUSD end the contract with SACPD and reinvest the safety funds in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, and additional student support systems, not police officers. During my time as a student in SUSD, I saw firsthand how over-policed our schools are and how often and how the police single out of students of color. They treat Black and brown students differently, more hostile, and make us feel like we're criminals for just going to school. I never understood it as a student, and as an adult, I understand it even less. I'm calling on you and the entire SUSD Board of Education to lead with courage, stand up to the institutional racism, and prioritize our students. Get police out of Sacramento public schools. Ayana Fabio. I'm a parent of a child with a mental health diagnosis who attends SUSD. I've worked as a family advocate and attended many school meetings where police were present for children as young as 5 years old. Take police out of schools, bring more mental health services in. Erin Mahoney. Hello, I'm writing as a concerned citizen of Sacramento. I'm urging you to immediately enter contract with the city police and reinvest those funds in programs and positions that benefit your city's youth. I've seen with my own eyes the brutality police inflict on innocent people every day, and with countless videos circulating of officers ruthlessly attacking peaceful protesters in just the past few weeks. I am positive you have too. It's well documented that adding police to schools does not prevent a single school shooting, but has instead led to the criminalization of young people, especially Black children and teens of other youths of color. The practice of approaching every social issue with more police has proven to not only be ineffective and waste of resources, but more important, deadly. This is a perfect moment in time to address this issue and to truly do something that would benefit community, especially young children. Edward Hashima. Edited from previous comments for clarity and omissions. To whom it may concern, I'm both a resident of the city of Sacramento and a parent of a child enrolled in Sacramento City Unified School District. I call upon the Sacramento City Unified School District Administration and Board of Trustees to immediately and permanently end the contract with Sacramento Police Department and reallocate those funds to hire more counselors, mental health professionals, social workers, and affiliated support personnel who will actually promote learning, success, and healthy development of all students in the Sacramento City Unified School District, but especially students of color who have been historically and disproportionately been affected by systemic and institutionalized racism. Years of turning schools into sites where students of color are objects of police scrutiny has not made our communities nor our most vulnerable children any safer. Indeed, it has done the exact opposite in nearly all instances. You have an opportunity to make a transformative decision by ending the over-policing. Carol Bartel. My grandson attends school in the SUSD district, and I asked the district to end its contract with SAC PD and reinvest the money for more resources for the students. Jessica Gordon, end the contract with Sacramento Police Department. Reinvest the safety funds and services that actually protect and serve all Sacramento students. Abby Morokia, I understand districts want safety and security within schools, but I don't think that SROs are the way to go. They cause racial profiling and anxiety in students. Personally, I've seen a police officer at West Campus a total of 5 times when I've been there for 3 years, and every time I've had anxiety attack and needed to go to the counselor. This isn't just a unique experience to me. I have peers who express concern to me, a student, that they're scared and don't like having police around on campus. It makes school seem even less safe, and it makes it feel like we can't go on campus just to learn. In replacement of the SROs, many people are suggesting that the district implement more counselors. The district and the board are going to say there aren't enough funds or resources, or just plainly the ability to, but last year's Student Advisory Council initiative was to implement more counselors in school. The district didn't do this. The SAC has been continuously following up and there's no response, but that's not the main point. Jules Scott, there's no need to have there's no need to have officers in school. There should not be any person on any school campus who's carrying a weapon. Cops are absolutely not properly trained to de-escalate and handle conflict. A counselor, given the proper resources, would be both more appropriate and better equipped to actually help students. Force, not fix problems. Support does. Get cops out of schools. Madeline Mayo, as a student and an activist, I encourage an end to the school to prison pipeline in SCUSD through the termination of district contracts with law enforcement. Having SROs on campus is meant for learning purposes, and that's not what's being taught. Ryan Durrett, by introducing SROs into campuses of SCUSD schools, the district will be erasing any sense of comfort or security marginalized students experience at school. Cops promote fear among BIPOC students who, because they know that their safety is at stake in their presence. The news may not want to show it, but statistics, firsthand encounters, etc., do not lie. It's not a secret. The police system is racist and unjust, and the idea of our school district is working in conjunction with the system is unsettling at least, and evil at most. If the SCUSD has money to fund contract with SAC PD, reallocate those funds. Nobody needs police officers. What students do need are trained counselors who know how to assist students with mental health problems. What will better deter crime at schools? A professional who's trained in the science of working with students through tough challenges, or a threatening officer who will do nothing more than invoke fear and anxiety from students. Emily Smith. I'd like to call on SAC Unified to stand up for and prioritize students by addressing institutional racism within the system. End your contract with Sacramento Police Department and reinvest these funds in public safety for students. Reinvest in academic and mental health counselors, social workers, bilingual staff, nurses, and other student supports, not cops. Get the police out of Sacramento schools. Counselors, not cops. Jennifer Wallace, I strongly urge you to remove the police from Sacramento schools and replace them with counselors. I feel less safe with them at school. They criminalize normal childhood problems that could be dealt with compassionately and perpetuate the school to prison pipeline, disproportionately affecting our Black students. The time to act is now. Be on the right side of history. My name is Evelyn Turpin, and I stand with students. I'm sorry, this is from Evelyn Turpin. My name is Eve Turpin, and I stand with students across SCUSD in eliminating law enforcement officers from SCUSD campus. I want my fellow students to feel safe on my campus, which cannot be done while SROs are on them. Law enforcement policing students in their educational facilities is inherently a racist policy, and I want to see it terminated in favor of social services for students that increase safety and social equity. I stand with Brown Issues, the Sacramento City Teachers Association, and others in support of ending district contracts with law enforcement, instituting an alternatively safe plan, reinvesting funds into social workers and student supports, and a public pledge of the members of the Board of Education to not take money from police unions or their political campaigns. Irene Savoda. Please remove police from school campuses and consider redirecting those funds to more social workers, counselors, educators, local site security trained in de-escalation measures. Sydney Yolevsky. I ask that you reinvest in mental health workers, counselors, bilingual support staff, and enrichment opportunities for students in SCUSD rather than funding police in schools. And the last one is Jamie Litton. The public schools in Sacramento need to end their contracts with the Sac PD and instead reinvest in support system for students such as social workers, mental health experts, and bilingual counselors.
Sorry, I was on mute. Kansi, that was our last public comment.
Sorry, yeah.
On this.
Thank you, Kansi. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate both of you taking the time to read each of our public comments. I just want to reinforce, while our agenda allows for a limit of 15 minutes per topic in public comment, given the level of pain and community unrest, there was, for me, a strong and compelling reason to say, as board members, as elected leaders, we absolutely needed to hear the words of our community in pain and asking for action in response to levels of racism and oppression that have only surfaced but have been present in the system for decades and arguably centuries. Before we begin taking board member questions, I just want to share a couple things. Superintendent Aguilar, I know you have a couple comments in response. We're going to have about 2 minutes per board member. We're at 11:30 and we're only halfway through the agenda with organizational reports, the LCAP PAC, including our parent leaders who have been tirelessly giving of their time on the LCAP PAC, who have sat with us so that they can present their annual report. And so I want us to be very mindful of their time and their willingness to also sit and listen to the comments of our community tonight. So I'll ask Anne to time each of the board member questions and or comments for 2 minutes. We're going to go ahead and begin with the superintendent. And then for those of you who would like to speak, I would like to see a show of hands in the chat box, please.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just wanted to make sure that as we have a discussion about the entire or the public hearing on the proposed budget for next year, given that a lot of attention went into the issue related to this SRO contract, I'd like to make sure that we all are calibrated in terms of what the contract amount is, given the fact that this year we didn't have a full year of that contract. And because of the pandemic, there was a reduction in the number of SROs toward the end of the academic year. So I've asked Rose to make sure that she clarifies what is the amount that has been budgeted as part of next year's budget for this particular contract.
Yes, Superintendent, I can provide that information. It's 600,000.
Okay, so it's a $600,000 allocation for next year as part of the proposed budget, which this hearing is about. Again, that amount is based on the last proposal that we received from SAC PD, and it's important to note, just because of the peculiar nature of this year's contract, given the school closure as well.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Before I begin taking board comments, I just want to make a couple statements myself. You know, last year when we took the action to remove school resource officers from all Sac City campuses, that was far before campuses across the state or country were taking similar action. And that was in direct response to a community outcry that students did not feel safe with police presence on their schools. We thought that a thoughtful, intentional approach would be to ensure that we had the ability to provide emergency response to schools for violent situations, but not school resource officers as police presence on campus, intimidating students or making them feel unwelcomed in any way. So we took that significant step. What I will say is that the state of the world and the country right now, as a result of the murder of George Floyd and a series of unmaskings and laying bare of systemic racism that has been at the heart of preventing the excellence of our Black men and women, has led me to a place where, in a deficit that is as grave as the Sacramento City Unified School District's deficit, recognizing that we have cut everything that we can cut, with the exception of making heart-wrenching cuts that will harm our students, I cannot support a continued $600,000 allocation towards school resource officers, even in a limited capacity. And so what I will be asking tonight is that if the board supports me, before we come back to the next board meeting, I would like a budget that removes that item as part of consideration for the final budget adoption. I would also like to put in place a community work group that consists of our African American advisory committee members, our CAC committee members, as we know that our special education students are disproportionately impacted by these systemic issues, our DLAC members, our LCAP PAC members, and I would also like to ensure we have representation from our administrators, UPE and SCTA, as well as a couple community slots, to come back with two charges. One, a plan for radically reimagining keeping our students safe, recognizing we might not have dollars to allocate to it, given the gravity of the fiscal dilemma that we have before us. And two, looking at what it means to adopt anti-racist policies to address school discipline. I was very fortunate, and I've had the ability to work with Dr. Luke Woods over the years, who wrote the Capital of Suspensions report, who also was instrumental in the research behind Black Lives Matter. And what he reminded me of, and what my community has been reminding me of, is that this step to disassociate with investing resources in school resource officers or law enforcement is only a step. That truly dismantling systemic oppression and racism in our school takes courage far beyond that. He actually reminded me that the Capital of Suspensions did not list removing SROs as a recommendation. Rather, it focused on the systemic racism that occurs beginning in preschool for our students who are pushed out of the classrooms because they are told that their behavior as Black young individuals is more aggressive than their white peers. And that continues when they don't hit grade level and reading at grade level by third grade. That continues when they continue to be told that they are not eligible for gifted education due to testing that does not measure their excellence as students. That continues once they get in high school and they are told by the very adult administrators and teachers that are supposed to support them that maybe not everyone is college material. And we know this because the data bears true in terms of who has access and eligibility to four-year colleges and who is graduating on time and who is being left behind. And so I have to tell you, time and time again over the last few weeks, as I've been talking with my community, they have said, I'm going to hold you accountable to this first level of disinvestment And we think that the step you took last year to remove officers from all campuses was the right step. Disinvesting the remaining limited resources you have is an important next step. But if you believe that you are going to dismantle systems of oppression and racism that have plagued our Black and brown students for centuries, you have to have the courage to roll up your sleeves to get to work and talk about how that manifests in the classroom and on campus. And Dr. Luke Woods has committed to give his time and energy to come to Sacramento to help us have these conversations, recognizing that this step we take tonight is one step, and that the real work to ensure that we are meeting the potential of our Black students begins when we dive deeper and we talk about racism and oppression in every facet of our schools. And so, Superintendent, I know that tonight is an informational item. I am asking that this be a revised budget that comes back before the board next board meeting. I would also like at that time, based on what I've just shared, to carve out what it would look like to create that work group of community voice that is truly representative of the students who are most harmed by policies that fail to meet their needs, and that hits the stakeholder groups, including the parent voices who deserve to be heard. Do we have other board member questions or comments?
Sorry, I don't know if you can see me, President Ryan. I have my hand up.
Board Member Pritchett, followed by Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Vang.
Thank you. I just want to add to what you were saying, and that when we put together this group, that we do have representation from the outlying unincorporated part of Sacramento and the city of Rancho Cordova that is not part of the city of Sacramento. And then also, as we're talking about this, so we're putting together a strong safety plan for our students. Those are my only two requests.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. I appreciate that. And I think we can certainly look at that. Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. And I echo your comments. I also echo Member Pritchett's comments in terms of wanting to have a safety plan in place. I remember, when we took that action last February, only to keep the contract until June. And, I voted against the contract at that time, expecting we're going to, come back to school and have a plan in place. That didn't happen. So we need to be realistic about what the capacity is of having a plan in place. I would also ask for to make sure that SEIU has a seat at that table as well, because I think campus monitors are such an important piece of this, and I can envision something that is sort of a campus monitor, or in some of that. With some of that skill set, but with more training, or so. I think we really need to be creative about what that alternative safety personnel could look like. But in terms of having bodies to help de-escalate situations, I think that could be a really promising approach that I think we should look at. A couple of the other questions that I really want to make sure we address. I'm not sure if that was my time or what.
No, I think somebody's phone rang.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
Member Morowski. Anyone who has their phone on, if you can please silence it. Thank you.
I've heard administrators talk about, someone who's having a psychotic break. Like, who do you call for help in that situation? You saw, a student sees another student carrying a firearm. Who do you call for help? We need to have enough support for administrators and staff, that they have someone as backup. It doesn't necessarily have to be an SRO, but we need to have a plan in place. You know, we can't pretend that, you know, if we get rid of SROs, all the safety issues at our campuses go away. So I just think we need to be smart about that and have a plan. I know this item is actually the budget item, even though we spent, you know, the last 2 or 3 hours on talking about cops. So I do have a couple comments quickly on that item. You know, Ms. Ramos, you mentioned other districts are implementing significant cuts. I didn't see any cuts proposed as part of this budget. I know we don't know what our revenues look like. You made that very clear at the beginning of the presentation, and I appreciate that. I think we need cuts on the table because there's no way around that, even if we get more revenue. So I think we need to be very clear about what is proposed in this budget, and we need those things itemized out in terms of the things that we actually have control over. And you know, and I understand that, you know, the budget this year will be a process that goes on for a while. So, but I think we need to get those things out on the table so we know what is actually within our control to do and when we need to do it by. I would also ask you to bring back a little more transparency about a couple of more things, and that's a proposed allocation of the CARES funds by line item, what's proposed to be funded and in what amounts. It just seems like it's a guessing game right now, and I'm wondering whether it's appropriate to actually budget it at this point, or should we just wait till we have more information? And also, I am asking for a cash flow statement to be brought back to the board before August or September, because I don't think we can wait that long to have a revised cash flow statement that better reflects where we're going to be after the June budget. And I understand again that this process might take a while and be subject to several revisions, but the cash flow statement we have now, based on the May revise, which is probably a much worse budget than we will end up with by the way it looks so far, it's just not that useful. Because, you know, it says we're going to run out of funds in February. Well, we know it's probably not February, but we don't really know when it is. So if we could have a cash flow statement based on the June budget as it's adopted, just to show us, and maybe it gets worse from there, I don't know, but at least we know it's somewhere between February and this other date. You know, so I think we just need a little bit of sensitivity analysis. That's such a critical thing for us to track really closely right now, given how volatile that situation is. So, and I really appreciate all the work and you answering all my questions, Ms. Ramos, that we discussed earlier too. Thank you.
Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. I was going to say good morning, good night. But first, I just really want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who submitted a comment tonight, especially our students, who I will have to say are our bold and courageous leader. You know, and I think given the presentation that staff gave today, I think all of us know that we have limited resources, and it's incredibly important for us to use our dollar wisely. You know, and as we reopen our schools in the fall, right, many of our low-income students will return with trauma and immediate needs that will need to be addressed. And it's important that we review all contracts. And SAC PD being one of them. I think how we move forward on this contract is really a reflection of our values and our priorities. And tonight during public comment, I think we heard loud and clear from hundreds of community members asking us to end the contract with SAC PD. You know, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all the community organizers for keeping the pressure on. Not just right now, but for several years, demanding that our board actually takes action. And I want to speak to you because it's your hard work and your organizing that got us to this place today, right? Members of the board didn't support ending this contract. And as leaders, I would also say that we've been complicit in upholding a system that has harmed Black, Brown, and our most vulnerable communities. And so I'm encouraged by what I heard today from fellow colleagues. I think canceling this contract is a start, but I think Lorraine also mentioned that, getting rid of the contract is just the beginning. It's also, admin, making sure that we look at our protocols and processes to ensure that we don't call law enforcement, right? That we're not depending on it as default. So I want to thank the community organizer and our students for keeping the pressure on. I think the movement, right? We had 8 officers. We've begun to divest already to 3 officers. And I was actually going to request the executive committee to place the contract as a discussion item at a next board meeting. So I really appreciate President Ryan making that request. In particular, I want a report back on actually our contract. Like, how have we actually utilized our SRO during the global pandemic? And it's important for our community also to understand what is currently in place. And if this board does vote no, we're going to need time to create a thoughtful and intentional transition plan, right? And I'm actually disappointed that the fact that the contract is set to expire June 30th and it wasn't on the agenda, right? Because what we don't want happening is what we did last year and the year before that, where we just were in limbo and going day by day, month by month without a contract, right? And so I want to make sure that, this board takes action to make sure that it's agendized as a discussion item so that we can take a vote and end the contract. So.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Board Member Wu, followed by Board Member Garcia.
I don't have my hand up.
Oh, I thought you would raise your hand. Okay, Board Member Garcia.
Yes, I also have a question on the budget, but I also want to first thank all of the community members, students, parents, teachers who submitted public comment tonight. It is, we heard you loud and clear. I'm also encouraged by the board's direction to remove the 600,000 plus specifically allocated for this contract. But I would like to ensure that those funds stay in place in order to support whatever recommendations come out. Because if we have recommendations, once again, we're establishing another stakeholder group. And they're going to provide recommendations, and then we don't have the money to fund them. So that was a concern of the African American Task Force, that they came up with recommendations, and we're very slow to fund these recommendations to make progress and change. So the very slow pace towards change, not only to end the contract, but to move forward in a way that does not require or have SROs as part of our student or safety plan is a pace of privilege. And our community cannot afford that. Our Black and Brown students cannot afford that time, that pace. It's urgent that we do something now. That's why I want to make sure of 2 things before I ask my budget question. One is that those funds stay in our placeholder somewhere in the budget for this work and these recommendations that are going to happen. And 2, that we also bring back the contract prior to its expiration, and we proactively terminate the contract. My concern is also that it will roll into next year, and we end up with a contract that the board did not proactively take action on. So I want to make sure that those 2 points are clear moving forward. And
go ahead and finish, Member Garcia, please.
And then I have a question on the budget. So ask my question on the budget.
Ask your question on the budget, and then we'll move over to the next person.
Okay, excellent. So so I know that with there's just so much up in the air right now, and best case scenario is that we end up with additional funds that still won't be enough for our budget deficit and to meet our expenditures. In worst case scenarios that we have to make some drastic cuts. So either way, I am also concerned that we are poised to vote on a budget next week, adopt a budget that does not reflect any cuts, which we know are going to happen. The level of cuts just varies, but we know those are going to be part of our budget moving forward. Similar to Board Member Morawski's concerns, I want us to know exactly what we're voting on. I also want to know next steps. After budget adoption next week, when else are we going to be able to come back and make the necessary changes to the budget? Because we know that federal funds are still up in the air, which the state is relying upon in order to give us a final state budget. And it's going to be months, probably the rest of the year, where we're going to see the budget go up and down. But I just need to understand how many opportunities will the board have a discussion and to vote on the necessary changes in order for us to stay solvent. And an additional request about the cash flow, I'd like to see that on a monthly basis, because things are so changing so frequently that I think we need to see the cash flow on a more frequent basis than maybe to the timeline that Board Member Morawski pointed out earlier. I think we just need to see it on a monthly basis so that we have a full understanding of where we're at, because it's just critical. So, and those are my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I know that the superintendent had one follow-up question, and legal has also reached out. I want to be clear. What I'm saying is that we are asking that at the next board meeting, our final adopted budget not include the SRO contract. So we are not having to vote on a separate item. We are not rolling over a contract. We are adopting a budget that does not allocate any remaining funds to the SRO. I also want to clarify that the request for a work group is not to look at the use of SRO, it's to ensure that we are engaging the community in the plan for school safety and adopting anti-racist discipline policy. So that, I know it needs to happen on a truncated timeline, and I know that there are many individuals in the community ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work. I'm thrilled that we have some of the greatest racial equity champions and academic leaders in the state saying they'll come to the district to help us with this. But that is what I have requested of the superintendent. Board Member Minnick?
All right, thanks, President Ryan. I just wanted to weigh in on your proposal regarding the SROs. I'm in full agreement, and it sounds like as the majority of my colleagues here. The big issue for me a year ago was to no longer have officers stationed at school sites, and we did that. I would love to have had a full school year to assess the impact that had. We didn't get that because of our schools closing in March. But I think we were heading in the right direction. I think what we're seeing right now is that that law enforcement is in some sort of a transition. Well, we hope that law enforcement is in some sort of a transition, and this is a good time for us to step back, let them work their stuff out. And if at some point in the future, a newly structured community with different expectations of law enforcement exists, and we can look at what that partnership might look like, several years down the road, that's fine. But it seems like the stars have kind of aligned right now for us to step aside and let that happen while we look at different ways to address the needs of the community, especially our kids. So I appreciate all of you for being on board at this idea of looking at a new way to do this entirely. So And I appreciate that this is not a whole separate item, that this is just about addressing the priorities of our budget. And this will just not be a priority in our budget.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Do we have any remaining board member comments, Student Board Member Ing Olson or Board Member Wu? Okay, Board Member Ing Olson.
Yeah, I was going to speak of this more during my student board report, but I echo wholeheartedly what's been said, and I'm so incredibly proud of all the students that spoke and submitted comments tonight. But I do also echo the comment that this is just the beginning. I feel like almost like a timeline, we were in the negative numbers, and getting to no SROs is like meeting the 0 mark, and now we have to make progress. And there's still so much to go. But I definitely agree with the motion to discontinue the contract with the SAC PD.
Thank you so much, Board Member Ing Olson. So with that, this was an information item only. We'll be moving on to item 10.0. I do actually want to make a request, if possible, and if my board members will support me. I feel terrible about the fact that our parent leaders from the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee have been here until midnight. Can we move 11.1 to the next item before our organizational reports so that we can allow the parent leaders who have stayed to present on this item to speak and not have to sit through all of the organizational reports?
Yes.
Okay.
And we owe that to them.
I think we do. So I'm making a motion. We have a second from Board Member Minnick. Okay, from Board Member Pritchett. Can I please see a show of hands for those who are, okay, great. So we will be adjusting that item. So Superintendent Aguilar, we're going to go ahead and move. Yes.
I just noticed it's 11:56.
Okay, I'm going to extend the board meeting till 1 a.m.
I'll second.
Student preferential vote?
Aye.
My sincere apologies, Board Member Ing Olson. Okay, and all those in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'm hoping that Mr. Harris can start us off on this important update from the LCAP PAC.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Members, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief Improvement and Accountability Officer here in Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm joined this evening by Stephen Fong, who's our LCAP SIPSA coordinator, and several members of our local control accountability plan Parent Advisory Committee. What we're excited to do tonight is give you a brief update on some major items for the LCAP PAC. We'll start kind of in two halves in our presentation this evening. First half will be some of the procedural elements which are important in creating the LCAP. But more importantly, you'll actually have an opportunity to hear directly from many of our LCAP PAC members about their aspirations for the system, which tie directly to some of the conversation you were just having about reimagining and ultimately reimagining a system that serves all students with high effectiveness and fidelity. If we go to the next slide. This simply gives you just an overview of our conversation this evening, which I've pretty much have covered. What I'll talk about, though, briefly on this page is as you look at the graphic on the right, we've used it several times to really speak to the integration, which is more important now than ever in terms of looking at all of our strategic processes, the LCAP itself as the district plan. In the next board meeting, we'll be talking about our school plans, which are our SIPSAs, and ultimately both of those being grounded in the data of our system and those driving funding priorities, which is the whole integration with our budget and spending priorities. Perhaps one other additional way to think about this slide too is as the board has seen in various points throughout the school year, our PELT problem of practice, which speaks to this notion of boldly improving unacceptable low student achievement results, particularly among each of school's most vulnerable students, depends on grounding every budget and instructional decision in school sites and district plans using principles of continuous improvement with the belief that all children can learn. And so ultimately this graphic is really one way summatively to bring that to life, because to bring that to life, we actually have to integrate the strategies into our district plan and into our site plans. Go to the next slide. And with that, just in terms of what's a big event for us as a system, the governor issued an executive order. So, some of our normal processes will be different this year. We actually, in the next board meeting, will be sharing with you our version of the COVID-19 written operations report, which will give some sense of the district staff's work in terms of mitigation strategies related to the pandemic, and also give you a sense of things that we're looking to do in terms of alignment as we approach the start of the school year. And then, some of the procedural things, again, as I mentioned, is that we actually have an extension of the LCAP to December 2020. And then it shifts the 3-year cycle from 21-22 through 2023-24. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Fong, and he'll take you through a few more procedural things, and then you'll hear from our LCAP PAC members directly.
Thank you, Chief Harris. Good evening, board and superintendent. As Chief Harris noted, Governor Newsom's executive order informs some key changes. Next slide is fine. And the operations written report, which, as Chief Harris noted, we'll be bringing back next week, is also attached on this evening's agenda, should anyone choose to view it. The operations written report was created by the state as a tool for districts to communicate with their community, specifically about the impacts of school closures and the changes that districts are making in response. In the report, we're required to describe how we're meeting the needs of our English learners, our foster youth, our homeless youth, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, collectively referred to as unduplicated pupils, and also to describe how we're delivering distance learning, providing school meals, and arranging for the supervision of students. So again, that item, the draft is attached to this evening's agenda should the public would like to view it. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides are a very high-level summary of some of the 2019-20 annual update materials. And the key thing here is that this is being shared for information only, and it's part of our district's ongoing commitment to transparently share information with the community. The formal 19-20 update is not due until December. As Chief Harris described, that timeline's been moved. So what we're sharing here is the information that would have been presented to the board under the former LCAP context using the old template. And that includes our estimated annual expenditures, reported outcomes for our metrics, discussion of some of the actions as we've implemented them. And I just would note that there's been a lot of evolution in how implementation has occurred for some actions under the context of the pandemic, and also some material differences. So that information is attached. And in the next slide, you'll see the very high level summary of our budget. A couple of keynotes here. These expenditures in the right-hand column, the estimated actuals, are through late March and early April. And you can see here the estimated actuals relative to the projections. And you can also see the relative proportion of funding allocated across different resource types. And the last note here is that the amount of funds represented in our LCAP is a portion of our total budget. You can see at the bottom what that total budget was for 2020. Next slide, please. So again, a very high level summary of some emerging bright spots and growth opportunities. I would encourage anyone who's interested in reading more detailed analyses of our outcomes to go into the attachment and see the full descriptions. But here you can see we've highlighted some growth in English language arts and some positive trends for chronic absenteeism and suspension rate. For the public, it's helpful to know that these are mid-year data points. So these are data points up to the period just before school closures. And we've looked back at the previous year to that same point in time. So this is different than the usual end of year dashboard style results that we're used to. For growth opportunities, we've noted that we've had some static performance in some of our key indicators. And then also want to continue to highlight the persistence of inequitable outcomes. And here we've noted those groups that we really do want to continue to raise up, where we see the most pronounced inequities for foster youth, homeless youth, students with disabilities, African-American students, and American Indian or Alaska Native students. And for those first 3 student groups, we do want to remind the board and the public that we are eligible for differentiated assistance in the state's accountability system for those 3 groups. Next slide, please. This is a look ahead to 2021. I'm just providing a very, very a brief look at how the year will be different than the normal LCAP process. The key difference here is that we're going to have two sequential LCAP processes, one that culminates in December 2020-2021 LCAP, that is a single year LCAP, and then the second that culminates in June, which will be the new 3-year LCAP cycle. The first LCAP process, which culminates in December, is very different in that it is going to be an LCAP that is discussing a year that's in progress. So it is a 2021 LCAP for the 2021 school year written in 2021. And then we'll be back to looking forward for the 3-year LCAP cycle. The LCAP PAC and staff are looking at this as steps 2 and 3 of a long-term process, step 1 being the work done this year. You'll be hearing from the LCAP PAC in just a moment about that step 1. We also want to note that the LCAP PAC greatly appreciates the board's extension of the member term. That helps greatly with continuity, given the vast differences in next year's process from a normal LCAP year. This will help. And just also want to note lastly that the stakeholder engagement for next year may look different. We know that without having a concrete sense of what we've returned to in terms of our ability to gather folks into places, we'll be developing flexible models to engage stakeholders in a variety of ways, and we're committed to doing that for all our different stakeholder groups. And I also want to personally thank Member Ing Olson for some of the collaboration over the past months and in recent weeks to really try to finalize a plan for putting a student presence on the LCAP PAC permanently. We know that that's been a desire of the LCAP PAC, a priority of the board, and we're really seeking the guidance of the Student Advisory Committee for what will work and meet the needs of students. So as I pass off to the LCAP PAC members, I just want to note that it is a privilege to work with them. They're here to present to you tonight as part of their ongoing process and just continually energized and inspired by that group. Tonight we have a number of members who are going to share with you some of their key priorities that they want to raise up and really provide to the board as a forecast for the future. And I'm pleased to introduce the first member, LaShanya Rizal. Next slide, please.
Did you hear me? Good evening, everyone. Board Member Ryan, Superintendent, and board members, good evening. LaShanya Brazil with the LCAP Committee. I'm going to read, presenting the introduction of our LCAP Committee past priorities. The past priorities have aligned across multiple stakeholder groups. These groups include, but not are limited to, comprehensive staff training and program implementation, restorative practices, implicit biases, supports for students with disabilities. Also targeted engagement of parents and family, increased bilingual supports for English learners, improved use of data for allocation of resources, equitable representation in GATE and specialty programs. And then there's 2 other goals that I wanted to point out. The goals of the LPAC in this presentation will also include 3 of the following. 1, informing district board planning. 2, activating, engaging the community on key issues. And 3, informing LCAP development for the coming year. And the last area I would like to speak to is the 3 key areas the PAC will be speaking to are: 1, coherence and consistency; 2, equitable opportunities, experiences, and outcomes; and then 3, using the lessons learned from this time of school closures to make radical changes to programs and practices. And then I'm going to turn it over to Rich, who will be speaking on our first priority.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. It's Richard Vasquez. Thank you for the opportunity to be involved in the LCAP. I've learned a lot this year, and building on past priorities with the previous LCAP, we did come up with 3 priorities ourselves. And the first one that I'll be presenting is coherence and consistency. Clearly define and provide a base standard educational program and set of experiences for all students at all sites. I do have a unique experience, I would say, as I attended an elementary school that is on the boundaries of one of your selective sites. I think the only one I know of, Phoebe Hearst, and I don't know that our educational experience was the same. I was highly involved, and we struggled. We didn't have anything on our site. We had no sports, no music, no arts, no after school programs, no field trips, no librarian, no counselor. We had nothing. How do we expect to compete or even be how do you want kids to be engaged? That's what I'm struggling with now as we get to the high school level. I got another experience as well. And now I can't believe that I got into this selective site stuff, and I have a child at West Campus. Somehow she broke through not having no resources, and she did make it to West Campus, and she's putting up a fight there, struggling a bit. But also I have another child is at Hiram Johnson. Why didn't she get the same opportunity as my older child? What's the difference? How are we, these selective sites are segregating it's almost segregation in my view. What's the population of Phoebe Hearst? It's not the population of our district. Same thing with West Campus. You're segregating the top 800 students of our school systems into one little pocket to make ourselves look good. We need those students spread out throughout our other comprehensive high schools. Why are my daughters not at the same school? I ripped my family apart. I ruined my family. Now I'm at two different sites running back and forth. That was the first piece. Again, my personal experience. Next, we need to stop this opt-in culture. I'm hearing that the trainings are optional. How can trainings be optional with the racism training, the implicit bias trainings, MTSS? How can we have optional trainings? How are our educators at the top of the best of the best, right? Every day we continue to grow. We expect our students to go and learn and grow and get better every day. I don't know how we could say that our educators are at the same point if they continuously bypass optional trainings. We need to start having some mandatory certain trainings in there that we know we need. Anti-racism, implicit bias. We need to have those mandatory because in the end, our kids, the most needed help students, are not benefiting when the adults don't have those trainings. And again, all this goes back to all the different, the vast amounts of variation at different sites. Like I said, every different school, everyone's doing this opt-in culture, right? What are they going to choosing what to implement in the classroom? We need to stop all this because it's too wide variation. And again, and overall, the increased accountability. Something needs to change if we continuously failing our most needed help students. And again, something does need to change. I've been highly involved. Everybody said be highly involved, highly involved. That's what matters. It matters about the parents being involved. I've been involved 10 years plus. My kids are still struggling. We don't have the resources. When is the district going to provide the resources? Like I said, no sports, no music, no arts, no after school programs. I'm feeling those effects now. My kids, one of my students doesn't have any interest in anything. Why? Because we did not have those programs and resources at the elementary school site. And I don't understand how a site less than a mile away got all those resources and those kids are thriving. You talk about the prison and school pipeline. You have a Phoebe at West Campus pipeline. That's what I've seen on that campus, and that's why I went away from that campus because I do not fit in there. So we need to cut all this, and if you're going to have that pipeline, well, you need to start providing the resources at the other school sites because, again, like I said, I've been involved, and we're still struggling. So again, that's what matters. We need funding. And we're talking about the funding. I know the COVID, and we're having this state takeover and whatnot. People are saying there's no funding. Well, everyone's getting funding. Superintendent, you got a good paycheck. Your cabinet got a good paycheck. Everybody got a good paycheck. Educators, the top compensation package in the region, 130 average. Everybody's getting paid. We need to start seeing results with that money because, again, a whole generation, my life is already done. I only have 3 years left in the district, and we had nothing. And now I'm seeing the results. I thought we were going to be all right. Hey, I'm involved with my kids. We're on site. We're doing everything. We're still struggling. So again, you got a lot of work to do. I know it's tough. I know, in the end, we just got to start doing it. And again, like I said, a whole generation. My kids' school is almost over, and the district didn't provide much. So again, I'll hand it off to the second priority. Thank you.
All right. President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Miguel Cordova, and I have a student, a daughter who will be a fourth grader at Washington Elementary next year. And so I'm here to talk to you about our second priority, equitable opportunities, experiences, and outcomes. So when we look at the key elements, the first one of improved use of targeted funds to increase and improve services for specified student groups. We're talking here about groups that including students with disabilities. We're talking about English learners, foster youth, homeless youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So those are the groups that we're looking at, and looking at ways that we can improve, obviously, the performance. And a lot of what Rich talked about is really important, and I think it ties together with priority 2. When we're talking about data-driven, need-based allocation of resources, I think oftentimes we confuse equality and equity, talking about every school needs to look the same. They don't all need to look the same because there's different needs. The thing is about what is being taught, what is being provided, how are you believing in the students that are in each of these schools. They don't all have to look the same because they have very different needs, and some have a lot more needs than others, right? And so being able to look at those things, we've looked at, when the coaches, the math coaches and the English language arts coaches are being used. We looked at things like addressing truancy and the programs that exist in that. And so those are things that we're looking at, and we've looked into, the impact and how that works, and if we're actually have sufficient, I guess, support in those areas. Effective implementation, multi-tiered system of supports. Again, I know this is another one of the programs that's come out. It used to be RTI, now we've got MTSS, and the thing that's the most important thing is that there has to be training, and it has to be something that's fully implemented. I mean, the issue of implementing something with fidelity, I think, is a real important issue in the district that we don't necessarily see. And the last thing on here is the willingness of the board to make difficult decisions that may not align to the interests of the group. In talking about this, I want to look at the opt-in culture that we talked about in one when we talk about that, because when we see practices implemented, as I was saying, with fidelity across the district, with so many practices that impact students groups, like pre-assessments, mid-year and end of year, the climate surveys, restorative justice practices. These are some examples of where we just see that they're not fully being implemented. This opt-in culture is killing any type of movement. Like, what you're going to provide an assessment at mid-year when you didn't provide one at the beginning, or at the end when you never provided the first and second. And we see some of these. I mean, coming in and looking at some of these practices and what's going on at the districts, and looking at some of the data, being able to ask these questions. These are some of the things that are hitting us as we look into this. And the thing is that the biggest thing on this is that we are leaving behind our most disadvantaged students in this district. We're leaving them behind. Our last couple of meetings with COVID-19 and with Black Lives Matter movement and the uprising that we've had, and even just hearing and echoing a lot of what the letters and the public comment, and President Ryan, you stole my thunder when you made the statement that you said, because it's just we've come to a point in our group where we said this is enough. We can't continue to come and look at this over and over, and I felt that for the year and a half, 2 years that I've been in, where I'm just coming in and it's the most depressing night of the month to look at some of this data and seeing like what incremental change is what we want. Incremental change is not. It's like incremental gets us to continue to be a failing district for so many of these students. So we want to see that rigor and breadth is part of the program, and it's for all of our students, and not just for some. It's not just in one part of Sacramento and not in another part of Sacramento. We want to see schools where people truly believe, where there is a true belief that those kids and that community can thrive, that those kids and in that community, they can achieve, they can do things, and that there is a true belief within that school. And that's what some of the things that we are seeing right now. We feel truly that we are leaving behind so many of our kids, and that we've got to find a way to not just move forward, but to completely change things. Because, last couple of meetings, we just sat there and just said, it's enough. This has got to stop. And so that's where we are now. And so we'll move to priority 3.
President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and esteemed board members. I'm Catherine Oriucci. I'm a single parent of 3 Sac City Unified students. I've worked in a university setting for many years, so I have a familiarity with some of the problems you're having with online education now. Priority 3 asks the board to use the lessons learned from the current situation to fuel the opportunity for radical change to our current programs and practices. This aligns with the district's public education leadership project, Problem of Practice to Improve, and I quote, unacceptably low student achievement levels, particularly among each school's most vulnerable students, through the process of grounding the budget, school site, and district plans through principles of continuous improvement. Next slide. Yeah, thank you, this slide. So the slide with the priority 3 has 5 key elements, leading off with the well-known and documented exacerbated inequities of the current situation. But fundamentally, we can improve the implementation of the curriculum, better use technology, and improve our programs so that we can use these things to work both on-site and in distant learning environments that we expect we're going to be dealing with for the next many months. Examples are how students really depend on teacher contact, and that can be asynchronous through teacher videos or Zoom synchronous with their teachers, but it really is about their teachers, not just some super teacher in some place on a video somewhere. These are the teachers that they are connected to. And there's a lot we can do to design on-ground online work by bundling or using block scheduling on campus. Earlier in the evening, you heard somebody talk about the 410 model that's being used in Israel to match what's known about the incubation period of this particular virus, et cetera. So the key idea here is that little changes are not where the LCAP committee and our parents that we communicate with, we're not interested in small change. So the typical assessments and the plans to move a couple of points on the charts is not enough, and it's just exacerbating the divide between our students. But we do see that we are making major changes right now. For instance, how are we teaching band right now when we can't get a band in a room? How do we have a virtual concert despite we're not meeting? And teachers are doing these things, so there are things we can do. We're in a different space now because of our events, and this means that because of the Zooms and the teacher videos, no student should be limited just to the teachers at their site or just to the classes at their site. We really can work outside the assigned school site to bring more opportunities to more students. Thirdly, in terms of the family, as careful as I've studied all my life, I really can't teach AP biology, nor can I prepare my high schoolers to take the AP exams. Most parents who have multiple kids in multiple grades simply can't sit with them 30 hours a week, and kids can't sit in front of a screen all by themselves for 6 hours a day. Notice that the distance learning survey that was sent out doesn't capture the problem of having multiple kids in the district, because you have to fill out you fill it out once for each child. So you just aren't hearing about the problems of parents who have more than one child in the district. Also, your social emotional learning survey or emotional survey was reported on earlier, only represented 10% of the students, 4,000 of the students. It really makes you wonder what's going on with the other 90%. And we have to do things differently because we simply can't do what we did before. There's no way you can meet the 6-foot physical distance guidelines during passing periods at McClatchy with over 2,000 students. You can't fit them all in the classrooms, but we still need to maintain all the activities that make the more tedious parts of school acceptable. sports, music, plays, clubs, so that our children continue to be engaged in the whole of their learning. So I just want to encourage you to think about how we can measure our student and district outcomes differently that will capture this growth and also prepare our students for a future that really none of us expected. And with that, we can go on to our next priority.
Good evening, board members, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Christine Shelby. I have 4 children, 2 which are currently in the district and 1 who should be attending in the fall, or adding to the fall, so 3 in school soon. Good evening, morning. Yeah, usually my kids keep me up this late, but
Christine, I am so sorry keeping you this late. We tried to move it up to make it a little bit easier, but thank you again.
We appreciate being moved up. As you can see on your screen, we're looking at the 2019 dashboard results. This is a very colorful chart. However, these are not the colors that we as a school district should be truly aiming for. We would love to see way more green. I reported on this last year, and I don't believe this chart has changed much. However, in the last year from our committee meeting, we got some more statistics, and I was mainly shocked by the statistic, excuse me, that in our district, regardless of income, our African American students aren't succeeding. So, to me, that seems like we have some racism problems, which we knew about, but I thought being a parent who was highly involved, who had the means to help my kids with the extra stuff they might need, who participates on as many school endeavors as possible, who practically lives in her school office, it does not matter. My students are still gonna struggle in this district because of the color of their skin, regardless of the fact that one of my students tested GATE. And one of my students is could do possibly worse because they are also autistic, but they graduated out of their IEP last year. So none of those things matter. The yellow, the red, the oranges that plague that line, it won't matter because this district just hasn't lived up to the challenge. I am sorry about this. It's really late. Okay. All right. We can move on to the next slide, and I will provide the closing thoughts. So this LCAP committee is wonderful to be on. It's my 2nd year. And as I reflect on our year, I know that we stayed together because we are doing the work needed to bring meaningful change and recommendations to this board. Recommendations that we talk about, that they might not be accepted, they might not be implemented, but we did the work for our students because our students need more than, like Miguel said, incremental change. This year, we are determined to be louder and push for radical change. We are in a completely different place, knowing that the future of our students is at risk, but they have always been at risk. Committee members are tired of being a sounding board, and we will no longer accept incremental change. We had 300 comments today for SROs. And we will be sure to make sure that our community at large knows that this is also an issue too. Anxiety, hurt, confusion, and dread. These are some of the feelings that our parents are having right now. Yes, our parents. Yes, must work with our students and worry about their social and emotional needs, but we can also not forget about our parents who are sitting right next to their students on those Zoom calls, who are trying to log in to multiple Google Classrooms, remember every password, every login, and to support their students when they wonder, why can't they just go to the school? Why can't they just, see their teacher in person? Or why they just can't play every single game in their Google Classroom dashboard. We are not asking for personal fixes. In order for our school district to thrive, we must bring up every struggling student. We must support parents in new and innovative ways and ensure that when parents volunteer for committees, these committees have more teeth behind them. We must not just create committees to make people feel better that we're doing something. We must do something. You must do something. Our final meeting will be at the end of June, and it will see us into summer. We'll continue to engage in individual and small group sessions. This committee has always been dedicated to continuing the work, to support each other outside of the committee, and to be a sounding board for each other. I thank you. I encourage you to look through our information. And I also want to thank Vincent and Stephen for being great with all of us and keeping us in the loop and making sure that we are a committee that has some teeth around it, that gets all the information needed as they are doing lots of work behind the scenes. So with that, I will close and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Christine. Do we have anyone else who will be speaking tonight on the LCAP PAC? Okay, so we're going to take public comments on this item. Before we do, I just want to thank you, Miguel, Christine. I just am so grateful. Rich, you have all been, Lashana, such incredible stewards of our families. And I know it's been hard work. Believe me, I've checked in with many of you who've said how frustrating it's been and how at times depressing and defeating the data can be when you feel like you're pushing against the system upstream. But I am so grateful that you continue to do this hard work, and just really want to acknowledge that it might feel frustrating and slow in terms of the movement, but you are making a difference. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comment, President Ryan.
Okay, with that, we'll take board member comments and questions. If we can please limit it to one question per board member, given the lateness of the hour. Any board member questions? Board member Morosky.
I will keep this very brief. I found your presentations super inspiring. I want you to be loud. I want you to demand more. We all need to demand more, and I mean that very seriously. We have these constraints we work under, but we can push against those constraints. But we need that engagement. And I was wondering what you mentioned, community increased like outreach and engagement of the community as part of your planks. I can't remember who brought it up, but I was just wondering if you could talk more about that. I really value your expertise, and I think just educating people about what we need to do, where the data points are that we need to address. I mean, I think that's so powerful. I don't know who wants to take that.
I think I brought it up and I'll take it on. We have experienced, this committee has experienced more community interest since the financial crisis has started. As we all know, more parents want to get involved. And so since then, we just have yet to figure out how we as a committee get more community involvement into it. Do we have meetings elsewhere? Do we move around? We just haven't ever quite gotten that far. And then the pandemic came. And so now we're just on Zoom. But I know a lot of us outside of the committee talk to other people, and there are different avenues in which we kind of get some information out, but that's about it.
Mhm. Great. I think, I think the LCAP pack is so critical. And I think we're all still grappling with how we how we actualize, what LCFF and local control and all of this stuff was supposed to be. I mean, I don't know if anyone's really gotten there, but I think that the direction you're going is where that was envisioned to go all along, and have that be a powerful voice. So I really appreciate what you're doing. And thanks to each one of you for sticking it out with us tonight.
Board Member Garcia.
I also just want to thank the LCAP members. Having served on the LCAP as a parent prior to being a board member, I know it's a lot of hard work. I'm encouraged by all of your priorities. They are spot on. So I want to thank you, because I know it's behind all of that has been a lot of work, not only from the LCAP members, but also from staff. So thank you for that, and for holding us our feet to the fire, and that we have to make difficult decisions sometimes, but it's what our students need for us to do as their advocates. I do have one question for staff. I got at some point kicked out of the Zoom, the board meeting. I had technology difficulties, but the operation written report, just wondering, that will come before us next week, right, for adoption. And just wondering what the process for seeking input, because it still required stakeholder input. So I missed the part of how that all kind of came about, as we're poised to adopt that report next week. And I realize that the LCAP, there's still some time to hear back, hopefully additional updates prior to adoption in December. But the other report.
Yeah, I'll take that. We were able to share the operations written report with the LCAP pack. We took some feedback there, and we've also had it posted on our website this week, and it's included in tonight's agenda as well as an item.
But beyond the LCAP, you were not able to gather additional stakeholder input, maybe from some of the other committees like DLAC or any of the others?
We did make the draft available to the leaders of the other respective committees.
Okay. Were you able to get some input from them, or?
No specific input was received.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
To clarify to Member Garcia and board members, on the website, there is the ability to provide feedback and submit feedback as part of our outreaching to make sure that people could have access to the report.
If I could just add, I mean, the nature of this is different than a traditional LCAP in that it is meant to be a staff offering. So even with the feedback, it's some of the feedback we're seeing is more LCAP feedback than the ops report, because the ops report is more of a postmortem on what the district has done. So that's one complexity we're working through too.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we don't have any other board member comments on this item. Again, thank you so much for bearing with us into this late evening, early morning, I guess I should say, and we appreciate your service. Okay, we're moving back to the agenda, item 10.0, communications. Item 10.1, employee organizational reports. The first organizational report is SCTA. They have up to 15 minutes. I do not have, per the contract, the items that they presented to speak on tonight. I trust that Anne has them before her. And hopefully you've regained your voice at this point.
Yes, I do have it here. So the comment is from, the report is from David Fisher, and it says, since September 2018, when the district's budget was first rejected by SCOE, we have been trying to have a discussion with SCUSD administrators about the budget. That much needed discussion finally began when we met with the district. Excuse me, let me set the clock. That much needed discussion finally began when we met with the district on June 9th. We spent some quality time with new Chief Business Officer Rose Ramos discussing the SCUSD budget. We confirmed the district's budget projections and actual performance from 2012 to 2013 to the present. SUSD has a long track record of gloomy budget projections, which greatly improve at the end of each fiscal year, on average 15 million per year since 2012-13. Since 2012-13, when the state passed the Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, SCUSD has operated with a surplus every year except 2017-18. In that year, SCOE strongly advised the district to cut its spending by 15.7 million. Instead, SCUSD went on a spending spree that included the $6 million vacation buyout for top administrators, an additional 18 administrative positions, a hastily planned and poorly executed expanded summer school program. So why is that so important? Some have even tried to argue that this long track record is a good thing since the district does better than projected. Unfortunately, the district's history of poor budget projections means that year after year, students have been denied approximately 15 million per year that should have been used to improve the quality of their education, lower class sizes, and have more school nurses, psychologists, social workers, counselors, and librarians. During the same period of time, however, the district didn't hesitate to add administrators. Since 2012-13 to the present, the number of administrators has increased by 49.6%. At the same time, the number of certificated staff has increased by 12.3%, and the number of classified staff by 15%. We had several questions for Ms. Ramos, which she did a nice job of answering. She confirmed several things of note. The decision to certify recent SCUSD budgets as negative, even though the district could certify its budget as qualified, has been a judgment call, which means the district did in fact meet the standard for qualified, but chose to adopt the more critical negative designation. Among the reasons the district has operated with a surplus rather than a projected deficit was how it budgets for vacancies. This includes double counting for the agency services that are under contract to replace hard-to-fill positions, while the district budgets as if those vacancies were filled. SCUSD includes money in its books and other supplies line item that is a placeholder for unbudgeted dollars. The retiree health insurance costs for SCUSDs have actually decreased from $25,839 in 2015-16 to $16.5 million in 2018-19. The district based its third interim budget May 2020 and will base its new budget July 2020 on the governor's May revised state budget, which is likely to improve significantly based on the unified pushback of the state legislature. SCUSD can anticipate receiving at least 16 million more and perhaps as much as 40 million from the CARES Act already passed by the federal government. This is in addition to the 16 million in CARES Act money SCUSD is expected to already receive. This means SCUSD may receive between 32 and 56 million additional dollars next year from the federal government. We appreciate Rose Ramos's participation and her willingness to answer our questions. SCTA's proposal to fix the budget and challenge institutional racism. There is a moral requirement for education unions and progressive organizations like SCTA/CTA/NEA to fiercely advocate and take meaningful action to end institutional racism, beginning in our classrooms, a long-standing systemic issue thrust into the national dialogue following the murder of George Floyd and too many other African Americans. Toward that end, on June 9, we reintroduced or updated several proposals. Mandatory implicit bias training. A necessary first step is mandatory implicit bias training for all SCUSD staff. In 2014, the SCUSD School Board passed a new policy mandating this training, but the district has not implemented it. This is included as part of our restorative practices proposal. Restorative practices as an alternative to punitive discipline. SCUSD has the highest rate of school suspensions for African American males in California. The only way to change is to actively develop alternatives to suspension, expulsions, and more punitive means of student discipline in the form of restorative practices. Our proposal was developed with the Black Parallel School Board and was first proposed in March 2018. African American literature in our schools. All students, not just students from African American families, should be exposed to books and images that tell the story of African Americans, along with the stories of other citizens from diverse racial, religious, and ethnic backgrounds. As a start, SCTA has proposed that each school be provided with $2,000 to buy books on Black heroes and historical figures for inclusion in school libraries and classrooms. We also proposed using a portion of health plan savings to pay for the educational materials. Because our district lacks librarians, especially at the elementary school level, who could help guide young readers, these books must be made readily available and accessible. Multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. Together with restorative practices, we have proposed that SCUSD implement multi-tiered systems of support. This approach is grounded in a robust early education intervention system that provides additional instructional and behavioral support to curtail the misidentification of special needs students. Too many Black and minority students are written off or improperly placed in special education settings when the help of a specialist or tutor would keep them on the same trajectory as their peers. Defund the contract with the Sacramento Police Department and use the savings to get students the support services they need. In an effort to break the school to prison pipeline, we continue to advocate that SCUSD terminate its multi-million-dollar contract with the Sacramento City Police Department to provide school resource officers, SROs. We propose that the dollars saved be used to hire additional school psychologists, social workers, counselors, and nurses to provide much-needed mental and physical health supports for students. This was a recommendation of the SCUSD African American Achievement Task Force, which included SCTA's second Vice President Hassan McWhorter, but which has been rejected by the SCUSD School Board. Using health plan savings to allow for social distancing requirements and safe schools for students during the pandemic. Recently, both SCOE and the California Department of Education have issued guidance on how schools might reopen in the fall. There is general consensus that in whatever form the reopening takes, it will require significant additional resources to apply social distancing standards in the educational setting. As a gesture of good faith, together with SEIU Local 1021, we gave a proposal to SCUSD to use health plan savings in 2020-21 to address, quote, costs associated with social distancing requirements that could result in severely reduced class sizes, staggered schedules, or hybrid learning models, nurses to monitor student health, trained professionals to address students' mental health needs exacerbated by the pandemic, the purchase of personal protective equipment, PPE, for staff and students, and increased cleaning costs to allow for thorough disinfection of school sites, end quote. Together with SEIU, we represent 95% of SCUSD employees. In 2021-22, and assuming that classes return to a more traditional setting, savings would then be used to lower class sizes and improve services to students according to the agreement we reached with SCUSD in 2017. Leaders from SEIU Local 1021 joined us at the bargaining table as we demonstrated unprecedented unity in SCUSD. While we were disappointed that the district representatives weren't prepared to have a substantial discussion about reopening schools, We think the conversation about the budget and our good faith proposals might be a pathway to a more constructive relationship in Sac City. We look forward to resuming that discussion on June 2023. And that's the only employee organizational report.
Thank you, Anne. So we don't have anything from SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, or UPE this evening. So moving on to 10.2, District Parent Advisory Committees. Do we have anything from the Community Advisory Committee?
No, no report.
Do we have anything from the District English Learner Advisory Committee?
Yes, and also from LCAP and PAC.
Okay.
So I have a report for DLAC from Liana Sanchez, and it says comments presented by Lova Ayala, Liana Sanchez, and Velia Mercado. DLAC is committed to community engagement and student outcomes. In response to the murder of George Floyd at the hands of law enforcement, Superintendent Aguilar stated, racism is part of the current design of our systems, from our schools to our prisons to our neighborhood. SUSD must put a final end to future contracts with law enforcement by instituting an alternative safety plan. Reinvest safety funds in academic and mental health services for students by establishing a student support center at each school site with a full-time social worker reflective of the school community. Board members, make a public pledge to not take any money from police unions in your political campaigns as a stance against institutional racism. Prioritize building a culture that is uplifted by restorative practices. Our students deserve to be seen in their full humanity and treated with the dignity of a quality public school education, regardless of their zip code. Let DLAC help address inequalities by engaging us in hiring practices and budget decisions. In the last year, 2 multilingual coordinator positions went unfilled upon vacancy. We now have a multilingual director 3 vacancy. We want to be consulted and included on the interview panel for every hire in this department. We want scheduled meetings with a district budget analyst to review multilingual spending with Stephen Fong present to contextualize LCAP and a dedicated board member present that is committed to ensuring our English learners receive the highest quality services and instruction to facilitate reclassification as fluent English proficient while embracing and honoring their families, home languages, and cultures. The district must fund, recruit, and retain bilingual administrators, school site instructional coordinators, and school site English learner coordinators, multicultural teachers, bilingual aides, and bilingual clerical staff. MOC must provide a clear protocol for how staff and community can utilize translation and interpretation services at no cost, and these services must be responsive to community needs and allow for dialogue, not just one-sided messaging. During COVID, it is not okay to host meetings without interpretation for our multilingual families. It is your responsibility to establish accessibility for participants. Zoom, for example, allows live interpretation. Turn on this functionality and train your interpreters and participants for how to use the very critical service to maintain communication and empower our community with information and agency. And it also goes on to say, among the many issues presented and amplified by COVID-19, families need meal and technology delivery and a removal of meal pickup restrictions by vehicle. Students need more than a weekly bus to access internet and online resources, and families need access to information and resources in all languages, including but not limited to district and school websites, robocalls, robo-emails, postal correspondence, text messages, and Infinite Campus. Where is parent, guardian, and student training on how to use these online tools during this time? How will technology gaps be addressed now and in the future? The district should be transparent about availability of interpretation and translation services, and the protocol for soliciting these services should be clear and accessible for families, students, and staff. As we close the school year, what are Q4 expectations for students? How is the district providing equitable learning opportunities and expectations? How can you assess students who have limited access to resources or have taken on new responsibilities at home that interfere with learning? How do you assess students that need specialized support that they had been receiving in the traditional classroom and now feel lost? How do you assess students experiencing food insecurity, housing insecurity, income insecurity, or threats of deportation? What is the grading policy? Will students be promoted or retained? How will students be supported next year and moving forward to address this disruption? LCAP and School Site Council are opportunities to make decisions regarding programs, services, and funding. This is a critical time to solicit feedback to make decisions about 2020-21 and onward. How are you addressing the impact on LCAP and School Site Council? How is our community being invited into these conversations during social distancing and our language supports being provided? How do we measure effectiveness and progress of prior goals to maintain or modify goals and services in 2020-21? Parents and guardians have repeatedly advocated for access to technology and internet, language support, such as bilingual assistants, therapists, and counselors, tutoring, study skills support, specialized teachers dedicated to English learners at school sites, and student support centers to address social emotional development, connected students to critical resources, provide bullying intervention, and improve school climate. We are still awaiting your response from our last comments to the board and hope these concerns are addressed so that our community is affirmed by your support.
Thank you, Anne. Item 10.3, President.
I'm sorry, President Ryan. There's also for LCAP PAC, there's a report from Christine Shelby.
Okay, go ahead.
It says the LCAP PAC has not deviated from our duties in this time of pandemic. We continued to meet via Zoom, and our main meetings were focused on tonight's presentation. Every single member of the LCAP PAC is dedicated to being a voice for their community. This year, we are determined to be louder and to push for radical change. We are in a completely different place, knowing that the future of our students is at risk, but don't forget, they have always been at risk. Committee members are tired of being a sounding board, and incremental change is no longer acceptable to us and shouldn't be for you. Our presentation later tonight will include a review of our key discussion themes and emerging priorities from the year. We thank the board for extending our member terms to coincide with the extension of LCAP timeline. We will continue to do the work necessary to advocate for our students and communities. We just ask that you not file it away until the time is more convenient. The time has never been better for systemic change. And that's the last report.
Thank you. We have to take another motion to extend the board meeting. I'm going to extend it till 1:30 at this time, hoping we can get through these next few items fairly quickly. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Second?
Second.
Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, item 10.3, superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'll be very brief. Good morning, everyone, at this point. I'd like to start with some positive news. First, I think everyone will join me in just thanking our LCAP PAC for their presentation and then for their advisory committee report. It made me think about what we thought was a construct in PELP when we wrote that what this district needed was a community to boardroom to classroom vision that address the needs of our most vulnerable and marginalized students and families. And I think that today we're able to see how the community portion of that construct is coming together through the just dogged reminder from the LCAP PAC and their determination to remind us and hold us to account as superintendent and as a board. I'd like to now it's yesterday, as you know, the Supreme Court issued a ruling to save DACA, which provides relief to hundreds of thousands of members of our community. And those members are students, they're alumni, there are educators, they're members of our military, and so many other roles that they play in our communities. Member Minnick, Member Morawski, and others talked about earlier this week another ruling to extend non-discrimination protections to our LGBTQ plus colleagues, our brothers and sisters. So we of course celebrate this, and Pride Month, as announced in our board resolution today. We all know that we were one of the first safe haven school districts in the state, and we're committed to the success of all of our students. Additionally, today now is Juneteenth, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the hard and bitter truth that while slavery ended over 150 years ago, we still have a long way to go when it comes to actualizing our vision of equal protection and justice for all. So we stand with our community whose pain and anger have been rightly brought to the forefront by the senseless murder of George Floyd and the many effects of our communities due to institutional racism. And I've mentioned this, that this is a challenge that we will have to continue to address and reflect very closely on, because whether it is looking at our criminal justice system, the high rate of suspensions of students of color that we have to own, the disproportionate COVID-19 impact among our Black and Brown and other vulnerable communities, we have a responsibility to continue taking action, as our LCAP PAC advisory members reminded us earlier. Also want to just acknowledge that this year has been very, very difficult, like nothing that I've experienced in my educational career. And that despite our unexpected mid-semester shift to distance learning, our mission to meet all of our students' needs have not changed and will not change. As our schools closed, our teams moved as quickly as we could. In some cases, not quick enough to provide our students with meals, computers, internet access, support, and check-ins. You heard an update earlier from our talented staff who have come together and conducted white space work in ways that I think is necessary under these circumstances. Our educators shifted, they innovated to provide distance learning and meet the needs of our students. So I, of course, want to thank them all as we close out the school year and folks enjoy some time away. We began our distance learning program on April 13th, a month after our schools closed. We had to develop it quickly, as I said, and we will continue to try to refine that work because next year has to be better than the experience that we had over the past 8 weeks. I can say that as a parent of 3 children in Sac City Unified. We will continue to the best of our ability to use data that we've collected, data that has been shared also by other colleague districts. As you heard, we are part of networks across the state and nation, trying to better understand how to open our school year, meeting the needs of our students in light of the recovery that has to take place for the vast majority of our students who are going to suffer the consequences of this pandemic loss, and then, of course, the summer loss. I do want to acknowledge that in addition to dealing with the challenge of COVID-19, you heard Ms. Rose this evening give you an overview of the challenges that we are poised to address related to our budget. Maybe not as severe as Member Morawski mentioned as the May revision proposal, but nevertheless, there will be challenges moving forward. We have unanticipated operating cost increases. We expect some revenue loss, and we're asking all of our stakeholders to work with us to assume the best of intentions But I don't know how else board and community to affirm and confirm that our budget crisis is real and that this is not made up. And I welcome any challenge about this fact. But I also hope that our community stands up and does not disregard the many entities that have demonstrated that in fact we do have a fiscal crisis in Sac City Unified. And I would say that our students need us to deal with the root causes of our budget structure and the resulting impacts that it has on our students, particularly the most vulnerable of our students across this beautiful community. I believe strongly that we will get through this, that we can get through this, but we're going to have to work together, and our community is going to have to demand more so that we can push forward. Thank you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 10.4, the President's Report. I have a video, 2-minute video that I'm going to show, and I'm going to forego comments tonight given the lateness of the hour.
I dare you. Ask yourself,
I'm asking you to.
When did my baby become a threat to you?
Petals on the
When I cried, when I started to crawl, when I started to speak, when I started to run, when I started to dream, when I laughed for joy, when I played with my toy gun, when I learned to read, when my jeans were too baggy,
When I wore a hoodie.
When I drove a car.
When I left the library late from studying.
When I protect my family. When you need jail cells filled.
When I'm less than perfect.
When I went for a run. When I went to the store.
When I fought for your country.
When I held my arms and my hands high.
When I finally earned my degree.
When I loved with my heart and soul. When I sat enjoying my coffee. When I go for a job interview.
When the dictation of my speech was not like yours.
When white women become uncomfortable.
When I protested the injustice of the cage you built.
When I wear a mask to protect you and myself. When I raise my voice. When I move too fast. When I breathe.
when did my baby become a threat to you? When I was born.
When did my baby become a threat to you?
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Bring with the harmonies of life.
So there's not much more I can add to that. I mean, I think it expresses the pain that mothers and communities and our Black children are feeling across the country right now. I do want to read one thing from Black Minds Matter. The deaths of unarmed youth by law enforcement tell Black Americans that their lives matter less than other lives. The experience of California's Black students in classrooms tell them that their minds and their futures matter less as well. Item 10.5, Student Board Member Report.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you for that touching video and those words. I believe tonight is my last student board report, and unfortunately, because I'm out of town next week, technically tonight or this morning is my last board meeting. And looking back at my year on the board and all the student forums I helped organize with other students and all the issues and input and ideas that students brought to me, there's still so much I want to say, so many areas for improvement and so many individual policies and practices that I want to follow up on. So I originally planned on covering a number of different topics during today's report. But tonight has to be a little bit different because of the seriousness of police brutality and institutionalized racism. Those topics cannot be watered down or relegated as simply a talking point. The Student Advisory Council hosted a virtual healing session for high schoolers 2 weeks ago around the topic of police brutality and self-healing, and it gathered not only a diverse breadth of students from SUSD, but inadvertently gathered students from across California and our nation. I believe we had students from the East Coast attending our student forums here in SUSD. The 2-hour event was facilitated and organized solely by youth, and in those 2 hours we heard from many Black students and other students of color about the tremendous impact that police brutality has on them. I've made my personal stance very clear from the beginning of my tenure back in August that I'm vehemently opposed to the SAC PD contract and the employment of school resource officers. And based on the sheer number of public comments, emails, personal messages, and student dialogue, I know that I'm representing SUSD students in that stance as well. And this district is not exempt from responsibility in perpetuating that system. SUSD suspends Black students more than any other school district in our state. And I know that our money is scarce, but it means that our investments represent what we care about. And because I will not be there next week when we potentially continue this discussion on SROs and vote on removing the contract from our budget, I do want to make some notes in advance for that discussion. So to any fellow board members or anyone watching who stand by the narrative that the presence of SROs is necessary for the safety of our students, I have 2 comments. Number 1, you may have an individual anecdotal example of when you've had a positive interaction with a police officer, but that does not outweigh the reality that many students of color have very different experiences that many of us on this board have the privilege to never have to undergo. We must respect the voices of the youth and community speaking out across the United States and within our district, and not deny the legitimacy of their experiences. And then the second thing is to reconceptualize school safety. I know this was mentioned a couple times earlier in this board meeting, but hall monitors, counselors, administrators, and student support staff can and should be carrying the primary responsibility of ensuring our schools and students are safe. And a law enforcement officer with a gun at the hip is not the only person that can break up a cafeteria argument. And lastly, I want to say that not only is the termination of this contract a critical step in reimagining school safety, it's also symbolic. It's showing our fellow students that this district is opposed to police brutality and that we're opposed to the school to prison pipeline. And SUSD budget deficits symbolize what this district cares about. And that commitment continues even now that we seem to be leaning towards discontinuing the contract. Racial inequities are prevalent and require proactive measures to dismantle. And there are a lot of different ways that students need support, which is support that a lot of times they're not currently receiving. I've sent my takeaways and my policy recommendations from my student forum series to the superintendent, who sent them to the rest of the board. And not only are there topics that need to be addressed at the district level for specific school sites, there are also a number of issues that cover a handful of schools. Mental health needs to be prioritized. West Campus and Rosemont students have both said that they've been sent home or sent back to class when feeling suicidal and at risk to themselves. There's so many topics that I can't cover tonight, but for next year's student board member, I urge the rest of the board to listen to their comments. I've learned a lot from this past year, and it's so important that the SBM not be just a figurehead or a symbol of student representation, but valued in their comments and included in the decisions that they make. The first couple of months of being on the board is a huge adjustment period, learning what parliamentary procedure is, learning when I cannot talk, or learning how to navigate the CERN Center. But even with a large learning curve, students and youth in general inherently have creativity and innovative solutions that are often overlooked. And so please keep this in mind next year with next year's student board member, as this board and district faces cutthroat situations and very hard decisions to make, that you not only consult, but actively welcome the discussion with students from the beginning. And maybe that will be just what SUSD needs to get through the rough times ahead. Before my time is up, I want to thank fellow board members and the superintendent for including me on discussions, listening to my often very blunt opinions, answering my emails and texts, showing up to my student forums, and meeting with me. With all the plot twists and difficulties this past year, I've really enjoyed my time on the board, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Eng Olson. We so appreciate your service and look forward to seeing where you go in life and what you accomplish next.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 12.0, sorry. We actually have 11.2 since we moved things out of order. Revised board policy, business and non-instructional operations, use of reserves and one-time funds. Do we want to move that, Superintendent, to the next board meeting?
Yeah, we can,
Okay.
President Ryan. And can I just thank student board member Eng Olson. The board will be seeing very soon an effort to promote the application process for our new student board member in light of her advocacy and her coordination of other student leaders who made clear to us all that that we need to find ways to diversify the representation of that particular important position. As you know, I know board members have also discussed that among yourselves and with me. And it was through her leadership that you will again soon be seeing a video doing outreach and recruitment, trying to make sure that we speak to those students that might not consider themselves capable or lack maybe some of the confidence, self-initiative to go through that process. And so that will be certainly a legacy that member Eng Olson leaves behind.
Thank you, Superintendent, for sharing that. And thank you, Board Member Eng Olson, for your commitment to leading a better system on your way out. So we are not going to be hearing 11.2. So we'll go to 12.0 consent agenda. Do we have a motion to
President
approve?
Ryan, did you purposely skip information sharing?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just so late. I completely forgot.
Like
Do
the
we have
one
any?
time I have something.
The one time you have any? Do we have any comments from board members this evening on item 10.6? Board Member Minnick.
And I don't usually even speak in this section, but I have two quick thank yous that I want to get out. The first is for member Eng Olson and the work that she's done over this year and the impact she's had. I learned like an hour ago that this was her last meeting, and I wanted to make sure that she knew just how much she was appreciated in the work that she put in. So thank you, and I think that you've set a high bar for the next student board member. So I want to thank you for that. The other thank you. So this is my first school board meeting, not as a district parent, as my youngest child graduated, a week ago. And I just want to take a second to thank all those staff and administrators and teachers that got us through our time here in this district, from Mrs. Weinert, who was my son's kindergarten teacher at Mark Twain in 2003, all the way to Chico Gonzalez, my daughter's advisor at the Met 6 days ago. We have had an amazing 17 school years, our family, and I think that with all the things that we deal with, we forget just what a lasting impact all these experiences has on these individual families. And as I've come now to the end of it, as a parent in this district, I wanted to make sure that my appreciation got noted.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Any other comments? Okay, none. Board Member Morosky.
Thank you. I wanted to share a couple things really quickly. I saw the governor's mask order today. I think that's going to be so critical, and I'm so thrilled that we have that in place now. I think it's really important for our community to really keep in mind that if we tamp down this virus, that is going to help our kids get back to school. So I'm so thrilled about that. And we heard a couple of public comments tonight about renaming schools. I think that's an important conversation as we're talking about, dismantling institutional racism and systems that may not reflect what we really want to see in our community. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. I didn't want to raise it as a top priority. I know there's a lot of things going on, but as we go through, if there's a way to allow individual school sites to make those decisions, or if we want to establish a district process, I just think it's a conversation that is worth having, that we should have some kind of process in place. And finally, I just wanted to let you all know that I've been working with a variety of community-based organizations, as I may have mentioned before, but one of the things that we're working on right now is to clarify the health orders that apply to youth serving organizations, because a lot of youth organizations right now have been worried about hosting anything in person. It does look like the county is going to be flexible with that, and so we're trying to clarify what exactly the protocols are that apply to those organizations. But I think that's going to be a really important thing for our youth providers in the community to get into space with our youth, as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Morawski. Okay, looks like we don't have any other comments on this item. 12.0, the motion to adopt the consent agenda. A motion? Second, student preferential vote.
Yes on all open session items.
It's your last vote.
I know, your last time. Roll call vote.
Member Pritchett,
Uh-oh. Did we lose her?
Member
Sorry, it wasn't unmuting. Aye.
Member Minnick,
Here. I mean.
Member Morawski,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Ryan,
Aye.
Member Vang.
Yes.
Okay, item 13.0, business and financial information reports.
Excuse me, President Ryan, we do have one public comment on item 12.1N.
Okay.
From Allison French Tubo. And it says, regarding 12.1N, our school year calendar continues to lag our neighboring districts, who are also our competitors for hiring. Previously, critics argued that the salary schedule was why SCUSD started the year with over 100 vacancies in 2017, but a pattern of over 100 vacancies has continued after altering the salary schedule, so we must take other measures. Of course, one measure must be achieving a more efficient and effective hiring process regardless of the start date, and I have been pleased to hear our new CBO, Rose Ramos, reference adjustments to the hiring process that can be made to bring SUSD to a higher level of functioning. But the fact remains that our later start date offers no particular advantage to our most disadvantaged students, and that the advocates for it cite reasons such as less crowded vacation destinations that have nothing to do with the district's essential purpose of educating students. For this reason, I hope to see all bargaining partners cooperating to make 2020-21 the last year the SUSD school calendar stays stuck in the past.
Thank you. Item 13.0, business and financial information and reports. 13.1, receive reports. 13.2, Head Start reports. Do we have any public comment on the receipt of reports 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3?
Yes, there is one public comment on 13.3, and it's from Dwayne Campbell, and it says, on behalf, set the timer. On behalf of the Lozano, on the Lorenzo Patino Council of the League of United Latin American Citizens, We urge you to respond to our 4-year-long request to provide transparency in budgeting for English language learners. We have received budget documents from the district in response to our public records request. The LULAC is a longstanding national and local civic organization dedicated to the advancement of civil rights, including the achievement of excellent educational opportunities for every child. For 4 consecutive years, we have asked that you promote school success of English learners by adding instructional time in English through direct instruction in small groups by skilled credentialed teachers. From 2017 and 2018, we urge the board to accomplish this by instructing the district to include in your budget the addition of at least 10 bilingual instructors. And that's the final public comment.
Thank you. And item 14.0, future board member dates, board meeting dates and locations, June 25th at CERNA. This will be, we anticipate, another Zoom session. Item 15.0, adjournment. And we have 2 requests for adjournments in memory of individuals lost. I'm going to have Member Morowski first speak, and then Member Vang.
Thank you very much, President Ryan. I will try to make this quick. So according to the Human Rights Campaign, 2020 has already seen at least, well, it's 16 now, transgender or gender nonconforming people fatally shot or killed by other violent means. They often go unreported or misgendered, so there are likely many more. But I will just read the names, and I just wanted to say that trans lives matter, Black trans lives matter, and I will share the names with you and ask that we adjourn in memory of the following: Dustin Parker McAllister, Nulisa Luciano Ruiz, Yampi Mendez Orocho, Monica Diamond, Lexi, Serena Angelique Velasquez Ramos, Leila Pelaez Sanchez, Penelope Diaz Ramirez, Nina Pop, Tony McDade, Dominique Fells, Ria Milton, Jane Thompson, and Selena Reyes Hernandez. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Thank you so much for reading their names. And President Ryan, thank you so much for also allowing me the opportunity just to adjourn in memory of someone who is deep, that I'm close with, and someone that has made a large impact in the Hmong community. You know, over the past few months, the vast majority of death by COVID-19 has been folks over age 65. However, I just want to remind the public that even young folks are not immune to COVID. I want to adjourn tonight's meeting in behalf of Marnie Shung and her family. She was a child of Hmong refugees, one of 8 children. She was also selected as the chair of the school board in St. Paul, Minnesota at the age of 30. Marnie grew up in public housing, really believed in the power of education, and in early May, her and her father actually became ill. Her father recovered, but Marnie did not. And 2 Sundays ago, she passed away due to complications of COVID. She was a force for change and a champion for racial equity and justice. And she was one of the most loving, kindest, energetic human I've ever met. And, you know, she leaves an incredible legacy, not just for the Hmong community, but for Minnesota and just nationally. And her loss is really a reminder that, you know, we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, that we got to continue to fight for racial justice and, you know, educational equity with our hearts every single day. And so with that, I just want to adjourn in her memory.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Very sweet, touching remembrance. With that, we are going to adjourn for the evening. We will not be returning to closed session. We'll continue our closed session conversation next week. Good night, everyone.